All right, let's get started. So today, my name is Zach, and I'm going to be breaking down uh, season 5 of Stranger Things. There's been a lot of talk about this season. I am a little late to the game because it came out in like mid or late December. It's obviously past mid January now, so I'm definitely a little late to the game. But this show is still important. It's still being talked about, and there's a lot of controversy surrounding it. There's a lot of problems, you might say, uh, a lot of issues. Also, by the way, if there's any issues, um, if there's any issues with my sound, or if you can't hear me or anything at all, just let me know, and I'll fix that. I want to make sure that this is my first time doing this, so I'm not sure how well it's gonna work the first time. But I digress. Let me continue. So, yeah, this season has garnered a lot of attention, not good attention. This season has probably the most problems out of the Stranger Things franchise. I'd say it's the worst season by far. You got the really inconsistent writings, inconsistent character. Uh, it doesn't look too great either. Bad CGI, terrible use of the XR stage. The acting is pretty bad. The whole season is just filled with contrivances, uh, plot issues. Just it's everywhere. It's littered throughout the entire season, much more than seasons 2, 3, or 4, which I think were also pretty terrible. In my opinion, anything after season 1 is just it's not too good, guys. It's not too good. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, season 1 was perfection. It was golden. The Duffer Brothers outdid themselves. I mean, you got great kid actors, great, absolutely fantastic. I mean, they knocked it out of the park. You got Winona Ryder in there. You got David Harbour, two very very strong leads. You got a nice like isolated, self-contained little story that provokes intrigue and mystery from the viewer. They actually keep you guessing, and it's kind of hard to like figure out what's going on, unlike the later seasons. And you got a pretty interesting concept and interesting original world here. But after season 1, it kind of not so good. They turn Hopper into a deadbeat dad, drug addict, like a high functioning one who's abusive to 11 for some reason, even though none of his nothing about his character points to him behaving that way. If anything, he was a loving father, and he was supposed to. 11 was supposed to be his sort of adopted daughter, so why would he suddenly be abusive and rude and terrible? Kind of weird writing choice. Uh, but let's not get into those seasons because this is about season 5, which, like I said, a lot being said about season 5. Let me just check real quick here to make sure everything's working still. Yep, everything's working. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Uh, Tremendous. So let us get into some things. So before I get before I get started with the breakdown, let me explain what I'm going to be doing. So first, I'm going to be dissecting some rumors and some facts about the season, about the production and all that before we get in, because I think it's pretty interesting and it gives a lot of insight into. Oh my gosh, hello Logan, what's up, man? Uh, so we're gonna. I want to talk a little bit about these rumors and these production issues, writing issues outside some meta stuff, if you will, about the season. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go scene by scene, breaking down episodes 1, 2, 3, and 4, and that's going to be tonight. And then next week I'll probably do 5, 6, and 7, and the week after or around the same time I'm going to do the finale because I want to do this in release order. And these episodes sort of come out in arcs, so 1, 2, 3, and 4, kind of like a little nice little arc to talk about. And knowing me and how much I like to dissect media, I would be here for like 24 hours if I had to do the whole season at once. So that's going to be the formula. I will have to my left here. I'm going to have the actual content. The show will be there with a copyright shield to make sure that I can have references, timeline references, but also not get copyright struck. Because you know how YouTube likes to demonetize channels. You know how. So that's going to be the formula. and just let me know if it works. Like if you guys think it's chill, I'm obviously up to changing it. So let's get into the juicy stuff. Let's get into the rumors and the facts. So this is mainly most of these rumors are directly about the Duffer Brothers. Most of these outbreaks of outrage. This outrage is concerning the Duffer Brothers in particular, not really the cast, not really the production as a whole, mainly just them. Um, and there are three big heaping points that I will be talking about. And the last one is particularly important to me because I think it justifies the outrage of the previous two, and really hits home just how messed up it is. So first, the Stranger Things season 5 documentary came out, and it was a pretty bad move on Netflix's end because they revealed some pretty damning stuff about this season. Because fans, those eagle-eyed fans, they saw screenshots. They took screenshots of the documentary where the Duffer Brothers were talking about the writing of the show, and they had their laptops open. And if you look very closely, they have they have Chat GPT open on the laptops next to their Google Docs and all the stuff they have for the writing of the show. And you might say, no, they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't use ChatGPT to write the season 5, the finale of the show. Well, if you watch the season, there's some pretty darn good evidence in the season to suggest that it was written by AI, considering just how absurdly formulaic the dialogue is, how soulless it is. How every scene is like a perfect formula, perfect, almost you might say a perfect copy of the Stranger Things formula from the past seasons. And I'm going to be getting deep into those details to prove as evidence to prove this. But you can already tell right off the bat that there's something weird about how everything's written, and this might just be the culprit. And I'll present a little counter argument. Let's play devil's advocate here for the good old Duffer Brothers. So, okay, so if you're writing a show like this, which has so many supernatural elements, you're dealing with the sci-fi aspect. You're also adhering to real world quantum physics mechanics in a sense, because they have like the scenes with Dustin and Mr. Clark, how they discuss real world quantum mechanic theories. So obviously all this is going to get real complicated. So what you want to do, what most shows should do and do, is they have a show Bible where they keep all of the lore and all the characters and all the information that they need in case they forget, so they can make sure that their shows are consistent. So one might argue that, oh, well, maybe the Duffer Brothers, they could have been using AI, because AI, you can train certain AI models and you can create your own AI models. So why not create one to house the world of Stranger Things? So I can just go, hey, ChatGPT, can you tell me the rules, or can you remind me about X, Y, and Z about the series, and it can spit out all that info for you. This argument doesn't stand up at all, because the show is wildly inconsistent. So there's no shot that if they even had a show Bible, I don't even know that they had one. So there's no shot that they were using ChatGPT, and there's overwhelming evidence just on how it's written that they didn't write it themselves. And if they did, it was heavily inspired or influenced by likely the ChatGPT, like we're seeing. So that's pretty damning, pretty bad. You're getting paid. You're a writer. What are you doing using ChatGPT? That's pretty embarrassing. And that makes this next point truly diabolical. So this is also admitted in the documentary. You can find this information in the documentary explicitly. The world learned that they went into filming without finishing the season. Yes, you heard that correct. They didn't finish the script for the season, and they still went into production. What are we doing? What are you talking about? You can't do that. What are you talking about? How are you going to schedule anything? How's the first AD, the first assistant director, supposed to schedule anything around no script, no shot list? You can't really have a script or a shot list without a script, right? So I'm actually going to I'm going to read quotes from the documentary, from the crew and from the Brothers themselves. In one of the most discussed scenes, Matt Duffer is shown looking visibly stressed while speaking to the camera. He says, quote, "We went into production without having a finished script for the finale. We are laying down the tracks as the train is going." Yeah, this train is $400 million, by the way. What are you talking about? You can't lay the tracks as you go. What kind of Looney Tunes logic is that? It's absolutely ridiculous. Like what? You have crew, you have executives, you have Netflix shareholders, you have your cast, that main cast, the legacy cast that has been here for 10 years, and they're relying on you as the writer, the creator of the show, and you're saying to the camera very candidly, we're laying down the tracks for the train as we go. Brother. No, it's insane. He goes on to say, to admit that they were actually filming scenes for the finale, episode 8, The Right Side Up, before he had even read a complete draft of it. Oh my god. Okay, so this is indicative of multiple things. So not only did he never finish reading a complete draft, that means that there was never more than one draft, right? So the finale had one draft and it wasn't complete. Are you serious? What are you talking about? How? How is this allowed? How is this allowed? No normal person can go to work and be like, "Yeah, I used AI for my work. I didn't finish, by the way, but where's my paycheck?" No, you're fired. Fired. What are you talking about? You can't get away with that. That's absurd. I can't believe this is real. He goes on to say, "I've never read 8 through, and we're just shooting it." Bro's so genuine here. He just doesn't care. "I've never done anything like this before. Don't love it. Don't love it." You're the writer. What are you talking about? You don't love it. You chose this. I'm sorry. You're getting paid to do this. This is your job, and you're saying I don't love that we're going in blind. Whose fault is that exactly? This isn't just. Maybe they thought by saying this to the camera, it's like impressive, or something like that, or justifying, because they're admitting it. I don't know, but it's not. I'm sorry. You don't get a free pass because you admitted you were wrong. If you're stealing. If you rob a bank and then you come out and say, "Yeah, I robbed the bank. I don't feel too good about it." You're going to jail. You're going straight to jail. And this is here. Let's move on here. So we also got a quote from the crew. So the documentary also features interviews with the production staff who had to work around the missing script. Montana Maniscalco, a key production assistant, is seen on set saying, quote, "We are shooting episode 8, which isn't completely written yet. Spoiler alert." So we don't even fully know what's going on. Okay, so let me get this straight. Netflix okayed this production where there's not a finished script for the finale of the 10-year-long show, where the Duffer Brothers, the writers, the people in charge, admittedly are saying they don't know what's going on, they haven't read a full draft, and then you got the crew saying, "We honestly have no idea what's going on." How did they even make this? I don't understand how these productions happen. It's like Multiverse of Madness, where they also filmed without a script and they spent hundreds of millions of dollars on the project. How do you get away with that? How do you even make and complete something? I don't understand. And this poor crew, because Stranger Things is a pretty big show, and to get the opportunity to work on it is pretty big deal. And imagine you're like a PA, you're like a college student or something, some intern, and you're like, "Oh yes, I'm gonna be working on Stranger Things." And you get there, and they're like, "We don't know what the hell we're doing." That's got to be pretty disheartening for someone who's entering the industry. Like, golly, man, that's terrible. It's just, I don't understand. I don't understand. Hold on, let me make sure something is working here. Okay, perfect. Oh my god, like, golly, this is ridiculous. One moment. Okay. Let's continue this. So yeah, obviously all this is very disappointing. It's pretty disappointing that they finished the finale without a finished script. and they also used ChatGPT, and they couldn't even finish the damn script. I don't know. I don't know, man. That's pretty embarrassing. But this brings me to my third point, the one the third and final point that really drives home how bad this is. So I tried to find the numbers for how much the Duffer Brothers were getting paid, and there's no explicit number there for season 5. Although there are reports that they wreaked a income or a package of something within the 9-figure range for the show. So that's basically hundreds of millions of dollars for the show across 10 years. And you know they're getting a huge chunk of change for the finale up front, probably. Uh, and I'm sorry, but this is like the most damning part of it all. You're getting paid hundreds of millions of dollars to write and direct and create your vision, your show, your characters. It's your world, and you're getting paid hundreds of millions of dollars, and you have the audacity to feel comfortable enough using ChatGPT to write your story and also to not finish it. I don't know, man. That's pretty. I don't know. Like, don't you feel a little ashamed? I mean, you got fans that love the show. You got a cast that has been tied to the show for 10 years. Kids, they were kids. They were like 13, and now they're adults. Like, this show is a fact of their lives. Uh, I don't know. To see it handled with such lack of care towards the end is just sad. Um, it's just sad, and it's just unfortunate that people can get paid hundreds of millions of dollars to not even write. You can't even say write because they use ChatGPT. To not even write, to not even fully create something of their own. They're getting paid hundreds of millions of dollars, and this hundreds of millions of dollars is going towards their brain, basically, because they're getting paid for their writing talent, their writing capability. And if they can't even write, if they've used ChatGPT, then what are they getting paid for? Exactly. It's just terrible. I don't understand how this is allowed. And it's not really. I'm sure Netflix bears a little bit of responsibility here. I'm sure there were some production issues, something of that sorts. But at the end of the day, Netflix is a business and it's delivering a product to the customer and to the shareholder. And the Duffer Brothers are getting paid handsomely to create a great product, a unique product. They had a unique original idea, which turned out to be fantastic, and it brought in plenty of profit to the company and to themselves. And to see them fumble so hard throughout the last 10 years since season 1, this really takes the cake, so to speak. This really takes the cake. It's quite a bummer. Um, it's just a bummer. But without further ado, I guess we should move into the first episode. So let me get this set up. 1 second. Bear with me. Boom. There we go. Let me make sure. Oh, shoot. This is in the wrong spot. Yes, this is Handsome Squidward and Patrick is going to be our copyright shield that I mentioned earlier. 1 second. Let me make sure this covers at least a good chunk. There we go. Beautiful. 1 second. Bear with me. All right here. All right. Now, let's go to the big Netflix. Okay. So, we're starting with season 1, episode 1 of Stranger Things. So, the first thing I realized, so I watched the recap so I could, get some context after a few years. And the first thing I noticed is that the man narrating the recap is none other but Dr. Owens. And if you don't remember Dr. Owens, he was the successor to Dr. Brenner after he gets taken out by the Demogorgon. He's the doctor at Hawkins' lab who is the one doctor who's pretty sympathetic to Will and Joyce. And he doesn't fully support what the government and what Hawkins' lab is doing. And he was pretty interesting because he had to juggle his government life, which is pretty anti-Will and Joyce, and helping Will and Joyce, and actually helping Will while pursuing his scientific studies about the Upside Down and the Demogorgons and all that jazz. So it's very interesting that the show decided to remind us of him. Granted that he's not even in the season. That's correct. He's not even in season 5. So okay, great. Why have him in the beginning? Why even have him narrate? It just makes me miss him because his replacement or the Dr. K, terrible character, not interesting at all. Ooh. Not interesting at all. Uh, so yeah, it just made me sad because it's like, oh, damn, I wish that he was in this show. It would have made it a little bit better. Um, and this is on another note. This is a little bit subjective, but I thought that the soundtrack for the recap was super mid. It's like copyright free music. You got $400 million. Come up with a better soundtrack. Come on. Not good. Not good. But we open to, let's see here. Let me drag it around. Young William is hiding from the Demogorgon. And this is from season 1. So we're basically going back in time to season 1 to do a little retconning expedition here. So we can show that Vecna was here from the start, which, okay, sure, since you didn't have a plan for season 1, granted, because season 1 was supposed to be a standalone season, I guess it makes sense that you're going to need to do some explaining about Vecna and his involvement with that first season. But the way they handle this retcon is another story. So we follow young William here, and he's in his fort. They're playing the Clash song, because it's nostalgic or whatever. And so young William, he shoots at the Demogorgon. No kickback on the little gun for him, even though he's like 10 or 12. He's running away. He climbs a tree. He climbs this tree to get away from him. A real good climber. And the Demogorgon's right after him, right behind him. And so what Will does is, luckily there's a tree across from him. This tree is like 14 feet away. Like the gap, look at this. I paused over here. I don't know if you can see. I know the window's a little small, but again, I have to be careful of copyright. But if you've seen the season, you know. So he... For some reason, in this retcon, which is designed to make season 5 and the following seasons make sense, they include this weird action scene with young Will running away from the Demogorgon, where he climbs this tree. He does this impossible leap, like a 14-foot leap off of a tree. He's not even jumping off of like a cliff or something where he get a running start. He's just throwing himself off the tree. So, bro makes it. I'm not buying that he makes it. It's just ridiculous. I'm not buying it, and I don't understand why. Like, why would you include something like this in your retcon? You're making your retcon make less sense, and the point of it is to make sense of the story. It's just ridiculous. Terrible choice. Like, why not cut to, okay, you have Will in his little place, and then just cut to him getting taken by the Demogorgon. Because in this scene, he gets caught anyways by the Demogorgon. So that whole beginning chase and everything is just pointless. It doesn't make sense. Why? Why have it? It affects the consistency and the believability of your world and your characters when you have a child jumping 14 feet across from another tree. So unwise writing choice. But anyways, the Demogorgon takes Will and brings him back to Vecna's lair. And this is where we see the big bad Vecna is here, and he's been responsible for everything that's been happening. So Vecna takes Will and he puts him into the flesh wall, the Vecna flesh wall. And Vecna gets a little freaky, and he inserts his tubes here into young William and says, "We are going to do such beautiful things together, William." So first of all, I just think it's weird. Like, it's weird to have the tube thing. I just think it looks, I don't know, it's weird. And he's like stroking his face. It's a weird position to be in for a child. I don't know, it's weird. And this line by Vecna is also terrible. It's very cliche. And I don't know, but I thought Vecna was supposed to be sort of a complex villain. someone who thought that he was sort of doing the right thing a little bit, like a little bit of Thanos energy there. I guess not, because anyone who says something like this to a child, a knocked out kid, while you're like filling him up with some weird juice, like, what are you doing? How could you say that line and be like, maybe I'm the bad guy? Uh, I don't know. It makes him a way less complex. Like, clearly he's the big bad, clearly, and he should know he's the big bad if he's got any semblance of intelligence. So yes, we see that he's been orchestrating all these things with William from the start. Nice little 5-minute retcon where half of it didn't make sense, but let us continue. Let us continue. So now we cut to the Wheeler household, present day. We see Holly, and she's putting down plates for breakfast. There's a lot of plates, so it's like, interesting. You got some company, right? And we get a little foreshadowing here of her seeing a figure through the glass that you can't quite make out. I wonder who that could be. So a little foreshadowing there, nice little foreshadowing. Holly calls everyone, and we see that the Wheelers and the Byers are living together. It appears that the Wheelers have taken in the Byers since we've last seen them. And it's a little uncomfortable. Mike has this little uncomfortable exchange with Joyce after he thinks it's Nancy in the bathroom, and he's pounding on the door. And then Joyce is a little annoyed with Mike, and then Mike feels embarrassed and awkward. So clearly things are a little awkward living them all together. And okay, boy, do I have some things to say about this scene. And this is like small compared to the grand scheme of what's wrong with the series or the season. But I need to talk about this, and this is gonna take a bit. But I promise you, I have a good point here. So we get to the breakfast scene, right, where everyone's having breakfast, and this whole build up in the scene at the Wheelers is sort of to show that they're like a big like family dynamic kind of deal, kind of like Home Alone in a way, like huge group of kids and adults, everyone just eating together, living together, and it's not like the best situation, but everyone's happy and it's all like, yeah, go get them, 80s go lucky, but here we got Ted. He's at the head of the table, because it's the 80s. He's the man of the house. He's the breadwinner of the family, and he's probably paid for all of this food, because I'm assuming the Wheelers aren't charging. I mean, maybe Joyce is helping out a little with groceries, but I'm assuming that they're not charging them for staying there. I mean, it's their son and their daughter's it's their daughter's boyfriend's family and their son's best friend's family, so probably not charging them. So they're arguing a little at the breakfast table, trying to figure everything out, blah, blah, blah. And then we have, here we go. So Mr. Ted, all he wants is a little bit of bacon for breakfast, right? So in the scene, Ted asks, he says, Holly, can you please pass the bacon? So Holly passes the bacon down the line, right? And so as she's passing it down, everyone's taking a little bit of bacon. The plate reaches Jonathan. And next in line to Jonathan is Ted for that bacon. Jonathan is presented with the last piece, and he takes it and hands Ted an empty plate of bacon. And Ted's just like, damn, well, that sucks. And look, you might say, well, Zach, what the hell? This is like a small, like, what are you doing nitpicking this little scene? Like, what's the problem? The problem is the Byers are completely disrespectful this whole time. They're nothing but trouble to the Wheelers. They're like, what are we doing? And there's no reason for them to be this disrespectful. We got, and there's a bit more that happens with Joyce, where she does some disrespectful crap as well. But I just want to hit home a point about this scene. So, first of all, when you're at the breakfast table and you're passing stuff around, do you ever get the last item and never you don't ask? You don't say, hey, it's the last piece of bacon. Does anyone want it before I indulge? Nah, Jonathan just takes it because he doesn't care. He just doesn't care. There's no respect here. And I want you to remember, he's dating Ted's daughter, okay? And we haven't really seen any interaction between Jonathan and Ted at all. So this is an example of a moment where the writers could have had like some character development between Jonathan and Ted. Maybe instead of just taking the bacon and handing Ted, the man of the house, an empty plate of bacon that he paid for, maybe you have Jonathan take the plate of bacon. He looks at it, he thinks, and then he offers it up. And then you have like, because obviously Ted is like the classic suburban dad. You have him maybe give Jonathan a pat on the back, like brownie points, for being like a good kid. And then you show some character development. You show that Jonathan is, because Jonathan throughout the season is concerned about having Nancy as his girlfriend, and he even the big plot point with them is that he's going to propose. So him being on thin ice already, he should probably be showing brownie points, or not, earning brownie points. My mistake. He should probably be earning brownie points with the family, with the dad of the daughter that you're dating. Why would you be this disrespectful? Maybe you're showing Nancy that you're trying to, become close with her family. I don't know. That would make sense, but the writers don't care. They didn't think about that. Uh, I don't know. It just bothers me. I don't like how disrespectful they are to Ted. My man, my boy Ted. Where's the respect? So, they're eating, blah, blah, blah. He doesn't get his bacon. I mean, look at him. He gets like crumbs. Look how upset he is. It's messed up, man. It's messed up. So everyone's leaving. They're all leaving to go to work, to school, whatever. Okay, here we go. Here's the part. And we get to another disrespectful moment here. So everyone's leaving. And Joyce says, "I'm sorry, I can't help clean up. I'm running late." And again, I'm pausing a bunch because of the copyright. So I'm sorry if I'm pausing all the time. So she says that. And then as she doesn't even let Karen respond. Karen's saying, "It's okay, Joyce, really, I understand." Joyce it's not slams, but she closes the door in the face of the family, the wife and the husband of the family you're staying with. What are you doing? Show some respect. I mean, granted, excuse me, they've probably been here for a bit and like gotten comfortable. I don't know. Like, come on. Show some goddamn respect. Like, what are we doing? It's ridiculous. It's so rude. And look at them. They're so unhappy. There's clearly something wrong. So here's another thing a fix that I would have done. Instead of having this, like, it's supposed to be funny, I guess. Like, oh, haha, funny. They're not thinking about the family. It's not funny, but sure, whatever. Show. I'll take your word for it. Maybe I don't have your kind of sense of humor. Show. But here's what I would have done. So we don't really get that much. There's not many scenes between Karen and Joyce as it is, so them having scenes is like pretty valuable in the season alone. So what I would have done if I were the writers, I mean, I wouldn't have had this sequence at all. I would have done something completely different. But let's say that we're handed this sequence, right? And we have to write within that sequence in the scene. So maybe instead of having Joyce just be inconsiderate and close the door in Karen's face and leave, maybe she and Karen do like clean up, and like they're cleaning up together, and so that gives them the opportunity to talk to each other. And let's remember, Joyce and Karen, completely different people. Not only are they completely different character-wise, they're completely different like women for the time, for the 80s. So like Karen is obviously like a stay-at-home mom, like traditional family, whatever, and Joyce is like a single mom who's like making her own way through the world. She's very independent. So these two characters are like, they definitely have very different philosophies on life, and they're very different people. So having them interact and maybe have conflicting viewpoints or conflicting points of how it's done could be interesting to see. Maybe they're cleaning up and Joyce is like, "Well, why doesn't Ted help out?" And Karen's like, "Well, Ted's the man of the house, blah blah blah." And then Joyce like argues back, and then they have a little conflict, a little tension there. And they both have to be exposed to their different viewpoints. You get some, development there. It would be interesting, maybe, instead of just having Joyce run out the door and be rude. Like, why is Joyce rude? She's not supposed to be rude. Joyce's character isn't rude. She's supposed to be like I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense. But the show wants you to just go along with it. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Uh, but let us continue. So, yeah, I mean, look, Ted says how much longer, and he eventually, Karen's like, "What? What do you want? Don't kick him to the streets?" And he says, "Is that an option?" Yikes! Not good. Not good at all. Uh, so they're all leaving, going to school, to work, whatever they're doing, and then we go to the Squawk, which is a radio station where Robin and Steve are working. And you might be wondering, well, whose station is this? Like, what? Who do they work for? Never explained. That's right. This station, this whole station, is just Robin and Steve have access to it for whatever reason, and the van. Who owns it? We don't know. Do they pay rent? We don't know. Do they own it? How? No, we don't know. We're never gonna be told. Uh, like what? What do you mean? Why? How do they get this? Why is it in the middle of nowhere? What are you talking about, show? You can't just sit, like what? Is this a video game home base? What are we doing? You can't just have this. And so here we see, look. I mean, we see it all. It's pretty nice stuff. Looks like pretty clean, pretty well kept. Um, Whatever. Anywho, let us continue. So this is where we get our lazy exposition dump, our big fat juicy exposition dump. So Robin, this is where she's doing her little radio show. She has a radio show for Hawkins, and she's explaining pretty much what's been happening since season 4. She's talking about how they've been subjugated by the military for 18 months. She talks about how all the cracks in the ground are covered up by plates. She basically just explains stuff to the audience that's happened over the last 18 months, which begs the question: if it's been 18 months, why are you telling Hawkins again and again? Like, do you do this every week, every day? Why are you telling them after 18 months stuff they already know? Just classic bad exposition where they're telling characters things they already know, except this is on like a huge scale. They're telling the whole town everything they already know already, just for the sake of the audience. So lazy, 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 lazy. We could have just learned all this from watching the characters move about the world, watching them handle. Like, we never really see. Here's a point. Like, they're saying that the town is like they're subjugated and they can't leave or come in without ID and all that. But everyone seems pretty fine for the most part. Like, they show like the kids sledding on the metal, and like they get chased uh by the government. But besides that, everyone seems pretty chill until later in the series when they start taking the kids. But up until then, everyone seems chill. Like, it could have been interesting. Again, it would have been interesting to see the characters have to deal with these checkpoints all the time. Like, like start the season showing their life as mundane, but with them dealing with the military being a constant presence in their life. So we see the school has security guards everywhere. The school doesn't have any military really that I remember until, like I said, until later when they go get the kids. Everything looks the same. Everything feels the same. We're just told that Hawkins is subjugated. So, would have been interesting to see how they handled it, how they dealt with it a bit more, instead of just being told it's happening and then there's never an obstacle, really. There's literally never any real obstacles for any of the characters in the show, as I'll get into later. It's not present yet, but I promise you it will be. So, we're continuing the exposition dump, super long exposition dump. Oh my gosh. God damn, it's long. Yeah, we see that there's a little gate. The government has a gate. They have a military base with a gate that goes into the upside down. And you look at all these soldiers. All these soldiers with guns. All these trained soldiers with guns who totally don't act incompetent later. No, they're totally competent, guys. What? They're not incompetent at all. What do you mean? So we see, I believe her name's Tammy, the girlfriend of Robin, listening to the radio. So this is a nice little segue out of the exposition to her. She's Robin's talking to her lady friend, via the radio, via some some like code words and all that. Then we see that the radio isn't working. Something's wrong, and they're trying to figure it out. So Steve contacts Dustin, and Dustin's in a bad mood. He's a bit moody, Uh, and then we see Dustin at school, and this is a huge problem. This scene, for so many reasons. So Dustin enters the school, and as you can see from this frame, everyone's pretty freaked out by him or mad at him, and he's like nodding, he's ignoring everyone. It's weird. Like look at them, they are mad. And when I first watched this, I was pretty confused. I was like, well, what's the problem? Like, I know he's a nerd. Like, everyone knows he's a nerd, but like, that's never caused people to be this upset, right? And then it hit me. It hit me. You see, bear with me 1 second. You see, the major problem here is that Dustin is wearing a Hellfire Club shirt. Now, this shirt was in the Hellfire Club is Eddie's thing, and Eddie was held responsible for the killing of that girl in season 4, who was the girlfriend of Lucas's bully friend, who got totally mangled up by Vecna. So he's basically flaunting merch of the murderer. And you might say, well, Eddie was innocent. He didn't actually kill that girl. Well, yeah, our main characters know that, but the world doesn't know that. The world thinks that he murdered that girl. And there's no way of proving it without sounding insane, talking about the Demogorgons and Vecna and all that. So for all intents and purposes, he was the murderer, okay? And he killed that girl. So, and Dustin should know this and understand this, but he decides to wear the merch. He's got to flaunt the merch, guys. So, like, what are you doing, Dustin? He's wearing merch. Like, that's like if I went into school wearing, like, the name of, like, a school shooter, and I was like, well, he was my friend, and he didn't do it. He didn't do it. And you had no evidence to prove it. Like, you would think I was insane, right? Well, this is the same. This is basically the same thing, because for all we know, for all everyone knows, is that Eddie was a murderer. So Dustin is being completely out of line, and he's being a freak. He even has he's like, what are you doing, Dustin? You're smarter than this. Why? Why are you behaving this way? It's weird, like, because Dustin is smart. Obviously, he's not like he's like a nerd, so you could argue, oh, well, maybe he's not socially aware. He is socially aware. Come on. He is, like, this isn't about social awareness. It's about logic. And Dustin, as we know, is a very logical, systems-oriented guy. He's very logical. And, cause and effect. If you wear merch of someone who wasn't proved to be innocent after murdering a girl of your high school, and you wear that shirt into your high school, of the same school where the girl was murdered, people are going to have a problem with you. I don't know why he's not, like, put in detention. I don't know why they haven't contacted his family or his mom. This is crazy behavior. This is insane behavior. Like, what are you doing? Take the damn shirt off. And as we see, he's at his locker. He's all moody. And the bullies show up. Our 80s bullies who are 30 years old show up. Look at him. Look at him. Look at how he's walking. Like, okay. So yeah, this scene plays out, and he's obviously pissed, the bully. Rightfully so. Again, I gotta say, I'm pro-bully here. Pro-bully. Take that damn shirt off, Dustin. You are a freak. You should not be wearing that. That's ridiculous. And it's just crazy. Like, okay, here's what I would have done. You want to hear what I would have done for this scene to fix it? Instead of having Dustin act like a complete moron and wear this shirt, maybe you have, because obviously people think Eddie was a killer, you have Dustin put in positions where he has to go along with Eddie being the murderer, Maybe he even has to propagate that he was a murderer for some reason. You put him in these situations where he's forced to, like, accept it. And then, like, later on you put him in a scene, maybe he's alone, maybe he's with, like, one of our main cast alone, and he's, like, crying or he's upset, and he just can't handle that. It's like destroying him that he has to live every day pretending one of his best friends was a murderer who killed that girl. and how that affects him. And maybe like a little through line, little arc for him is that he learns that it's not about what other people thought about Eddie, it's about what he thought about Eddie, and that's all that really matters at the end of the day. Is that he knows that Eddie was innocent. He knows Eddie was a good guy. He knows Eddie saved the world, and that's all that matters. But nah, we gotta have Dustin be an idiot, a big dumb idiot boy, and wear this shirt, wear the merch of the murderer. Like why, bruh, why? What are we doing? Sorry, wait, hold on. That reminds me. Let's see here. Oh, that's not the right chat. Sorry, there's chat. I'm missing chat. The boys are 30 years old minimum. They are 30 years old minimum. You're right, chat. Logan. You're right. They are. They're way too old. That's my next point actually, because I think I've hit it home enough why Dustin is why this is dumb. Obviously, I think I've hit it home enough. So we have these 30-year-old bullies, and this scene is terrible. This scene was made fun of online a lot. I saw so many Instagram reels and like clips of this scene. So let me get to my notes here. Yeah. So a big thing I thought I couldn't take this seriously. Like, look how old they are. This guy is like older than me. Okay, they are older than me. I think Dustin is like 23 years old. And Dustin tries to like deflect and not answer, which is crazy. He should know why he's in the wrong, by the way. So I have this embarrassing little bully scene. They're too old. I'm sorry, I can't take it seriously. And then this is beautiful. They're trying to rip the shirt off. Again, full support. Take the damn shirt off, Dustin. Just accept it. We see Lucas. And Lucas is a grown man. This is a grown man. I mean, if you look up right now, if you can look up photos. I can't remember the actor's name. Oh, that was loud. Look up the actor's name. Just look up his name. Look up the actor's name, and you'll see Lucas with a full beard. He is a man. He's a man. Why do you have? He's like, I'm sorry. He looks older than Steve, and Steve is 33. Joe Keery is 33. Lucas looks older than him with a beard, and he looks old here. Look how he's walking up. Look how he's walking up to him. What are we doing? And like Dustin, okay, Dustin, maybe that's passable as like a kid. I don't know. He still looks kind of young. Oh my God. Hi, Jaden. What's up, man? Shout out to Jaden and Logan in chat. I hope you guys enjoy what's to come. Stick around. I promise it's gonna get juicier and juicier. Or you know what? That goes for everyone. If you want, this will be re-uploaded later, probably tomorrow or the next day, free for you guys to just listen to if you'd like. If you find this entertaining, and if you disagree with me, I don't know, man. Just tell me what you think is wrong. Well, let us continue. So we get this ridiculous scene. This is just if it isn't the traitor. Like, what are we doing here? They're so old. They're so old. I'm gonna try to keep chat up here. I don't have a great way to look at chat right now, but that'll be fixed in days in weeks to come. You're out for dinner, but we'll come back in a bit. Beautiful. Well, hello to you too, and I hope you do come by. Tell your friends, tell your family. I hope you enjoy, because I'll be here for a very long time. It's already been like how long has it been? It's been almost an hour. Yeah, this is gonna take me a good while. So yes, please come back. Let us continue. So if Lucas is trying to defend Dustin, if you touch Dustin again, I'll kick your ball so hard they'll pop like water balloons. Okay, buddy. Oh, okay, we're about to reach. This is. Oh, I can't listen to this line without cringing. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm being harsh, but I can't. Stop this B-head from reproducing and further infecting the world with his unique brand of idiocy. What are we doing? Mike, why? Why are you saying these lines? They're so bad. You're like 24 years old. You're not 12 anymore. You can't be saying stuff like this. I'm sorry. I can't take it seriously. I can't do it. I just can't do it. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm being too harsh. I just can't. And they're not even like they were great actors when they were kids, but I don't think that the acting abilities matured with the kids here. And that doesn't help at all. So you got kids who aren't kids who are grown men trying to be kids who are 15, 16, and they're also not the best actors. So it's a combination for a big diarrhea storm of wrong, unfortunately. Uh, I don't know, man. So they have their little scene where they defend Dustin. The bully's like, "Yeah, okay," and they leave him alone. Dustin doesn't. I guess he doesn't even contemplate why maybe it's messed up to wear the shirt. He's also wearing he's wearing a trench coat, low key kind of school shooter vibes from Dustin right now, and the school shooter vibes increase as we go along, as you'll see in this episode. So the bullies leave, and they're like, Dustin, man, you got to stop provoking the bullies, man. You got to stop. And then Dustin has the audacity to say, "Is it my fault?" Yes, it's your fault. To beat a dead horse further into the ground, you're wearing the merch of a murderer into your school where the girl he allegedly killed went. Yeah, you're kind of a bad person, Mr. Dustin. I don't know, man. It's kind of hard to take you seriously when you do this kind of stuff, man. So he's like, "Is this my fault?" He doesn't think once about it. Oh, for what? Wearing a t-shirt. You know it's more than a t-shirt. Yeah, it signifies that you are pro-murderer to the world. I'm sorry. Like, you don't understand? Like, people don't share the same information as you. Like, this is dumb. Dustin is stupid. Why are you making Dustin stupid, show? I can't be like you and turn the other cheek. Yeah, you can't be, they can't be like you because you're a freak and you're going to alienate you already have alienated the whole school against you for being a freak and not understanding why this is wrong. Spreading like it's to them it's fact. For all we know it's fact. Any normal person would think it's fact. What would he care about is finding and killing Vecna. Okay, bringing it back to Vecna. We got to pretend like Dustin isn't crazy. And the thing is Mike, Lucas, and Will don't even like pick up on the fact, on the reason why Dustin is wrong. Like they're just upset with Dustin because he's being like moody and all that. They're not like it's messed up for you to wear the shirt. They should be saying it's messed up for him to wear the shirt. But nah, the show just doesn't even realize. The show itself doesn't know that it's wrong, and that's like a big that's a underlying problem throughout the whole season is that the show puts our characters in positions where they're compromised morally, but the show will never like think about it or like try to fix it. It just doesn't understand, and that like what are we doing? It's ridiculous. Hold on, bear with me real quick. I need to fix something. Boom. Cancel. Okay, did that work? Oh, sorry. Okay, we're chilled now. There we go. We're back. Yeah, so like the show never like thinks about any of the consequences of its actions. It just needs stuff to happen so it can get to its points. So, and they're hoping that the audience forgets or doesn't think about it, which is pretty insulting. Like they're worried about him getting hurt, which is valid. And that's like that's another thing. Everyone's worried about Dustin getting hurt from doing this. Maybe think about why it's wrong for him to do it, but we'll pretend it's fine, whatever. Blend in, follow the rules. It's not about following the rules, Dustin. Blah, blah, blah. And now we see, that scene ends, and we see a missing teen poster of Jane Hopper, a.k.a. 11, which segues into our next scene, which is, wait for it, Jane, 11, training montage, Karate Kid style. She's running through the woods. All right, that's right. Let me rephrase that. She's running through the woods. Forget I said training for a moment. And there's soldiers after her. They're chasing her. They're running. Blah, blah, blah. They're running, chasing her through the woods. They can't catch her somehow, even though she's a kid. I know she has superhuman strength, whatever, but still, come on. They're chasing her. Oh, right. And look at this. So she's running through the woods, and she's right here. I don't know if you can see my cursor. Can you guys see my cursor when I do that? I think you can. So she's running through the woods here. Oh, shoot. What's happening? Ah, where'd my cursor go? Uh-oh. What just happened? Shoot. Oh, there we go. Sorry. So she's running through the woods here, and I'm going to pause on the spot that doesn't make any sense. And it's fall, so the leaves are all crackly. Anyone who grows up in a place where the leaves fall on the ground know that it's pretty loud in the woods when you're running around. And they're pretty close behind her. She's right here. She's running. And there's a truck right here. Or there's two, actually. There's one behind it. Huge military Hummers. They are loud. And look at this. How do you not see this? How do you not see? Like, am I crazy? How do you not see the truck? And then, like, you'd hear it, you'd see it. Why do you run into it? It's stupid. But the show just doesn't care. She gets shot by, I believe it's a dart. I think it's a dart. She falls on the ground. Oh my gosh, 11. She's been caught by the military. The military runs up to her. And lo and behold. Wait for it. Sorry for the pausing again. It's not her. It's a adult. It's an adult woman. And she just happens to be dressed like 11. Like almost identical to 11. Who is training, like I said earlier. So let's pause here. Let me break this down. Because there are so many, there's so many problems with this, 40 seconds. It's 40 seconds, and they can't even get that right. I'm sorry for being so negative about this show, but, there's so little good about it. And I promise you, I will point out the positives. I promise. There are some good elements to the show, and one of them is about to happen, so I'll point it out there. I'll try not to be super. It's hard not to be negative about shows like this that are so bad, but I'll try my best to pick out the positives when I can. And I hope that you can at least, if you think I'm too negative, sorry. I hope you can at least get some entertainment. And like I said, and another thing, I will try to also give fixes to things that I see are wrong. So I'm not just complaining and not backing up my complaints with anything. So let's talk about this scene. So let's start with the missing poster. We cut from the missing poster to 11 running in the woods, right? And the way the sequence is edited is that she's running away from the military, right? So the military's chasing her. She's running through the woods. And then she gets shot and captured, and they find out it's not her. So excuse me, sorry. Some key notes I had were, how did they know that was 11? So, because 11, we find out 11's training somewhere else, but she also happens to be wearing the same clothes as the civilian. But the military isn't seeing what we're seeing, so why would they think that 11 is dressed like that? You see what I mean? The military is acting on meta information that we have as the audience, but there's no evidence in the show, and what's actually happening in the world to signify that they know that. So that's a huge problem. Some other notes I had, who was the woman? This woman never comes back into play ever again. Never. It's insane. She never comes into play again. We don't know her name. We don't know if she was on it. She knew about 11 and she was a body double. We don't know. We don't know anything about her, and it's never explained. So great, lovely. And so that begs the question: why did the military think that this random woman running in the woods was 11? Which also begs the question: why was the woman running away from the government? Why not turn around and be like, what's going on? And then again, is she in on it? Never explained. And then the government just shot a random person without even knowing if that was the right target, which I would complain about as being unrealistic. But nowadays, who knows? You never know nowadays. So I won't complain about that. But actually, no. In the 80s, I don't think they would do that. I think the government would. You know what? I don't know. Let's not harp on that point too much. But the point is, it doesn't make sense why they're chasing this woman to begin with, and it's never explained. It's like, come on, guys. This is like simple. Why have that scene? Why just cut to the we already know the military is involved and we don't need that. We already sort of know that they want 11. That the whole show has been about the military and the government wanting to find 11. We don't need this terrible like not even exposition, just proof of it, I guess. Just cut to the training montage. You know? Like I guess because they wanted this is what probably happened in the writers' room. They were like, "How are we gonna segue out of the Dustin scene? Oh, it would be cool if we had a missing poster of 11. Uh, well, let's cut. Okay, well, let's cut to the training scene. Nah, we gotta cut to her getting chased because it shows that she's on the run. Okay, well, we already know she's on the run because it's 11 and she's been on the run for her entire life. She's been on the run from the government, basically. So we don't need to see that. We also don't need this random lady, and we don't need any of this complicated stuff. Just cut to the training sequence. Boom. Solved. No more problems. Easy fix. Easy top 10 fixes of all time. But let's continue, because this point I actually like. This part I actually enjoyed. So we see Miss 11 here. She's training, using her powers, getting stronger, all that good stuff. Using the Force, pretty cool, I might say. You might say. Pretty nifty. She's training and all that. Okay, we've seen enough of that. She does a huge leap over a truck. Foreshadowing for later. That will be important. And then she gets to the end, and then we see that she's being timed by Hopper. By Hopper and Joyce. And we see that it's a new record for her. And let me start with some praise here, actually. So, a big problem that I see in media nowadays with, like, hero's journey arcs with characters, becoming stronger to defeat their arch nemesis, whatever, is that they never train. There's a certain character in a certain Star Wars franchise, a certain sequel trilogy, who never trains. She trains but maybe one or two scenes, and then she's the bestest ever at what she does. But here, they're actually showing our characters train and become stronger, and I thank you. Thank you for getting that right. Please, thank you. This should be praised. We need it more in our media today. It also helps that throughout the show, she's sort of training and figuring out her powers. So this just further, what's the word? Justifies how strong she is. So I'm happy with that. I'm very happy that they included the scene. It's also nice to see Joyce and Hopper kind of being her. I mean, Hopper's obviously her father figure, but Joyce is now, maybe you can insinuate that she's sort of a female mother figure for her. They're asking 11 how she's feeling. She's not really happy about her time. She's really mad that it wasn't a lower number. And here's the thing. So I get that what she's doing is essentially going to the gym, but for her powers, and she's training, but we're never really explained if or what this training is for, because it's a very odd, specific course. Like, she's running up a ladder that goes, I don't know, it's a weird little course they got set up. And so you might be thinking, well, maybe it's for a place they have to go or in the Upside Down or something, but it's not. It's just her training. And yes, I guess you could argue it's good to get a better time and all that, but what is they harp on the time. The time thing becomes big. She's really mad that she can't get it in the amount of time, and there's not really a reason for it. It's weird. It's weird. It's they're foreshadowing something that they don't know. The characters don't know what's gonna happen. That's exactly what happens. Because there comes a scene later on. I can't remember which episode. Later on in 3 episodes or 2 episodes from now, and there's a scene where she has to do something within. Actually, this is really bad, actually. So she has to do something later on in a couple episodes that requires her to jump the wall, like how she jumped this bus here, right? And she has to do it within 7 or 8 seconds, something like that. And Hopper's no, you can't do it. You can't do it, kid. This is the real world. This isn't your training. And that begs the question, well, what's the point of training if it's not going to even help her at all in the real world, according to you? But let's not get distracted. So this scene is foreshadowing, meta foreshadowing for that. But the way I'm not sure how to explain this properly. Normally, scenes like this, training like this, is for like knowing like, oh, she has to do this thing in the upside down, so we built a course to replicate it, right? Excuse me. So this course, like, it is sort of a replica of what happens later, but our characters don't know about it, so it's just convenient. It's conveniently the same exact training that she would need for a later scene. So contrived, obviously. It's so contrived. And what's worse is that in that scene later, when she does jump the fence or whatever, she messes up. Like, she messes up, but there's no consequence. She's fine. Like, she messes up and a guard sees her and she just kills the guard and there's no problem and they move on. So it's all pointless. There was no point in training because she messed up and she was still fine. So I guess the lesson there is, don't worry, it'll just work out. Uh, disregard, disregard your training. Disregard what makes sense. It's just gonna it'll make sense. It's fine. Not great, not great, guys. I don't know, man. Excuse me. Oh my god. Let us continue. So the training was good. Like, that moment was good of seeing her train, but now knowing the context for why they have the training, it does make it a little worse. So, excuse me. She's bad about that. And Hopper's like, "Don't beat yourself up, kid." And he references stuff they used to do when she was a kid, like eat waffles and watch movies and all that. Nice little throwback, you know. Nice little like father daughter moment. She doesn't care though. She's really mad that she wants to get a better record. She goes back to training because she's insistent upon it. So now, golly, I forgot about this part. Now, we cut to Murray. Excuse me. So, we're at Murray, and Murray is driving this box truck here, as you can see, and he brings it up to the gate. And we were like, oh my god, it's Murray. Ha, it's funny Murray. Funny Murray. So he's at the gate to get into Hawkins, which like Robin exposited earlier, you need it's hard to get in and out of Hawkins. You need like ID. So he gives a fake name and fake ID number, right? Austin Milbarge, ID 4529 or 45289er, right? The guy looks at it, and Murray's saying it pretty condescendingly, and like he's clearly being weird about it. And they let him through. Just like that, they let him through. Boy, are there problems here. So let's discuss real quick. So Hawkins is being subjugated by the government, the military, and the military knows what's happening in Hawkins, by the way. They know that there's supernatural elements, that there's some sci-fi crap going on in Hawkins, and it's dangerous. And they don't want to obviously tell the population. The population isn't aware somehow, even though the ground, whatever. So it's pretty crucial that, you know, they make sure everyone coming in and out is a civilian and that they aren't like a spy or whatever, because this is during the Cold War, and we already know from the third season that the Russians are trying to infiltrate the United States. So obviously the military would be very, very careful about security. So what does Murray do? He comes with this big box truck, couldn't have anything in it. And he presents a fake name, and fake ID number, right? My first question is, why not show, I don't know, his photo ID, the government-issued photo ID that everyone has, the license, state ID, passport, anything of that nature? Why have this weird, arbitrary, new ID system? Excuse me? What are you talking about, dude? Like, golly, man. Like, I don't understand. Oh. Sorry, 1 second. Bear with me. So, yes. Why have this weird, arbitrary ID thing? Well, that's because the writers need a way for Murray to get in, and they were too lazy to think of a better way. Like, why not give him a fake ID, a real government issue fake ID? Why? Like, he's not even showing his real ID. Give him a fake. Kids, teenagers have fake IDs. What? Excuse me? Like, what are we talking about? That would have been better than this. And the second worst thing about this scene is that he has this box truck, right? And they don't even check it for contraband. They don't even open it up. They don't scan it with anything. They don't have any canines that sniff it. They don't treat it seriously at all. They just let him in. Good thing that he didn't have grenades or ammunition or anything like that. He has guns and ammunition and grenades. Yes, you heard that correctly. The government doesn't even try to check for anything. They don't even try. What are you doing? Border Patrol has canines. This is like a highly top secret Area 51 level threat in operation, and they're not going to check the back of his truck? Really? No metal detectors, no canines, nothing to do it. It's ridiculous. I'm not buying it. This is totally garbage. Inconsistent plot hole problem, and it makes our antagonist once again incompetent. The show can't help but create incompetent antagonists. They can't help themselves. They love to make it happen, and it's ridiculous. They just hope that the audience is dumb enough to just eat it up and go along with it because they do not care about your intelligence. Like, think about it. They don't care. They're hoping you forget. They're having Funny Murray drive the truck. Funny little Murray. Ha! Key jangle, Funny Murray. Remember Murray? And that distracts you from the fact that the scene doesn't make any goddamn sense. It's crazy. It's criminal. They're scamming you. And boy, if you know me, you know I hate scammers, man. You know. You guys know out there. And this is a grade A scam. And they're great at it. They're great. The show is fantastic at grabbing those member berries and just shoving it in your mouth constantly to distract from this absolute bullcrap. Sorry, before I continue, I need to make sure of something real quick. Hold on, bear with me. I need to strengthen. I'm sorry, I gotta strengthen this just a little bit. Okay, there we go. A little safer, I think, right? Yeah. Okay, let's continue. So the Murray scene's over. Doesn't make sense. Now we're back to the Squawk, the building, the radio station that they just own. Like, never ain't gonna be answered. So I guess they shouldn't even continue arguing about it. They need to fix the station because it's not broadcasting. So they find the manual, and look at that. They have to go to the top of this radio tower, which you'll see in a moment here. So this is where we're introduced to the little love triangle plot. So, and I have problems with this. I have problems with everything, but this is another issue. So now Nancy, Steve, and Jonathan are in a love triangle, which makes no sense because Nancy and Steve dated, 4 or 5 years ago, and ever since then the whole crew has been like a family. And Steve, like the last few seasons, Steve hasn't shown any interest in Nancy, to my knowledge. He's been pretty gone past her, right? So why is the show forgetting that history and now having Jonathan and Steve compete for her? It's forced. It doesn't make any sense, and it makes Steve kind of a jerk and a little unlikable, which is ridiculous. So this scene is pointless. Pretty much, it's just the love triangle. They fix the station. They climb up it. Good thing they climb up this massive tower, by the way. Let's just play it a little bit so you can see how tall it is. Bear with me. Let's see. Okay, running. Hold on, they're showing a wide shot, I promise. Bear with me. Look how big. Okay, first of all, look how big this is. This is crazy. They just run up it, no problem. There's no fear, whatever. It's pointless. They fixed the station. It's just to demonstrate that we have the love triangle. So Murray arrives. Like, look how tall that is. Boom, they fix it. Love triangle stuff. Murray is here. And this is where we learn hold on. That he just has all this stuff. And let's see here. Here's the proof. Look at the ammo. He's got ammo. Good thing the government didn't look. Like I said, ridiculous, terrible. Enough bullets and shells for Hopper to start a small war. How are you getting this, by the way? That's another thing that's never explained. They never explain how Murray gets any of the stuff. He just is like the video game weapons guy that you just go to and has unlimited ammo and unlimited stuff to give out. Great show. Great writing. I'm sorry, I'm being mean. I'm being mean. It's ridiculous. What are we doing here? What are we doing? It's just like because like here's the problem with this type of writing. If Murray can just get anything that they need, he can get through the gates that are supposed to be hard to get through. He can just do whatever the show needs. There's no stakes. There's no reason to care about anything happening in the show. Like, I know that they're all going to be fine. I mean, like, you can argue, like, oh, of course it's going to end up being fine in the end because that's how shows and movies go. Sure, you can argue that, but you can watch a movie and still fear for the lives of our characters. Like, you can have main characters die or get hurt, but in this show, like, there's no consequences to anything. Everyone has all the information they need when it's convenient. They get all the items and things they need when it's convenient with no trouble, really. Like, they get, the show claims there are obstacles, and then the obstacles are just non-existent. Like, the government isn't even an obstacle. They're getting everything they need. They didn't even have to try to hide it. He put it in a bag of carrots, and the government didn't think, oh, let's look inside this truck because this man didn't even give us a real ID, and he clearly seems like he's hiding something. But nah, we're not going to check because the show needs our characters to get this stuff. Like, it's not like, it's obvious. I don't know how people fall for this crap. So he's giving them all the stuff. Oh, and then here we go. We get a little plot point here. So Murray gives what's his name? Jonathan, John Coltrane tape, and which we find out has a ring in it, and he makes a joke. But just give it a whirl. I think you'll find it quite engaging, hinting at Jonathan proposing to Nancy. Also, he winks and says this in like the way I said it in front of Nancy. Bruh, how does Nancy not know? Nancy's not dumb. Why would you say this? Why? It's so obvious. It's for the audience, but do it in a way that makes sense. I beg you, please. Oh my God, we're only 20 minutes in, bruh, and it's been like an hour and a half. I can't take it anymore. It's gonna take me all night. Just make it make sense, man. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. So we get that little piece of information that Jonathan wants to propose to Nancy. So the show has presented us with the love triangle between Jonathan, Steve, and Nancy, and now we find out that Jonathan is going to propose. So obviously Jonathan is going to be hyper upset with Steve because, he's going to propose, and Steve's kind of like all of a sudden after 3 seasons trying to get back with Nancy. I don't know. So that's the point of that scene. And then sorry, I lost my train of thought for a second. What's his name? Murray. Sorry about that. Murray says this is the reason for his premature delivery. So I should have mentioned that Murray delivers this stuff earlier than he's supposed to, which signifies that there's something up. So they hand papers to Nancy, and it's information that the government has about what time they're going to be going into the Upside Down to do what they call a burn, which is when the military, burns stuff in the Upside Down. And apparently this is too soon. This is abnormal. And so I guess Murray... So let me get this straight. So Murray, I guess, somehow got the inventory list for the stuff that the government needs for that night, and the inventory list also has the hours that they're going to be doing the burn. So how does Murray get this? We don't know. He just has it. Good thing Murray has it. Murray just has everything. That's one thing. Murray in this season has everything that the characters ever need. He just is like, he's literally a genie. He might as well be a magic genie. It's insane. Genie Murray, bro. So this means that this is going to be a large window for them to do a crawl, which is when they send Hopper and some other folks, I think it's just Hopper right now, into the Upside Down to look for Vecna. Because the last 18 months, they've been trying to look for Vecna by doing these crawls. I think they've done 37 crawls in the last 18 months. So this is like an operation that they do quite a lot to try to find Vecna, where they map out the Upside Down to see where he is. So they're like, tonight's the night that we could get Vecna. So now we are back at school, and we see Dustin sneaking around with his ripped Hellfire Club shirt, right? Sneaking around. He goes into the science room and grabs a snake. Foreshadowing. I wonder what will happen to that snake later. So now we cut to the lunchroom. We're with Lucas and Mike and Will, and they're talking about Dustin and how he's been acting kind of crazy. And it's even saying that he wants to start the Hellfire Club again. It's like, this guy, he's crazy. You can't do that. I'm not even going to explain it anymore. I've explained it enough. They're talking about him. They're complaining, blah, blah, blah. We get some nice little chill little Coke advertisement right here. No problem. I see you, Coca-Cola, over there. Dustin appears. They somehow didn't hear or see him coming, even though he's pretty easy to spot. And they tried to change the subject, whatever, blah, blah, blah. It's pretty standard stuff here. This is just normal. And as you see, there's a little radio back there. I wonder why that radio is there. All right. So now we cut to back at the station. They have gotten it back up and running. And this is where some crazy convenience and coincidence and contrivance happens. So Robin is talking like she's talking on the radio to everyone, and she's leaking in she's putting in some code words that's sure to turn your day upside down. And she plays this track, and this alerts everyone who's listening to the radio that, oh my gosh, there's going to be a burn tonight. Hopper, everyone across Hawkins is hearing it that needs to know. And they're writing down all this information. And the information that they're writing down is from Robin, and she's giving this information through song names and like lyrics and artist names, and everyone is just taking down what it means, right? And they just know. Okay, whatever. She talks about movies, even all this stuff. And okay, let me pause it there. I just had to get through that. You're telling me that whenever they have to do a crawl, Robin gets on the radio and has this like these code words and all these code things to just, what are we doing? Why this is so convoluted and weird? Like, what if they don't have a radio nearby? What if they're sleeping? What if they're taking a shower? What if they're taking a dump? What if they're not around a radio? What if the radio's broken like it was earlier and they don't know? What if the power lines are down in one part of town? There's so many holes in this way of communication. It's ridiculous. But again, the show wants you to just go with it because it's entertainment. Oh my God, they're so smart using all these code words and things. No, they're not. They have walkie-talkies, right? Just use the walkie-talkie, man. You have those. Come on. I don't know. A phone call. Okay, you could argue that, okay, the phone calls are tapped or whatever. Use code words on the cell phone. Not a radio that can literally be heard by everyone no matter what, whoever's on the station. And use at least one line, not a broadcast your thing. Oh my God, it's so dumb. Like, what if they didn't hear it? Like, what if they didn't hear it and they didn't show up? Oh, here's another idea. Maybe you just go to their houses and gather everyone up and tell them. Pretty easy. You guys got cars, you got bikes, it's a small town. No, we have to do this weird convoluted radio crap because the show thinks it's interesting and entertaining, which, sure, surface level it is, whatever. It's not good, though. It's terrible. Doesn't make any sense. Why would they do this? Okay, they're in the station getting ready. Oh, and this doesn't make any sense. They go in the state. We have like a little cuts, but the editing sequence. And look at this. In the station, there is a secret bookshelf door in the radio station that leads to a basement, that which is like their lair for figuring out the crawls and everything. Why does the radio station have a secret lair? Who owns this place? Who owned it? I want to know. Tell me. What? You can't just have this and not explain it. This is crazy. Why do they have access to this? It's absurd. And then we find out they're using the tunnels that were under Hawkins as their way of traveling around Hawkins, which sure, that's fine. You're doing a callback to like I think that was season 2 where they established these and you're using them. So sure, that's fine. But the secret base thing, excuse me, the secret basement thing makes zero sense. I don't know why a radio station would have that. Also, look at that. What? What's the point? That's so obvious. Like, there's a lock. I guess sure, it's whatever. Whatever. So we get this like edited sequence where they're doing the plan. They're doing the Stranger Things thing where they all finish each other's sentences and exposit everything that the audience needs. But this time they're doing it in a crazy way because it's really absurd because they're across Hawkins and they're all telling the same plan, and they're expositing this plan, right, which is the crawl, and they're saying we'll take our usual lookout post or whatever. So half of this plan, like you could argue, sure, this is a little different because they're going to a different part of the Upside Down, but the meat of their plan is the same plan, and it doesn't deviate from like what they would normally do. So why are they going into such detail? The audience, again, characters going far too in depth into explanation to each other, telling them things they already know how to do for the sake of the audience, even though they've done this 37 times. What would have been interesting is to see them just working, maybe like no dialogue at all, like a little bit of dialogue, but maybe see them like be proficient in what they're doing, and then we have to figure out what it is they're doing, like figuring things out, making our brains have to work a little harder, like in season 1 to figure out what's going on. That would have been interesting, and then it also shows how competent they are because they are used to this and they have to do it all the time. Nah, we got to explain every little last detail, and we have to have everyone finish each other's sentences because that's just the Stranger Things thing that they like to do. So they say the plan. They're expecting the convoy to arrive at that military checkpoint with the gate we saw earlier, and this will give a brief window of time for Hopper to get into the gate and into the Upside Down. So we don't need to see all this long exposition of things that they already know. Let's keep going. Stick to the plan, unless he's already dead. And then they quarrel about if Vecna's even alive, and if if Vecna's alive, and obviously he's probably alive because the Upside Down is still operating and functioning, blah, blah, blah. Let's continue. It's more explanation. Yeah, teamwork makes the dream work. We know. You do it every single season, like half of the episodes. Oh, let's go. Then Will. Okay, finally, we're done. So Will here, he has a Tism moment. So suddenly Will is feeling something. He gets his spidey sense, his big old Tismy spider sense, and he senses something. He looks up into the sky, and sorry, let me reference my notes a little bit. Got ahead of myself. He's looking up at the sky. He's getting his spider senses. The world is spinning, and then he falls down. And they're saying, what is it, Vecna? I don't know. I had this crazy feeling. He has this crazy feeling like every episode of this season, and he has this crazy feeling like half the time in the other seasons, and they somehow don't know what it is, even though he like explains it every time. Why do we have to get told this? Like, why? He does this constantly. This should be normal. Why? He does it all the time. It's not wild anymore. And they all rush up to him like he's like a wounded, like dying animal. Like, chill. He has this like constantly. It's not crazy anymore. So they think that this means that Vecna is definitely going to be there at the crawl, and that he's close, and that tonight is the night. Let's move along. Okay, Finally, something different. So now we are with Holly, and she's at school with her friends. We're introduced to, I believe, yeah, delightful Derek is here, and Derek is probably one of the best things to come out of this show. Let me just pause for a moment. Derek, beautiful. I'm so glad. If anything good to come from the show, it's him that he was cast because this kid needs more work. He's so endearing. He's so charming. He's perfect. I love Derek. Even though sometimes some of his lines and some of what he does is contrived and not great, he can save it. He's able to save it. He's perfection. I love Derek. But let us continue. So the Holly's there, blah blah blah. We know, and then we see that Holly is seeing Henry. Sorry, let me rewind that a bit so you guys can see. So she's talking to this person called Henry. I think we find out his name is Henry here. Um. Oh, mysterious. Who could this gentleman be? And then we see the teacher looking. Blah blah blah. And we see Holly's talking to no one. Oh my gosh. She's insane. Holly is crazy. What could that be about? We'll find out later. Let us continue. Oh, okay, here. This is important. Some important stuff, guys. So now we are in the Upside Down, where we meet our big bad, or our secondary big bad to Vecna in the season, Dr. K. And so Dr. K kind of gets this like Darth Vader entrance, and we're introduced to her lab, which is in the Upside Down, mind you. We find out it's in the Upside Down where she's experimenting on. Wait, what? Hold on, let me address chat real quick. Everyone's focused on Stranger Things, but they're ignoring the stranger thing of the strangers on the internet, thinking those six stranger kids aren't a danger, but they are the devil. I don't know what that means. Do you mean what? Wait, what does that mean? That they're bad? Because I do think they're bad. I'll get into that way later. That they are terrible people. I don't know what you mean what you're talking about the devil, but let's get back to it. So we're introduced to Dr. K. She's experimenting on the upside down creatures. It seems like the government has finally figured out a way to contain these creatures, and we find out that it's Linda Hamilton, who is from the Terminator films. So this is another big A-list actor to kind of grab the audience's attention, and also sort of smart for marketing because she was a big 80s actor, or actress, I should say. And so this kind of, like, her presence in the show sort of brings out more 80s nostalgic vibes. So once again, this is a good move, I think, from the casting director and Netflix to do this because they're reinforcing the 80s feel and sort of trying to snatch up the audience with nostalgia. So she's experimenting on this thing, and it's all creepy and gross. I guess the CGI here isn't terrible. She reveals to be, we know you're Linda Hamilton. And she's complaining that they haven't found 11, that it's causing people to die. And that it's a big problem, and that if they can't get her, then they'll be hell to pay, that sort of deal. So here's a problem that I have with this. She's complaining that not finding 11 is causing people to die. Meanwhile, it was her soldiers that are like shooting at seemingly random civilians in attempts to find her. So they're causing like death and destruction. I guess you could argue that she's like not aware of it, and that's her flaw as a villain. I just think it's a silly flaw for her to have. Like, she's supposed to be a smart, calculated villain, right? So why doesn't she recognize this? I don't know. It's a little silly. A little silly if you ask me. So she's just complaining about how they haven't found 11, and that's her entrance. And we see that they are in the Upside Down, that their base is in the Upside Down. Crazy! Oh my god, crazy. Let's move on. Moving on. So we see Hopper and Joyce and 11. And Hopper here is pretty rude to 11 here, because 11 wants to go with him, obviously, because she thinks that Vecna is going to be there, and everyone thinks that. So she's like, let me go with you. I can help defeat him if he's there. and that because her time is so good, her arbitrary time that we established is arbitrary earlier, except for the fact that it's not for meta reasons. Sorry, I'm talking too fast, but she just wants to go with him, and he's like, nah, because you're not good, you're still not good enough. You got to be safe, blah blah blah. And he's rude to her. He's pretty rude to her. Uh, and they argue about it. Um, and he's yelling about at her, telling her to do it from find Henry through the tub like she used to do. And so then she goes out, and then Joyce and Hopper are in the room together. And Joyce asks a pretty reasonable question: Why are you being so hard on her, Hop? Like, what's going on, man? And he's saying she's saying that she's ready, blah blah blah, and then he says that the government is looking for 11, and that's why. And he never tells 11 this as his reason, which is really weird. Like, why wouldn't you just tell her that's the reason that you're worried the military will capture her? Why lie and be like, you're not ready, you're not ready? I mean, say you're not ready, sure, but also add the military is looking for you. If you get caught by the military, then all bets on getting Vecna are off. But nah, he has to be vague and be like, nah, you're just not ready. So this is pointless. Like, why are you just withholding this information from her arbitrarily? There's no reason. There's no reason. Um, Joyce is like, "What's up? This is a recon mission. What's with all the guns?" So I guess she hasn't gotten the memo yet that this could be something to do with Vecna, even though everyone else in the show has. Uh, Hopper says, "I'm going to need L." Blah blah blah. We know, and they have a little moment together, proving that they're like partners. And then we see something. Joyce leaves, and Hopper goes to another part of his room, and he opens a secret little wooden panel where we see. Oh, sorry. Let me rewind that. He pulls something out. We don't really quite see what it is, but it's something that he doesn't want 11 or Joyce or anyone to know about it. Looks like a little vest thing. I wonder what that could be. So foreshadowing for later. Okay, let's continue. We cut, and we're back to the school now. Hold on. So we're cut, and boom! Bully opens the locker, and there's a snake in it. And the bully's petrified because that's terrifying if you've opened that. And you see there's a snake hanging from the locker, and on the side of the locker, in all red, reads Hellfire Lives. And this is like incel school shooter type behavior, trying to send a message. Dustin is absolutely crazy. This is unwarranted. Where are the teachers? Why isn't he in trouble? This is insane. Excuse me. And for some reason, this random kid is like, "It's just a corn snake, dude. Guys, it's just a corn snake." And everyone laughs at the bully, and it's like, why would he? First of all, who cares? Who's putting my snake in my locker? And why are you guys bullying me? How is he supposed to instantly know, oh, it's a corn snake? I don't need to be scared of that. And that, like, what? This is so weird. And then everyone in the school shows up to laugh at him. It's so ridiculous. Did you piss your pants? What are we doing here, show? Like, chill. Also, this is frightening. Did you forget about the Hellfire Club? Did you forget about Eddie? Why is no one freaking out? It's also written in red like blood. Dustin is a villain. Someone needs to take care of him. And luckily our bullies, who are up until this point, the bullies are honestly the good guys. I'm sorry. Andy is pissed, and he decides he needs to do something about it. And I guess he didn't see the sign here until we had the zoom. But he sees that it's Dustin. So more foreshadowing. Now we're back with Mike, who is at school, and we see that he's waiting for Holly, and that Holly was just sitting in school, and she looks kind of distraught. And we find out that the teacher has called in Karen because she's concerned about Holly talking to nothing, which is pretty concerning because she's older now. She's not like she's not like 4. She's like adult, middle school or so, or whatever, late elementary school. So talking to imaginary friends is a little bit weird at this point. Um, she says that it's about. Sorry, excuse me. It's about Mr. Whatsit, and that's the person that she's been talking to apparently, uh, and uh, apparently that Mr. Whatsit's been telling her that there are monsters in the woods that are taking kids in Hawkins. And Mike, this is where the problem arises. Mike shows no concern about this, even though everything she's saying has been happening since the first season, and Mike just doesn't seem to care. Like, okay, why are you not concerned about this at all? This is absurd. Even if it is an imaginary friend, like you guys thought Will was a little crazy too, right? So and then you believed him. So maybe this is the same situation. But nah, Mike. Like, look, they like to eat kids like me. Does this sound familiar, Michael? Does this sound familiar? And look at that. Monsters aren't real, Holly. After hearing your kid's sister telling you about like the stuff that that you've been dealing with, you're gonna be like monsters aren't real. Maybe okay. Oh my god! Like I know she's a kid and you're not trying to scare her, but like maybe be a little bit more, show some concern. Nah, no concern. He doesn't think twice about it because the show makes him dumb, and we'll find out why later. Uh, Holly says, "I don't believe you." Yeah, get smart, Holly. Holly is smart. Uh, like, what are you talking about, Mike? You're lying. And Mike gives a little speech about stories and things, and this is crazy coming from him because he doesn't like. This is your family. You're not even gonna tell them the truth. You're gonna look at her. She's about to cry, and obviously you're lying, or maybe not you're lying, but like obviously she's like distraught. Maybe try to talk to her like in a real way, not give her the adult crap. Uh, it's just weird that it's just why. Why are you making Mike stupid? Like he should be acting on this information. So instead, he gives her a trinket that he's built. Apparently, it's like a D&D thing, like piece for her. That's her Holly the Brave, I think it is called. It's like sure, that's sweet, but like you also were dumb and ignored her. Great brother. Maybe just Holly the Heroic. Maybe you just need Holly the Heroic to make everything go fine, bruh. Show, I'm not buying this. I'm not buying this garbage. It's emotional blackmail. I'm not buying it. It's sad too because like this girl is a good actor, like young actress. Like she's giving it her all, but this scene is like it's bad. I'm sorry. The only good thing to come from the show is like the new kid actors, like Derek and this girl. I don't know her name. She's pretty good too. So like I don't like fault any of the. I don't really fault any of the actors, even the actors that I don't think are great, because this show the writing is just bad. This is all pretty much all on the Duffer Brothers, in my humble opinion. She gets the trinket, and he's telling her about its powers, and it's like, okay, Mike, we know Stranger Things is connected to D&D. You ignored your sister when it mattered most, but okay. So they're waiting, and now we're back to Will finally out of that horrendous scene. Um, so Will is reflecting on his Tism moment, which he has every single. It seems like he has every 2 episodes for every season since the first season. He's talking to Lucas about it. Lucas is not. He's not thinking about it, not looking at it, because they're, as we see, are sitting next to Max, who has been in a coma for the last 18 months or longer even. Um, Lucas does not give a crap. He's just answering generically to Will. And so he's like, "Do you want to play the tape?" Blah blah blah. We gotta play Kate Bush, guys. We got time for Kate Bush time, because that's the one thing that Max likes, I guess, that'll break her out of the coma. Um, sorry, I need to take a breather for a second. This is absurd. We've gotten halfway through episode 1. Oh my god, sorry. Let me stretch for a moment. Oh my gosh, okay. Let me look at my notes for a moment. So we're all sad for Lucas. You know, this is a sad moment, and I do like that he's here with the tape. I know it's kind of a meme at this point, but at least it shows like that he cares. Whatever, it's nice. Play the tape. Max doesn't wake up. Now we're back with Will doing another Coca-Cola advertisement, and he sees Robin in the hospital. And somehow Robin just doesn't hear or even contemplate Will here, somehow, even though he's screaming her name. Uh, and we see that Robin is visiting her girlfriend in the hospital, who works at the hospital as a nurse. And she's explaining that she has good and bad news, that they can't make their date today. The girlfriend's upset, blah, 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 but she promises another date. But let's get to the real point of the scene. So Will tries to go find Robin, and Robin. Will tries to go find Robin, and he opens the door, and he sees they're making out. He sees that they are indulging in the big gay, and this moment is actually really good. Another golden nugget of the show. So Will, like, obviously we know Will is gay. Like, it's pretty obvious, and like this moment is very significant because I think it's the first time that he's in the real world, like seeing homosexuality in the real life, and seeing like an intimate relationship between same sex gender. So I like this scene because I think, like, look at him, he's like enamored because he's never seen this before in real life, and it's also shocking because it's Robin and he never knew it was Robin. But it's also a nice little moment because it's like, he's like, oh my god, like this, I'm not alone. I have someone to talk to. Like, it's a huge realization for him on so many levels, and it's also probably like interesting for him to see like a gay couple in the real life in the 80s, seeing how it's pretty taboo back then. So this moment was handled pretty well. He drops his coke out of shock, and he runs away because he's gonna get caught. Robin's gonna catch him. Robin's gonna get him. It's obviously Will. She knows it's Will, and now she's freaking out because her secret is out, and she doesn't know that Will's gay at this point. So who knows? Maybe he's homophobic, and he's gonna spill the beans. Nice little scene. Good work, show. Finally, something like okay. Well, we didn't have to exposit the information that she's gay and all this. We can see Will like reacting to it. Some nice showing, not telling. We can garner what's happening from his emotions and from the acting. Good job. Now, we are on to big old Dustin, who is riding near the cemetery. I wonder what he could be doing at the cemetery, guys. We find out he's visiting Eddie's grave. And we see that Eddie's grave has been defiled. It says burn in hell on the grave. Well, low-key, kind of valid, considering. Sorry. He was a murderer in the eyes of the people. You can't really blame him. So we have a little moment. Eventually they'll get bored. Bruh, it's not about boredom. The girl was killed by him to them. Ugh. He's so clueless. So he's looking at the signage, and he has lighter fluid with him. A little callback. And he's like, oh, this is fresh. Also, this is blood. Oh my god, this is blood. This is real. And we see that it's the snake. The dead snake from the locker. The snake died. And then we see Andy and his cronies show up, and they show up like one here, and then they're all around him. And suddenly Dustin didn't hear them or see them out of the corner of his eye or anything. Like I said earlier, leaves are crunchy, man. You're gonna hear it. Oh my god. So, there's a bunch of issues already. So I guess maybe Dustin comes here every day or on a specific day of the week, every week. Maybe he has a routine to come here, and that's how the bullies knew he was there. But we don't know that he goes there all the time necessarily. He could have just been going there today because he got bullied and he wanted to just, feel better. So how do the bullies know that he's going to go there on this day at this time? How do they know? Were they tracking him? How are they tracking him without him knowing? They're not the CIA. I don't know. I feel like Dustin would see them. So none of this makes sense of how they know he's going to be here on this day at this time. It doesn't make sense to me. And also how Dustin doesn't see or hear them at all until right now. So obviously Dustin is in some real trouble here. And he starts laughing at Andy like a freak. He even makes himself look even worse by laughing in this moment. And he makes a D&D reference to some spell that causes blindness, whatever. And he throws lighter fluid in their eyes. And then he gets attacked. And the scene is basically them just beating up Dustin for being a little jerk, low key. Like he doesn't get this. I'm not pro violence or anything. He doesn't deserve to get beat up, but like he brought this upon himself, which Steve mentions later. That's a big point later. But it's just dumb. The show like doesn't know why that he's in the wrong. It's not that he's in the wrong for poking the bear necessarily. It's the reasons behind it, the context behind it. But the show doesn't care. So they beat him up. And this means Dustin is going to be late to the crawl. He never shows up to the crawl. This is a huge problem. So we have all of our characters converging. Blah blah blah. They're all at the squawk. Then we have. Let me refer to my notes for a second. Yeah, they go to the NORAD base, where, again, they just have free reign over this place. Everyone just gets to go here, and everything is perfect, and they get to use it as their home base. I don't know how or why. Again, never explained. Mike and Eleven have a moment. It's pretty standard, just him saying, "Oh, it'll be fine when it's all over with." Probably won't be fine, but, standard dialogue here. Let's get to the meat of the situation. So they're all shooting up. They're gearing up. They got guns. They got rifles. They got ammunition. Hopper looks like like a like a warlord guy, terrorist. Like his new fit. So we see them in the van. And we're seeing all like how everything operates, and we learn that the van, the radio station van, is used to they have a antenna, like satellite, that they can spin around at the top that they've outfitted so that they can track Hopper's like comm signal through the upside down to know where he is and follow him, and like map out his position. So that's kind of smart. Again, how they got the van in the station never explained. So lucky thing that they have that technology for this to work. So we understand all that. But Dustin isn't there, and Dustin is the one responsible for the wheel and measuring the signal to make sure that they know where Hopper is. So this is a problem. And so Will offers to do it because Will has helped Dustin do it before and knows how to do it. But Joyce says it's out of the question. It's just a wheel, blah, blah, blah. And then they tell Jonathan to do it. Excuse me. And Jonathan says, yeah, I mean, I think so. I think I can. And Hopper says, you better not think, you better know, because if they lose him, he'll be stuck in the Upside Down indefinitely until they can figure out how to find him. So this is a huge problem for me because Hopper just explained why it's risky for Eleven to go into the Upside Down, because she's so powerful and because she's also not ready and because the military is after her, right? And so he's a pretty cautious guy, rightfully so, considering the gravity of the situation, right? Why is he just so chill about the plan not being like perfect for this day, this night, which is unusual? Which means like the night where they could get Vecna, and they're not gonna like even try to find Dustin, like go look for him. They're not concerned about his safety. Like I know that there's like a small window of time for them to do this, but Hopper, as we've seen in this season so far and the last season, is pretty cautious, pretty but he doesn't care about this. He's fine with Jonathan doing it for some reason. And we learn the reason is because the show needs to have our love triangle thing continue. So they have to arbitrarily put Jonathan in a position to have a fight with Steve. Disregarding the fact that Hopper would definitely be not okay with this, considering it's not even just surrounding Elle's safety or someone else's safety. It's his own safety, and he's the MVP, low-key, of the show. But nah. So they leave to do the plan, and 11 stays put, and she's all sad and upset. Jesus. Okay. Let me see my notes. Blah 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 blah. And here is another golden little moment. So it's a little quiet moment after all that, and Hopper's about to leave down in the tunnels to go to the Upside Down, or to the base, military base, to then go into the Upside Down. And Joyce says, "Try to get back to me in one piece, okay?" And he stops and stares at her and says, and doesn't say anything for a moment. And she says, "Well, what?" And he says, "You get more and more beautiful every day. How is that fair?" And I just thought this was a nice little, like, nice tiny little moment. You know, there's nothing wrong with it. It's kind of sweet to see him say that. Just look at her. Uh, it's a nice little moment. That's about it. Let's continue. I just thought I'd point that out. Oh my god. So now we're back with Miss Holly Wheeler. Uh, she's in her bedroom making a necklace. Uh, and she hears arguing downstairs. And we see that Ted and Karen are arguing about Holly and how she's talking to nothing. And we see that Karen's been drinking. She's like doing the classic middle-aged Valium taking mom of the 80s, you know, and they're having an argument. And now Holly's all sad and upset. She runs upstairs and cries. Sad. How sad. Back to the action. Back to the action, guys. Back to the night crawl. So we see that Hopper is inside one of the buildings right next to the military base. I don't know how there's not soldiers around, like, making sure that the area is secure considering the gravity of the situation, but whatever. Let's just go with it. Everyone's at their posts. Oh, here's a problem right here. So everyone's at their posts, right? Squawk to crow's nest if there's anything over. And we see this right here. So this tower right here, let me see if I can find a wide shot of it. Let's see. Sorry, bear with me. So, okay, there's a wide shot somewhere. But Lucas and Mike are in this church tower thing. It's like right next to the base. If you've watched the show, it's right next to this like base for the gate. Why isn't there a sniper in there from the military? It's a perfect vantage point. Perfect for a sniper to survey the area and make sure that no one is coming in or out, making sure the area is secure. But nah, our characters are smart enough to figure that out. But the government, the military with snipers, nah, they're not smart enough. Nah, let's just forget about it. More incompetence. It's ridiculous. I can't take it. What are we doing? And, like, how are they not seen? I don't know. Like, the government just doesn't care. The military isn't watching. Like, this is pretty important. So we see they're starting the burners to do the burn where they go into the upside down. And everyone's reporting back. The plan is going according to plan. They see the trucks, the convoy. And so everyone is, like, getting ready to go into the upside down or whatever, and there's one soldier left. And here's the thing that is insane to me. So all the soldiers leave the trucks, right? They leave the trucks running. They're just nowhere to be seen. You're not going to leave, like, and this guy ends up leaving that they're talking about. Like, look, let's see. So he leaves. And the trucks are just left on and running, unguarded. There's no one. What are you doing? Why would you do? Why? Lucky for Hopper. Lucky them that no soldiers stay behind, like, in a normal situation. Why would any soldiers, like, leave trucks running with the keys and, like, what? And you're in this. What are you doing? It's ridiculous. I can't take it seriously. So Hopper just gets in the truck. Luckily, it's open. Lucky. The show is lucky. Everything about the show is lucky. It's ridiculous. So they do the burn. And the trucks drive through, and Hopper's just in the upside down, no problem. And the trucks are driving through. So this is where we see Jonathan and Steve are locking onto his location. And everything's going to plan. And, oh, by the way, when Hopper's in the upside down in the back of this truck, he doesn't even try to whisper. He's, like, yelling into the comms unit. Really? Like, what are we doing? You're not even trying. It's like they know they can't get caught. Like, you're supposed to be discreet. He's just sitting in the back. Good thing they don't ever stop and check and look. Like, what? Imagine if they stopped. Imagine if they stopped the truck. Imagine if there was a truck behind this truck to make sure everything's secure. They'd see him immediately. Real lucky, Hopper. Really lucky. So yeah, the goal is that he's gonna jump out of the truck when the time is right. But then something happens. The truck stops. Oh my gosh. Whoa, they crash into each other. I guess none of them can see and they just start crashing into each other. I guess they're all driving super close and the middle. Okay, makes sense. So this happens. If everyone's freaking out, what could be going on? What could be going on? We find out that there is a Demogorgon, and everyone's freaking. We don't find that out, or Hopper finds that out. They don't necessarily find that out. So Will has a tism because he's connected to everything, and we actually see that Will can see the Demogorgon's point of view. So the Demogorgon's killing everything. Will has his tism, big tism moment. So the Demogorgon's killing all the soldiers instantly, by the way. The soldiers don't stand a chance like in all the rest of the seasons. And one of the soldiers, luckily the soldier gets into Hopper's truck to drive away. Real lucky Hopper wasn't in the other truck. Real lucky. Hopper gets a flesh wound, which never matters in the grand scheme of things. It's just to add some tension, some stupid tension. The Demogorgon's right next to Hopper. It's running, and it jumps up. Luckily, even though Hopper's right there, it doesn't go after him. So more plot armor. Basically, this whole scene is plot armor. I'm sorry, I'm sort of like explaining the scenes. I'll try not to do that as much because you guys, hopefully you've seen the show if you're watching this, but I just feel like I need to have the context out there. So Hopper, like this whole scene is ridiculous because first of all, like the Demogorgon murders all the soldiers instantly, and then it never goes after Hopper once in the scene. Hopper is left pretty much unscathed. The show gives him a flesh wound of like from a bullet just to be like, oh my gosh, we tried to give him a little danger, but it doesn't really matter. The Demogorgons never try to kill him because he has plot armor. It's so dumb. And there's no arguments that I can think to defend this. Maybe people are like, oh, well, Vecna doesn't want to kill Hopper. Why? He's like the biggest threat to Vecna's plan because he's guarding 11. So it makes sense to murder him. It's stupid. This whole thing is dumb. Oh, and it's just bad. There's nothing more to say really about that. He has plot armor. It doesn't matter. So the Demogorgon just runs away. Lucky Hopper, right? It crashes. Hopper's fine, and then we have my favorite shot of the episode. So I don't know if you guys have seen Better Call Saul, but this is literally just look up Chuck McGill falling, and this is the shot. They stole this shot from Better Call Saul. It's literally the same exact shot. You are not Chuck McGill, Will. Get the hell out of here. You are not Chuck. You'll never be him. How dare you stand where he stood? So Will falls because he has the big tism. And everyone rushes up to him like always. This is like, okay, we've done this like 10 million times. Will, no! Like the thing he does every season happens. He's seeing the Demogorgon's point of view. Hopper gets out of the truck, and he can't make communication with our main group, and he follows the Demogorgon. Sorry, excuse me. Now the power's all messed up because Will broke everything in the station from his visions. He's having tism moments. And we see that he's fully immersed in the vision of the Demogorgon. This is a new power from young William. And we see that the Demogorgon is going after Holly Wheeler. He's after the Wheelers. So Will wakes up and he's like, he's all dramatic about saying it's going to get Holly, blah, blah, blah. Let's just get to it. So Nancy, Mike, everyone's on the move to save Holly Wheeler and the family. Then we got back to good old Ted. Ted's swinging golf. He's doing some golf stuff in the yard to relieve his anger. And Karen's just drinking more white wine. She's down in that white wine, man. Probably on some Valium. And then she's going upstairs. Sorry, I'm shaking the mic a bit. Holly's crying. And all of a sudden the lights, they do the thing that happened in season 1 with Will. The lights flicker. And the Demogorgon rips. Let me go back a little. The Demogorgon rips through her ceiling out of the Upside Down into the overworld. And that is the end of episode 1. Oh boy, finally. How long have we been going for? 2 hours. It took 2 hours to get through episode 1. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Good lord. Oh, golly. Okay, let me just take a breather for a second. So, obviously, there's a lot of problems that I had with episode 1. It took me 2 hours to cover it. Let me look through my notes here. Bear with me. Bear with me. I sort of just went on a tangent there. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Bear with me. Sorry. Is this the right tab? Sorry. So yeah, there's a few things I want to discuss here. So let's just stop. Let's just take a break here between a little what's the word? Intermission before I get on to the next episode. So we're introduced to Will seemingly has more he has more power than in the last seasons. He can like see directly what the Demogorgons are seeing, which is pretty useful to our main characters. And we'll find out later that it's never really properly, you know, I mean, like it's kind of explained because Vecna was using Will from the start, blah blah blah. But Will is sort of like a huge wrench in Vecna's plan. So I don't understand why Vecna doesn't take out Will first with the Demogorgons and then go after Holly. That would make more sense. Because I mean, maybe you could argue that Vecna doesn't know Will can see what the Demogorgons and Vecna is seeing, but then again, I don't know if I buy that either because I think Vecna knows because Vecna basically has imbued Will with his powers, and Vecna's used Will before, to my knowledge. So why doesn't he take out Will and blind our main cast essentially? Dumb villain move. Doesn't make sense. They never explain why he can't do that. Blah blah blah. And yeah, there's just already a lot of problems. Everything's set up to just work perfectly for our characters. We have the Murray thing. Murray just has whatever they need. He can do whatever he needs to do to help them. They have the perfect tunnel system. I guess that they used it in episode or season 1, but I'm sure the tunnel system will just be conveniently like go to wherever they need to go. You know what I if you know what I mean? Like that because the writers don't have to prove like the tunnels end anywhere, so they can just use them to go wherever they want to go. The government never finds these, and the government never taps into their comm systems, their commercial grade walkie-talkies. They never once like tap into them somehow into their frequency. Uh, there's just so many issues across the board. But finally, at least we're into some of the main juicy stuff because the first part was just loads of exposition and loads of characters explaining everything to each other. But that there's more of that to come, of course. But there was certainly a lot of it here. Hold on, bear with me. So let's. I need to use the bathroom real quick. So, just one moment. One moment. One moment. Oh my god. Okay. Boom! I'm back. Sorry about that. And my door is really loud. I don't know if you guys could hear that or not, but okay. Oh my god. Okay, let's get this next episode up. Boy oh boy, 2 hours for episode 1. Oh god, this might take me 8 hours to do. God. God. Oh god. Be quiet. Copyright. Jesus. Okay. Boop. Copyright shield. Content. There we go. Beautiful. All right, folks. We are on to episode 2. The Vanishing of Holly Wheeler. Boy, oh boy. Dropped right into the action. Okay. And there's, just as we drop right into the action, we drop into some more huge problems. Okay. So, already you can see the problem. So, let's just let it play for a split second. So the Demogorgon comes into Holly's room. We're starting right in from where we came. She's absolutely horrified, as would anyone be. So Holly tries running away. The Demogorgon grabs her and, like, did you see that? Sorry, did you see that? Watch this. Just watch. I want to watch. If you're not watching, please look at your screens. But place your audio or your attention to the screen real quick. See, she runs, and I'll pause it when it happens and hold on it. So she's running. Then grabs her. Look at that. Look at that momentum. Boom! What? She gets punted. She gets thrown like a football player into the wall. This kid's like 8. How old is she? What are we doing, show? So that happens. Poor little Holly Wheeler gets absolutely wrecked into the wall and falls to the ground. She's fine, though. What? Come on. And then we cut to Karen in the bathroom. She's going to do a bubble bath dealio with wine. She's real upset, and she's like, screw Ted. I'm going to enjoy myself. She's listening to something on the radio. Luckily, she doesn't hear the Demogorgon screaming. She doesn't hear Holly screaming. She doesn't feel the house absolutely shaking. Really? There's a huge 9-foot, 8-foot, whatever creature upstairs, and you didn't feel that? I'm sorry, not buying it. I don't care if you're drunk. Not buying the house isn't shaking. Ridiculous. So this is supposed to be like, oh my god, Mom, come on. You don't care. Ted doesn't hear anything either. He's just, doing his golf. Holly gets dragged around. It's trying to take her. Somehow she's stronger than the Demogorgon. I guess because she's holding on the bed. I'm not buying it. Not buying it at all. Luckily, the Demogorgon, who has huge hands, is only holding her boot. Real lucky. Also, why is she wearing her... Good thing she's wearing her shoes inside. Real lucky. If she wasn't, she'd be screwed. Demogorgon's all mad. Gives her time to run away because we need the tension, and the Demogorgon lets her have her tension. Oh my god, she's running away. And she's after her mom to tell her there's a scary monster, which of course the mom's not going to buy. And she's terrified. And there is a small a sliver here that I enjoy. So she's telling her mom, Karen, about the monsters. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see if I can just skip to it. She's like, nah, the monsters aren't real. And Holly's like, you have to believe me. You got to believe me. And that's when it hits Karen. Karen feels blood on the back of her head. And she's like, oh my god, something actually must be wrong. And that's when they hear and see the lights flickering. And Karen's like, oh my god, this is real. Something's wrong. That moment was nice. Don't have much to complain. I like that it wasn't just like, I don't know. Maybe I'm stupid. It's just that I like that she felt the back of Holly's head. And that's how she was like, oh my god, there's something actually wrong. Holly's telling the truth. Nicely done, show. Good job, finally. We see everyone's converging. Nancy and Eleven and Mike, everyone's going to the house. They're trying to get there as soon as they can. Here is a huge problem. Big problem here. Boy, oh boy. So the Demogorgon finally, after taking forever, breaks into the bathroom, and lo and behold, no one's in there. It destroys the closet. No one's in the closet. Destroys the walk-in shower. No one's in there. Where else could they be? Luckily, there's a bubble bath. I wonder where our characters could be. It turns out that Holly and Karen are hiding in the bubble bath. And somehow, even though the Demogorgon can sense Holly through different dimensions and seemingly can just sense which room she's in, it can't sense that she's in a bathtub. Bruh, I'm not buying it. Show Duffer Brothers, come on! You've set this monster's too powerful for your own good. You can't do scenes like this. Why is it taking forever? It knows. Come on, come on! If it can see through the different dimensions and it senses where they are, surely it can sense where they are through some little bubbles. Come on, show. Also, they hold their breath. I timed it. Yes, I timed it. I don't care if that's ridiculous. I timed it. It takes them. They hold their breath for over a minute and a half. Bruh, this kid is like a little girl. You're not doing that. Maybe the adrenaline. Sure, maybe the adrenaline. It's just ridiculous. This is just a weird. Why? I'm not buying why is the Demogorgon taking so long? I'm not buying it. Poor little Miss Wheeler here. Boy, oh boy. So luckily, right before they get caught, Ted yells because he knows something's going on. And Ted, finally, Ted gets a little bit of moment to shine. Finally, Mr. Ted. So Ted is in the house yelling, Karen, Karen, what's going on? Is everything okay? And he faces off with the Demogorgon. And he doesn't really, like, he's just like, holy smoke, something's wrong. Someone break into my house? Bruh, have a little bit of urgency. Look at the claw marks on your wall. Look at everything. Are you not worried at all? Show some emotion. Come on. So he sees the Demogorgon. He's not even scared. He looks like he's like an old. He's like, oh, what? Bro doesn't even care, really. Okay, here he gives a little bit of something. He hits it. Finally, Ted. Finally doing some stuff. And then he gets thrown. And then boom! Boom! Sorry, I'm yelling into the mic. Ted's dead. He's not dead. Somehow. Yeah, I know, right? Somehow Ted's not dead. Even after all that. And so let's pause here for a moment. I have some mighty big issues here. There's a lot of opportunities that the Duffer Brothers missed. So, let's just disregard the whole stupid crap with the Demogorgon, just not know, like doing the whole fake dramatic tension crap with Holly and the mom, because we all know that's ridiculous. The Demogorgon would destroy that tub and they'd be dead. So let's focus on the Ted stuff, because this is stuff that people might not think about or really thought about. So Ted here this is the first time Ted is going to come across the Demogorgon or any of the supernatural elements of the show. So this is pretty important, I think. I was highly anticipating what this scene would look like, because he's literally never been nothing. He's never seen or anything about it. So it's pretty like exciting. it's exciting. I'm fanboying over Ted seeing the Demogorgon here. So I think you can tell I'm pretty excited about it. And I just think it was handled kind of badly. So Ted, obviously, he walks in and he sees that there's like this problem with the house. Like it looks like it's been ransacked. And he says is, Karen, is everything okay? No. What are you, Ted? Ted, your house has been ransacked. Like it looks like someone just went in there with a tornado, with a bull or something. And you're like, is everything okay, honey? No. Ted, no, it's not okay. And he never, I don't think he ever says Holly. He just says Karen. And it's like, I don't know, Ted. Maybe you should say Holly's name. I mean, you have a daughter, a young, like, daughter. And I don't know, it's weird. Like, see, what I would have done, let's do the little fix here. So let's say Ted, like, yeah, he goes in, he hears what's happening. And Ted, the first name he says instead of Karen is Holly. And that's significant because I think, in my experience talking with parents and watching, like, interviews or whatever with parents, they're always very, parents, loving parents anyways, place their kids' lives above everything. That is the most important thing to a parent, is their kids' lives. And I know, like, definitely, particularly fathers and daughters have, like, the father-daughter bond is very strong, and they really care. Fathers care about their little girls, that whole thing. Which is true, I think. I'm not a dad, but I'm pretty sure it's true. Fathers out there, let me know. Let me know if I'm wrong. So it would have been interesting and nice, like, easy, quick, nice character development sort of stuff, character work, to have Ted come in and say Holly's name, indicative that she is what matters most to him. But nah, we did get Karen. When Karen's fine, it's his wife, but, like, lead with Holly. That's a bit more impactful, I think, and the audience will think about that fact for a bit and make you think about Ted and what he thinks and who he cares about and his priorities. Secondly, don't have him be like, what's going on? Have him move with urgency. He's so cautious, and I get being cautious to an extent. But if your little girl and your wife is in a house that's clearly been like ransacked, you're probably running, like trucking it up those stairs to see what's going on. But nah, he's like timid and like not, he's not really doing anything. And then bro gets absolutely wrecked by the Demogorgon. But he doesn't die. We'll find that out later. So I guess he's better than military and better than soldiers. Ted, who's like a middle-aged, not very fit suburban white guy. I'm not buying it, show. I'm not buying it. You could have fixed this. You could have made this a cool scene, but you didn't. I'm sorry. It's a real bummer. But let us continue. Let's continue. So, for all intents and purposes, though, Ted is dead. And funny enough, it's not funny enough, but it's weird. But that the Karen and Holly never actually see what happens to Ted. So, in their eyes, Ted just is not there to help him, which is kind of fun to think about. Like Ted just gets absolutely shafted every which way in this season. It's insane. They're running away. Demogorgon is stupid and slow. Blah blah blah. Whoa! Boom! So this is nice. Like the writers actually remembered that she'd be sopping wet and barefoot and slide. So good job for remembering that. She falls. Karen falls, gets hurt, which slows them down from escaping. This gives an opportunity for the other Demogorgon because now there's two Demogorgons and now they can't escape. And the Karen takes initiative here to defend her daughter. She takes the wine bottle, which is okay, sure, it was set up, but it's just funny. She smashes it, and she says, "Stay away from my daughter." Like Batman. She's like Batman. She's awesome, man. Karen's so cool. Props to her. She's standing up for her little girl, so whatever. There's nothing wrong with that. And then Holly's about to get absolutely traumatized. Absolutely traumatized. So Karen just starts wailing. And she does more damage than Ted. She does more damage than the military. Like she actually like gets somewhere, which is like I'm sorry, I'm not buying it. Like Karen, first of all, she just got hurt. She's drunk. And she's like almost a middle-aged woman. I'm sorry, I'm not buying that she's like this strong against the Demogorgon. Like when trained soldiers with guns can't take it out, but she can do more damage than them. Not buying it, really, show. I'm sorry. It's just like I can't. So we see Nancy and the crew are finally almost there. They barge in slow motion, tension-filled shot of anguish. We see something terrible has happened. Oh boy, what's happening, Nancy? Talk to me, guys, talk to me. Let's see here. Blood on the floor. Demogorgon gone, Holly gone, and Karen. So we get, this is weird. Let me reference my notes here real quick. Sorry. I haven't been keeping up on my document. Bear with me. Sorry. Okay, here we are. So yeah, this is weird. There's some weird editing going on. So we're doing like present time versus like 10 seconds ago flashbacks. It's really weird. So we get slow. Sorry, this is ridiculous. This is insane. I don't know. Let me make sure you guys can sort of see. It's kind of hard to see, but let me bring down the copyright shield for a split second. So look at that. She just got absolutely wrecked. Her throat is gone. Sorry, your throat's gone. It's absolutely crazy. Oh shoot, my bad. Here we go. Karen gets she gets her throat slit, and the blood sprays across Holly in slow motion. Holly is not making it out of this okay, but she does because the show doesn't care or think about how this would absolutely traumatize a child, a little girl. But nah, it's fine. Holly will be fine. Look at her, and this girl is like doing a good job. Come on, she's probably looking at like CGI and bull crap and nothing. So like, good job. She's doing a fine job. Look at her. Look at the mom. Karen is dead. I'm sorry, but nah, she's fine. We'll find out later she's fine. Look at her. Look at her. She's dead. What are you talking about? Just kill her off. This is like ridiculous. It's absurd. And Nancy finds her like this. She's like, "You're gonna be fine." No, you're not. You're not gonna be fine. You are not gonna be fine. That's crazy. Crazy thing to say. Uh, it's just like ridiculous. I'm not buying this. I don't understand how like how Ted and her can be fine, but the soldiers and everyone else in the world instantly dies. But you know why? It's plot armor because everyone who's connected with our main cast in a meaningful way has plot armor, and nothing bad can ever technically happen to them. Like obviously this is a consequence. Like she's like brutally injured and scarred. I'm not trying to say that that's like not meaningful, but it's just frustrating that the stakes are higher for like the stakes are not consistent. Like why can they live but the soldiers can't? You know what I mean? It just doesn't make any sense. It's hard for me to buy and it's hard for me to believe in this world and its consistency and it being working logically within itself when this type of stuff happens. So we have a heroic Karen moment. I'm glad at least Karen gets something to do. At least the parents finally get something to do in this show besides just be like the suburban parents. Let's see. Uh, so Holly's gone. She's been taken, obviously. Oh, I forgot about this. So Holly's gone. The gate is still there, and you can hear Holly screaming, I believe. And Nancy says, "Go, just go." So what does 11 do? She walks into the gate, and the gate shuts behind her. So this means that now both Hopper and 11 are in the Upside Down, separated, and without any way to contact them. Good thinking, Nancy, sending 11 in there. Not like you could have used her. Not like you don't even know if maybe more Demogorgons are coming. Not like they could be coming for you right now. Not like the Demogorgons could be going after other families. You don't know what's going on. And you just sent your strongest character into the Upside Down with no communication, no comms, no nothing. All because you're acting on emotion. And 11, it's also on 11 because 11 isn't even thinking about it either. She's just being stupid. And the show's like, yeah, go 11. She's going to be super awesome and save the day. Nah, you kind of just like screwed over your whole team. Like now they have nothing. They have Will, who just has his big tism every episode and exposits what it means every single time. So now two of your most important characters are trapped in the Upside Down, separated, without communication. Good going, guys. But they never really think about this. It's just like, okay, we're going to accept it happens. Nancy's never reprimanded for this, for sending 11 away. There's never consequences for any of our characters making these decisions. Like, Nancy talks about it later, which we'll see. Like, Nancy's like, we should have acted sooner, blah, 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 blah. But maybe you shouldn't have sent your top character away without thinking. And maybe you should reflect on that. But nah, the show doesn't see anything wrong with it, so we never talk about it ever again. Let us continue. We get the Netflix intro, of course. The Vanishing of Holly Wheeler. Written by You mean written by ChatGPT, half directed by the Duffer Brothers, by the way. So we're in the hospital. Parents are in the hospital. They're so dead. Look at that. It's insane. Blah, blah, blah. Everyone's sad. This is, okay, here's a good moment. I really like this moment. Let's see. So, like the parents are in. Let me fix my mic a little bit. So the parents are in surgery and all that, and Nancy's covered in blood, and so she's in the hospital. And we have this neat little like handheld camera shot of her washing her hands in the hospital, and we have like a quick montage of her trying to get the blood off her hands. I'll try to play a little bit of it. So she's washing, and she's scrubbing, and she keeps pumping soap and keeps scrubbing, and it quickens, and it just can't get off. And it's like this is stressing her out. Everything's stressing her out. It's like horrible. Look at that. Like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, and she's crying. And then we cut. Finally, some decent shots and some decent storytelling. Like we're having this quick montage of her getting the blood off, and she just can't get it off, and it's like she can't get this feeling out of her, and it's all stressful. And I think it's pretty well done. No dialogue, nice little tiny 20 seconds of goodness. So that was nice. But now we're back to the reality that this show is not so great. We got there as fast as we could. Nancy's all upset because they didn't do anything soon enough. They argued they should have told them the truth, blah, blah, blah. And, like, they should have known something like this would happen. And the whole time that this was happening, I was like, I was thinking to myself, well, Michael, didn't you talk to Holly earlier today, and she told you that a mysterious man was telling her that monsters were coming to take kids like her away into the woods and eat them? Mike never brings this up here. That's right, Mike never brings that up here. Never thinks about it. Nothing. And Nancy's all mad. It's like, what are you talking about? And look, he says, we couldn't have known any of this could happen. Michael Wheeler, you did. She basically told you. Holly basically told you, and you ignored her, even though you had every right to not ignore her. Every bit of your history with the Upside Down, your history with kids disappearing, your history with this town, everything points to the fact that you should have listened to your kid's sister and maybe questioned her a bit more and taken her seriously. Like, I don't know, like when you were a kid and no one took you guys seriously. Did I? But nah, the show pretends and that this never happened, and Mike looks like a complete moron. Why, show? This is like textbook stuff. I don't know. And it's like they don't even he doesn't even acknowledge it. But there's a reason for that, and we will get to that. I think it's later in this episode or the next episode. Why would it come for Holly? She told you. She told you it's gonna happen. It makes no goddamn sense. Nothing. Oh, that's another thing. This line, it makes no sense, constantly said throughout the rest of this season. Constantly used as an excuse for things to make sense. If the characters admit it doesn't make sense, the show doesn't have to explain it. That's the logic of this line in this show. That's its whole purpose. Okay, let's continue. Let me look back at my notes real quick. And I just don't think Finn is delivering a great performance here. He's just kind of like shouting. And also, he never seemed that concerned about his parents. Like, he never cried. He didn't, like, really say anything. I don't know. It's just a little weird. Not great. It looks like he doesn't care that much. Excuse me. Natalia Dyer did a great job. But I'm sorry. I'm getting lost here. Let us continue. So, Holly has nothing to do with this. Why would he want to take her? She told you. Loki told you. Anyways, let's continue. It makes perfect sense. Vecna told me this would happen. Blah blah blah. You guys didn't act on it. I guess she's saying that they didn't and complaining about it. But okay, like you still didn't act on it. And then Lucas. We get some scenes with Lucas. And Lucas suddenly has all the answers to everything we need. He says Vecna doesn't leave things unfinished. He holds back. And why not, if he didn't kill your parents, and why not come here himself, blah, blah, blah. And it's weird for him to say, well, why did you let your parents live? Well, I don't think that was thought about at all. They should be dead for all we know. Like, look at them. They're totally destroyed. Why would... I don't think it was on purpose to do that, but whatever. Why send one of his pets? Are you saying it's... Mike says, are you saying it's not Vecna? Nah, he's not saying that, dummy. And then Lucas says, what I'm saying is I don't know. So that's... I'm going to harp on something real quick. So... This is like that ChatGPT formula that I mentioned 2 hours ago, if you remember. God, I can't believe it's been over 2 hours. So, excuse me. So, these scenes where they're trying to explain theories and asking questions, always end the exact same way in this season in particular. It's always the exact same way. You have a character explaining, X, Y, and Z about something they should have done or why something should happen this way or that way, and another character says it doesn't make sense, and then another character tries to offer an explanation, and then ends up just saying, "I don't know." And then the show moves on, and then like things just happen to work out the way that the original theory went. That's the formula, and that happens every time. And characters say things and do things, operating on information they couldn't possibly have figured out unless the writers handed them the script. They all behave as if they have the script. It's absolutely ridiculous. Um, and this is like the first time it really happens. Uh, it's just frustrating. And the big point of this scene, excuse me, a big point of this scene, excuse me, is that Lucas reminds them that the date is very close and similar to the date of when Will first got taken all those years ago, and that Vecna is probably doing all this on purpose. I guess for some reason as like an anniversary type thing. So now we have like a timeline. This is the show's way of establishing that there's a timeline to defeating Vecna. Even though there's no reason to think Vecna is operating on this timeline. This is just Lucas's hunch. Luckily, he does happen to be operating by this calendar conveniently. It's just the way for the show to like give us like a time is running out sort of thing. Okay, let's get through this. That's the point of the scene. Never anyone could save your sister. It's 11, obviously. So now we're back at the Wheeler's house, which is flooded with forensics. Sorry, excuse me. Oh my god. This show is killing me. Slowly but surely, it's killing me. So we're back at the Wheeler's house where forensic and military are flooding the house. We saw two of the officers we saw earlier who were after 11. And there's some issues here. So the officers are like, it must have been 11, blah, blah, blah. And one of them says, I want you to pull all the surveillance from the surrounding houses so we can find that it's her. And my first question was, well, wait a minute. Surveillance? It's the 80s. Do people even have surveillance? I did some quick 2 or 3 minute Google searching and found out that surveillance was never really widely used commercially by like the public in the 80s because it was way too expensive. It was mainly used for businesses. It didn't become like a big thing until way later. So this proves that the Duffer Brothers did not do any research. I did a quick Google search, 2 minute Google search to determine that wasn't possible in the world of the 80s that they were abiding to. It's so embarrassing. Like, come on, quick Google search. You had AI. What is happening? They just bank on you trying to not remember. Like, it's so bad. So yeah, they want to pull the surveillance and determine it's 11 and that she's in the upside down. And that's now the military is on to 11 being in the upside down. Now, we are back with 11, and she's in the upside down, looking for Miss Holly Wheeler. She's all alone. She doesn't know where she is, by the way. She's just in a random part of town. All of a sudden, wait a minute. Actually, that reminds me. So yeah, she's running around. She's in the middle of nowhere, and now she's in a random part of town. So this doesn't make sense to me. So she's running through like darkness. There's nothing, and then she's in some random street. But I thought the upside down was like parallel to the right side up, or whatever. It's not apparently, unless they just needed to put her in a position for some reason. I wonder why that might be. We will learn that soon enough. She's looking for Holly, and then she's running through the woods. Blah blah blah. She hears something. It's Hopper. She just happens to find Hopper. Come on. Excuse me. Sorry, my nose is a little stuffy. Bruh, I'm not buying that she just suddenly found him. What do you mean? Why? How? It's like it's a small town, but it's not that small. Real lucky. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, she found Hopper, if you can believe it. Ha, great. And he's like, "How are you here, 11? Like, how'd you get here?" He doesn't explain anything. He's looking for. She sees blood on the ground. It's the Demogorgon blood. Uh, and she just doesn't explain anything to her. And like through like, or to him. And it's like, okay, yeah, you might be like, well, Zach, you're complaining about people explaining too much, and now you're mad that she's not explaining enough. Yeah, because this is an instance where it makes sense. This is information that Hopper doesn't know and should know, and she's not telling him. Whereas, like most of the other examples of exposition is characters telling each other things they already do know. So the one time where exposition might actually be useful, they don't do it. Instead, she's rude and like speaks in like one word sentences. Um, and Hopper's obviously like confused, rightfully so. So they're off together to find Holly Wheeler in the Upside Down. Uh, it's just ridiculous. Now, we are back at the Squawk with Joyce, Robin, and Will, where they tackle the fact that the station is kind of out of commission again because of Will and his little tism yell, scream, thing, vision. And Robin is weirdly rude to Joyce, and like, oh, this is just a new development of things problems. It's like, okay, don't be mean to Joyce. Joyce didn't do anything wrong. And so Joyce is being very smart here and reasonable, and she's like logical, and is like, is there any backup fuses, anything to get this place going? And Robin's like, yeah, in storage, I think. So Joyce looks at her like, okay, get moving. And Robin's like, so you want me to go do that? Right. Oh, right. Bruh. What? Are you dumb? What are you doing? What is this scene? Why is Joyce like having to mansplain to you like your own crap, like your own station? It's weird. So Robin leaves, and Joyce and Will have a little moment. Oh, excuse me. Another thing. Like, Joyce is being really reasonable and like asking the right questions, like, "Do you guys have any extra fuses, a manual, blah blah blah, to fix the station?" And Robin has to get told or reminded about this information, even though she's been running the station for 18 months, brother, or a good long while. I guess you could technically argue that she wasn't in the station for 18 months exactly, but she's been there long enough. She's clearly familiar with the whole place enough to know this information. Why does Joyce have to remind her? Why does like it makes her Robin look like completely stupid? So, anyways, Will and Joyce have a moment here. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Oh. And we have little flashbacks of Will explaining his visions, and it's like he was the Demogorgon. He always explains. We see flashbacks of stuff we saw. We see flashbacks of him when he was a kid. And they are talking about how they think that they severed the connection, but they actually didn't. And so he still has, like, this connection to Vecna. Yeah, we thought they did, but they didn't because the show needs... For the show to make any semblance of sense, they need him to have this connection so that they can do stuff that doesn't make sense otherwise. That's why it wasn't truly severed. It's not because it makes sense. It's because the writers thought, oh, damn it, we need some kind of mechanics so that we don't have to try hard when we write. So let's just have Will be able to see exactly what the enemy is doing and thinking all the time. Boring. So we get flashbacks of young William. More Spidey senses. Again. Constantly Spidey senses, bruh. We know. We've seen it.
So he's explaining, and then he has an epiphany moment. We get more flashbacks. And then Robin comes up, and she just knows everything. Like, all the. God damn it! Stop yawning! Jesus Christ. Oh my god, the show's literally killing me. It's not that late. For me, it's like 7 o'clock right now, guys. Um, so Will's explaining his crap, his vision, and suddenly Robin appears and she's like, it's like a radio receiver. It's the and we get the music, the epiphany Stranger Things music that cues every time a character goes into explaining stuff. Uh, and what really drives me crazy about these scenes is that you could play these scenes with no dialogue and just the soundtrack and pretty much figure out exactly what's happening. Excuse me. You like it's ridiculous. It's just like cue inspirational epiphany, curious music. Boom, characters know exactly how to defeat Vecna or do whatever the next plot point of the show is. Boom, let's move on. No explanations of how they know anything. It just happens. Uh, so let's see here. Uh, yeah, it's ridiculous. It's like a dog whistle. Like the show. Like let's dive into some quick psychology. Let's take a break from this for a second. So whenever a scene like this happens, they play that light bulb moment music to tell you that they figured something out. And because the show has been doing this for so long, this music is like clicking in your brain like a dog whistle, like whatever, like that experiment when you give a dog a treat every time you ring a bell. It's like that. So whenever like the audience, the fans are trained to hear this song, this soundtrack, and recognize, oh, the characters are being smart and figuring things out. And that's meant to trick you because the characters are not being smart. They're just acting on hunches and random bits of information, and even just seeing random objects around them that just happen to coincide with what they're talking about or what they need. It's not actually the characters being smart. It's the writers just putting them in a position arbitrarily and giving them information that they shouldn't know or be able to figure out. It's not smart. It's just like the show has trained you to think they're smart. It's not. I promise. If you think about it for 2 seconds, it's not. So let's get back into it. So she's saying that Will is like a radio receiver or like a magical human version, right? Who can figure out Vecna's stuff. And so Robin explains that there are the mind flayer particles, and whenever Vecna's doing something or whenever he's nearby, and Will acts like an antenna, and uh, he can like find hone in on Vecna's signal. I don't know how she like knows all of this information or is able to put it all together like this. Like, what mind flayer particles are you talking about? How do you even know about all that? You weren't even there for most of those seasons. You were in there for season 3 and all that, but you weren't really there for the mind flayer to mind. I mean, I guess she was there for the fleshy one, but she's just like coming up with this on the spot. And luckily, again, like these epiphanies have to do with whatever environment they're in. So if they weren't in a radio station, she wouldn't have figured this out. Like, think about it. They're not actually acting on like real information. It's just the writer says, okay, they're in a radio station. Let's try to make a analogy using a radio station to match our script notes in our world, and then feed it to our characters. So then they figure everything out. Oh my god. Sorry, I just ranted, but it's like it's not smart. And then look, maybe if I do this and that, and we can signal the hive mind if I go to that exact spot in the woods. Like, excuse me, what? What makes you think that? Like, why does that one spot in the woods matter? You fall over like 10 times a week. Why would this one spot matter? You have this feeling all the time everywhere. So you're saying that if you go to that one spot in the woods, it's going to work again? Why do you know this? Because the writers know, and the writers don't remember that the characters don't know. Oh, it's so bad. Oh, I don't even know how to fix the scene. I'm trying to think. Like, I just wouldn't have written it this way if I were the writers. Like, why? It's just all contrived. That's a problem with critiquing the show, is like some of these scenes are so contrived. to make this show work, you have to get rid of them. I don't even know how to fix the scene. So suddenly Will just hops on the Epiphany bandwagon, and Joyce is the only one of reason who's like, "How do you know any of this? You're just like, this is all based on a theory and a hunch, and like, what are you talking about?" And so Will says, "I've spied on Vecna before," and Joyce brings up the very valid point that he took control of him before, which begs the question. Now that I think about it, why hasn't Vecna taken control of him again? If Will has full access to the Demogorgon vision and all that, how come Vecna can't just control him right now? Uh, Anywho, they get into an argument, and Will's complaining because they aren't doing anything about saving Holly, and Joyce is like, "No, we are doing something. We have to get Hopper back." Because he's missing, by the way. If Will can't remember, Hopper, one of their most valuable characters, is missing. And so Joyce is arguing that we need to get the Squawk back online so we can get Hopper, so then we can be like prepared and have Hopper, and then we can go after Holly. Because if you don't remember, Holly is up in the Upside Down, so if they can contact Hopper, Hopper might be able to go save Holly. But Will is stupid, and instead, he says the craziest thing. Uh, and again, okay, I kind of passed over it, but during this whole explanation, Joyce says Joyce says it doesn't make any sense. Again, the line, the big top line of the season, it doesn't make any sense, and then the show never explains. Like scene after scene, it's just the same exact formula for every single scene, except for like the scene with Robin and Will with like talking about being gay and all that. That's the only scene that doesn't operate like this. Every other scene pretty much operates the same exact way. Uh, excuse me. Uh, yeah, so Joyce brings up another valid point that Hopper's their only connection to L in the Upside Down, i.e., Holly. Uh, but you'll never guess. Will says, "How does that get us closer to Holly?" She's in the Upside Down, buddy, if you don't remember. And then he says something crazy. Absolutely crazy. So he's arguing he won't leave her there. He knows what it's like. And Joyce says, we're not gonna leave her. We're gonna get her back. We're not gonna risk your life doing it." Based Joyce moment. Based. Great mom. Great moment here from Joyce. 10 out of 10. Agree with you, Joyce. And then we get the worst line. I hate it. I hate this line. I hate it. Just bear with me. Wait, did I skip it? Hold on. I think I skipped it. Hold on. Sorry. Sorry. Shoot. I thought it was here. Sorry, this is important. I'm sorry. There we go. So Will says this line right here. "Hopper, this is about your boyfriend." You did not just say that to Joyce. Seriously? Joyce has been your rock. Joyce is looking out for your best interest. Joyce is being logical and caring for everyone, not just Holly. She's been caring for Hopper, Holly, and Eleven. And you have the audacity to say that the only reason that she's doing this is to save her boyfriend. Will is stupid. He's dumb and he's cruel and rude and disrespectful. I hate him right now. I'm sorry. Like, what are you talking about? How could you say this to your mom? That's terrible. And like, it's so she's already justified all her reasoning for taking this thought process and this route, and he just totally disregards everything that she says and says, "No, this is about your boyfriend. You don't know what it's like, mom. You don't like what it's like, mom." My God, he's terrible. He's actually a terrible person. Like, he doesn't care about Hopper, apparently. Yeah, let's just let Hopper die and save Holly. Bro, you need Hopper to get Holly. How are you going to get Holly? Like, he doesn't actually have a plan. His whole plan revolves around discovering where Holly is in the Upside Down, but they don't have any real way of getting her in the Upside Down, if that makes sense. So his plan is terrible because it doesn't exist. He's just like a crazy person raving about how he has these visions. He actually is crazy. And Joyce takes this like a champ. She just ignores him. Like I don't know. I feel like Joyce should be slapped him right there. Like that's crazy. How rude and disrespectful. You're to your own mother. Your mother who's a single mom who's raised you, protecting you, and also like helping. Like has why would you say that to her? That's terrible. It's just like so bad. It's so weird. Like, why are you making Will a terrible character? So then finally the argument's over, and Joyce looks at Robin, who's just standing there, and she calls her out. And then we have Robin have to deliver some exposition. Intimate family moment. Sorry, and then she leaves. Really, really. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. And yeah, just to like, sorry, that just broke my brain. To echo some points, let me just like try to get these all down solidly. So Robin, Will's explaining his vision like he does constantly, and then Robin, because they're in a radio station, it makes the radio analogy, and then Will like piggybacks off of that. So they're basically just working off of nothing here, and who's to say? How do they know he's connecting to a hive mind? How do they know if he goes to that one spot in the woods that's going to keep that's going to connect again? Because he has this happen to him constantly. Him falling over, him having his visions. It's almost like the writers are speaking directly to us through their characters. Hmm. 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 Uh, it's just frustrating. Ow. Like, ow. Like, bruh. And I hate how they had Joyce just sit back and take that comment from Will. Like, what? Did the writers not think about how that reflects on Will? Like we will later. We'll get into it later. Like there's scenes that talk about this, but they don't do it justice. I just think it's crazy he'd say that to begin with. And what I would have done here, instead of having like the scene just end and move on, maybe you have Robin like leave or apologize and then leave, not just say, "Oh, family moment, my bad." Uh, then you have maybe Will like actually assess what he just said and say apologize or something, like some moment to to wrap this up, because this is like terrible right now. Will is a terrible person. I'm sorry, he's terrible. He's acting on nonsense and theories. He is disregarding Hopper's life and Elle's life and Holly's life, whether he likes it or not, and he's willing to sacrifice himself to what, like have a tism moment in the woods and maybe see where Holly is. Bruh, he's so dumb. It's just like, why? um okay, let's move past this. uh so we're back with Steve and Jonathan, and I guess they're jumping the van battery because it died, and luckily they found Jessica. And Steve literally says luckily they ran into Jessica when she was on their way home from a party. So good. Nice show. Real lucky. More luck always. Constant luck. It's like, okay, sure, maybe it's like this could happen, like you run into someone who's driving and they help you, but it happens to be someone Steve knows, and like I don't sorry, but come on. Why do we have everything have to be contrived all the time? Uh so now Steve and Jonathan are stuck with each other, so we can explore more of this um love triangle here. Uh, so he's asking Steve asks Jonathan like, "What's up with Nancy and all them?" And he explains everything about the mom, about the dad. And Steve's like, "Well, maybe we should go visit Nancy." And Jonathan's like, "Nah, we gotta stick to the plan. That's more important." And Steve's like, Steve literally says, "That's too complicated," or it sounds complicated. I'll try to skip to it, but for like, what do you mean? everything you guys do is complicated. Like, what is this excuse? And like, we find out like he's just trying to wiggle his way into being able to visit Nancy. He even brings up bringing her flowers, and like, what? Why, Steve? Why? You know that. First of all, You know that Jonathan and Nancy are dating. So why are you trying to wreck their thing? You know that Nancy doesn't really like you, and what a dumb excuse. It sounds pretty complicated. Everything you do in the show is complicated. You can't do anything in the show without it being complicated. Um, so it doesn't. It just none of this makes sense from Steve. Here it is. That seems complicated. And Jonathan's like, "What the hell do you mean?" Flowers to Nancy, and Jonathan's like, "What the hell? What are you talking about?" And he calls him out. And I just hate this. I hate what they're doing to Steve. They're making Steve a douche. Like, why? Steve is not a douche anymore. He grew out of that phase in season one, like the end of season one, beginning of season two. There's no need. But nah, we got to do it because we need to have the love triangle so we can have something for the show to be interesting. And then we have Steve telling Jonathan about like basically explaining his dynamic with Nancy as if we didn't already know. It's just exposition and love triangle. Uh, it's standard. It's kind of slop and bad and boring. I don't think anyone cares about it. Why is Steve even acting like this? I feel like everyone's question is why Steve is acting this way. Oh, excuse me. Um, but yeah, we'll never get an answer for why. It's just that's how it is. So then Steve looks out the window, and after they finally get the car started, and lo and behold, it's Dustin, and he's beat up, and he's on his bike, and it's like, oh my god, Dustin, what happened? He finally showed up. How does Dustin know where he is? How? How did Dustin know that they happen to break down on that road and they happen to be in that spot at this time? Lucky, 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 lucky. Oh my gosh, I'm not buying it. I'm dying. But the show must go on. Oh my gosh. Okay. Sorry, bear with me. How far are we now into this? 3 hours. We've been going for 3 hours. I can't believe it. I might have to make some coffee soon. There might have to be an intermission. Quite possibly. Okay. Now we're back in the Upside Down with Hopper and 11. And, oh my god. I'm just reminded of this. It's so frustrating. So we're finally with them. And, Hopper's asking how she's here. And Elle goes, where? Stop! What is with the disrespect? Why are all of our characters rude? Constantly. What is the problem? Everyone's just rude for no reason. Why is she being like this? Like, I'm sorry. Is Hopper not her father figure? And does she not know Hopper was alive or dead, that he could have been eaten by Demogorgons? And now, all of a sudden, she's just rude to him instead of being, like, happy and grateful that he's alive. What are we doing, show? None of this is character accurate. It's not logical. This is not, no. What? It just makes us not like these people. What are you doing? And she's like trying not to answer any of his questions. No, Nancy drove me. Bruh. This is life or death. It's so dumb. And she just explains what we've already seen because we got to have more and more exposition. Like, okay, yeah, she's telling Hopper, but so Hopper is upset because 11 tells him that they were drove to the Wheelers. Nancy drove her to the Wheelers, and this means that they weren't traveling underground, which means that 11 could have been spotted. And Hopper's obviously scared and upset about this because it means that the military could be on to 11 and could find her. And he's reprimands 11, which rightfully so because that's pretty bad. And She says in defense that she wore her hoodie. You wore your hoodie, huh? Well, in the next scene, I think it's the next scene, we'll find out why that was a dumb thing to say. And Hopper's like, yeah, well, geez, I wish I thought of that. Uh, um, uh, sorry, let's just continue here. So he finally tells her the military will be coming after her, like he should have said earlier. And she says that the Demogorgon can lead them to Vecna. And Hopper says, how? Oh, excuse me. This is ridiculous. Apparently, Hopper has amnesia because Dustin explained in season 4 that that Vecna is like the general, and the Demogorgons are like the foot soldiers. And I guess this never got around to Hopper, so uh, he just forgot, and the show forgot that he knew. So not a fan of that. More making characters incompetent and forgetful. And she's saying that she can't search for Holly because her powers like can't pick up on where she is, which means she must be in the same place that Vecna is. Okay, sort of a logical conclusion, I guess. So they determined that that's where they gotta go. They gotta find where her powers cannot reach, which is pretty ironic because her powers can't reach wherever she needs to go. Then how does she know where to go there? Uh, Once again, sorry, I'm losing steam here. I gotta wake up. So finally, so Hopper is drilling 11 about what is happening. We get exposition about what just happened, and then she gives her theory about Holly being where her powers cannot sense, and that means that she's there. So Hopper says, "What does Vecna want with Holly Wheeler? What? How does this make any sense?" Oh, nothing makes sense. They all say it. Am I going crazy? Every scene has been someone doing this, explaining, and then someone says it doesn't make sense. It's the same over and over and over again, and then they say, I don't know. I can't take it. I don't know. That means the writers don't know, which means the writers are terrible. This is ridiculous. It's frustrating. It's actually getting me upset a little bit. It's like the last 3 scenes have been the same scene, just with the different skin. You've been acting on, Hopper says, you've been acting on impulse and emotion, everything I taught you not to do. Directly just saying stuff that we should have gathered from like this scene, but nah, they have to tell us straight up because they think the audience is too stupid to know or figure it out, unfortunately. No trust in the audience. So 11 finds more blood, which means the Demogorgon must be close. This blood looks really unrealistic, by the way. Or not unrealistic, sorry, that's not the word. It just doesn't look real. It looks really fake. Also, something to remember. Remember how in like the earlier seasons, when you were in the Upside Down, you had to wear a mask and stuff? Guess you don't anymore. Remember that was a whole thing. Like they got sick and stuff from being in the Upside Down for too long. Hopper got really sick. I guess they're immune. Doesn't matter anymore. I guess everyone's immune. It's like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, nothing makes sense. I just don't understand. I feel like they forgot everything, and everything just happens because the writers are lazy. Ugh, okay. It's slowing down. Oh my god, it's killing me. So now, yeah, Eleven's like tracking the creature after this, after doing a remix of all the scenes we've been seeing with explaining and then denying and then saying I don't know. We get that set over again. And she Hopper, after accusing Elle of acting on impulse and emotion, she says I was acting on instinct. So I take a lot of problems with that line because she wasn't even acting on she wasn't acting on instinct. She was acting on Nancy Wheeler telling her to just go after her sister because she was the big sad. about her sister and her mom, which like that's valid for her to feel those feelings and stuff. And like yeah, maybe she would have told 11 because of that. Uh, I don't really particularly buy that, but 11 was just listening to Nancy. She like I don't know. I don't buy this line from her here. And how is that instinct? She was, if she, let's say she was listening directly to Nancy here. Nancy was acting on emotion and impulse. So in a way, she still was acting on impulse and emotion, like Hopper said. But the show doesn't recognize this and wants you to believe that she's the big smart and she's acting on instinct. She's not. She's not. All the evidence points to that she's not. But I digress. Let us continue. Hopper's all mad. He's the big mad. Oh, and then we get the Lucas scene. The Lucas scene here. So Lucas, so now Lucas explains. I'm yawning again. So now Lucas exposits what we literally are seeing right on the screen now. He's explaining why he's explaining. Look, he's explaining to Max who's in a coma. So I guess the writers can actually write this scene because they can literally have a character talk to someone who isn't talking and just have him exposit. It's easy. So we get explanation of what we just saw. Oh my god, I can't take it. And he's just expositing, talking to Max so the audience can hear. It's like that's all it is. It's like, okay, the moment's nice. I'm glad that he's being shown to be caring of Max. But the show is just making sure you're caught up if you weren't paying attention. So he's just giving like a summary of what they've been doing. I wish I had better news. Blah, blah, blah. Everyone's like, I can't take it. I can't take it, man. Let's just skip this. It's just him being nice to Max and explaining what we just saw in the whole episode. That's what it is, I promise you. And then he's also saying that Eleven's gonna need all the help she can get from everyone, and that includes Max. We need you more than ever. I miss you. Really sad moment from our characters here. I'm sorry, I can't I can't feel for this scene because I know it's just I know why it's designed this way. It's not sincere. It's just like an excuse to have Lucas explain like the goal of our characters like outright, literally to the audience, because Max ain't hearing anything he's saying. I just can't take it seriously. I can't. So we're gonna get through this. Blah 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 blah. We hear Kate Bush. Remember Kate Bush. Remember Kate Bush. Remember the '80s. Yeah, we know. We know. We know. So now we're back with Michael. Oh boy. This is the scene. This is the scene. Everyone, you guys better be sitting down for this scene for a whole lot of stuff to not make any sense. So Mike is getting coffee for him and Nancy as they wait. And as you see here, okay, gotta be careful of copyright, my bad. So he's walking, he glances here, right? You guys see this? He's glancing into the room, and then he stops. And he turns around, and he peers in, and look at the shot. Just look at it. So he peers in, way, way, way down here on this table. And he sees a wrinkle in time. How? How? Like, how did he see that? Am I crazy? Am I going crazy? How? The book is like upside down from his point of view, and he glanced. He barely looked in the room and he saw that. How? How? But we'll find out that him seeing this book solves literally like the whole show. He sees a wrinkle in time somehow from that angle. Like he happens to see it. That's gonna be the phrase of the century for the show. X character happens to do this or happens to know this or happens to find this. He sits down and he thinks about the wrinkle of time. And Nancy's trying to talk to him. He doesn't listen because he's in his own head. And we're going to tackle this as best we can. Mike has an epiphany. This is where the epiphany music plays. We've had this for like, what, 3 scenes now of characters explaining their theories and then getting told it doesn't make sense. This has happened for 3 or 4 times in a row. Like, this is draining. This drained me watching it. I was like, oh my God. Can we have some character development? Can we have, like, stuff happen instead of explaining everything all the time? Ugh. Like, golly, man. What are we doing? I just don't understand. Okay, so I'm just gonna directly refer to my notes here because this gets complicated. There's a lot. So bear with me. So he asks Holly if she ever talked to him or her about Mr. Whatsit, and Nancy goes, her imaginary friend from the book. And Mike says, well, it's Mrs. Whatsit in the book, so this is her own creation. At least that's what I thought when I picked her up from school. She said Mr. Whatsit told her that there are monsters in Hawkins. So finally, Mike is like remembering, ding, 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 that day, what Holly told him. So he says it's, sorry. She said that Mr. Whatsit told her that there were monsters in Hawkins, and he warned her that these monsters were coming for her, and on the same day, she actually gets taken by a monster. What? How did he not think of this earlier? Why did he need the Wrinkle in Time book? Like, that's why. Like, the reason that he didn't think of it earlier is because the writers wanted to have the payoff of him seeing the... The writers wanted the payoff of him seeing the goddamn Wrinkle in Time book so that he could explain. Even though he should know this because... He should just know because Holly said that monsters were taking kids, and that's what's been happening throughout the whole show, and he knows. Oh my dear Lord. And then he says, I mean, as far as coincidences go, that's a hell of one. Oh boy. Could you believe it? Oh my God, Mike. Bruh, how do you know? How do you not know? So, like, do I even have to explain why this is wrong? He should have recognized this earlier. And all because he happened to glance into a room. Okay, he happened to get coffees. He happened to get coffees down that hall. That room happened to have the Wrinkle in Time book on it. He happened to be able to glance into the room, and he happened to see the book even though it was at a totally weird angle and not a position to where he could see it. And like, this happened to all happen so he could remember and say this, whereas we could have just had him think back to Holly earlier because Holly was saying all the things that just happened to her. Nope. Not buying it. This is the ChatGPT at work. ChatGPT at work right now, guys. I promise you, ChatGPT is at work making this crap. Free trial version. So, Nancy responds to all this crap by saying, and your theory is what exactly? So here we go. Here's the formula in action. Epiphany moment. Character explaining. Character B pushing back, asking why their theory makes sense. Mike says, what if Mr. Whatsit isn't a figment of her imagination? What if he's real? Bruh. Slow characters here. Catch up. Nancy says, real? She acts like this is crazy that he'd be real. Bruh. Do you not, remember? Do you not, look at the situation you're in right now. You're talking about interdimensional creatures and people, and you have the audacity to be like, oh, her imaginary friend happens to be real. Oh, and he happens to know about Hawkins' disappearances. Oh, that's stupid. Everything you have done is insane. You should believe anything is possible, and you don't believe this? Oh my God. Oh my God, man. I can't believe this. This is insane. Like I think this is like the worst scene of this like arc. Is this like crazy? This is crazy. Are we slow? Like does the audience or does do the writers think that we're this stupid? Seriously. Um and then the line that's been said 3 or 4 times already. Nancy says, "It doesn't make any sense. How have we never seen him?" It doesn't make sense, guys. Who would have thought that it didn't make sense? Uh like what? It's like the same exact scenes, copy and paste, beta. Like, what are we doing? Mike says maybe we have and we just didn't know. Nancy says, so who is he? Mike says, I don't know. Nancy says, how does he know Holly's in danger? Mike says, I don't know. So once again, we're in a situation. For let's just recap. This is the third or fourth scene in a row in this episode alone where we have the copy and paste conversation. Character A comes up with theory, explains theory. Character B contemplates why character A's theory doesn't make sense. Character A says, I don't know, and the show runs with it. And just it all happens to work out with a nice little ribbon, nice little bow on top. I can't stand it. I don't understand. And again, like this is a hard scene to fix because this whole scene is just the foundations of how this scene was structured is fundamentally broken. Because like it's all happenstance. I can't even like trace back cause and effect to a point where I can like fix it. If that makes sense, it's like line of code. It's like fixing a line of code. You gotta find like where in the code it's broken. But the problem is like the formula for the code from the start is just totally broken. So it's hard to even like go back and fix it. Uh, and like I've said like a million times by now, it's just like characters acting on stuff that like it's the writers speaking through characters to tell us information. Mike should have known all this way earlier. Um, that's really all I have to say about it. Um, but we do get a moment of reflection finally. So Mike finally says, that Nancy was right. It is our fault. We should have done more to protect mom and dad and Holly, and I don't want to have any more regrets. So finally, a character is reflecting on not acting sooner. Although I don't think he knows he should. I guess he's figured out that Holly was right, and so okay, fine. Um, but it still makes him dumb. Like he should have just known about this. If Holly was saying monsters are taking kids into Hawkins and that she could be next, or out of Hawkins and she could be next, he should have immediately red flags, alerts, raised the alarm bells, but he never acted on it. So he is responsible for this, uh, which is ironic because a point I'll get to later is that the whole theme of the show seems to be that nothing is anyone's fault. There are plenty of emotional scenes where uh, mentor character or like wise character tells character who made mistake that it's not their fault, that it's like like it's the circumstances, blah blah blah. Even though most of the characters, I mean, they have agency and they get handed information, and based on who they are and what they've been through, they should be able to act on said information with intelligence, but they don't, which makes them dumb or irresponsible or bad people, and it is their fault. So it's contradictory. The show's message and theme is contradictory to our characters and how they operate and the what they learn and their consequences. Whew. Okay. Um. So Nancy asks. Let's skip ahead here a little bit. Nancy asks, "How do you propose we go about finding who this guy is, Mr. What's It?" We all know who Mr. What's It is. I feel like everyone probably has figured this out by now. It's Vecna, Henry, Vecna, Mr. What's It, all the same person. The big bad villain. Um, and Mike says, "I was after she asked how do you propose we find him." Mike says, "I was hoping you'd tell me." What? I like this is supposed to be like a joke, but it's just silly. Like everything you guys do is just hunches and like piggybacking off of like strands and grasping for straws type information. I can't take you guys seriously. Uh, and yeah, this whole scene is just totally contrived. Unfortunately, I can't really say more than that. So their new goal now is to figure out who Mr. What's is, and to do that, they needed to get a hold of their mom because their mom was the only person they know who knows the most about Mr. What's It and Holly's relationship with him. But unfortunately, the mom is out of commission and her throat got slashed out. She should be dead, but whatever. Let's just buy that the show wants her to be alive. So they have to come up with a plan to get to their mom. Next scene. So now we're with Dustin, Steve, and Jonathan. They're driving in the van. And this begins our argument, uh, our perpetual arguments between Dustin and Steve, which I absolutely can't stand because these two characters, if you remember in like season 3 especially, they had great chemistry and they were great friends, and like their whole reasoning for being mad at each other gets lost in just like they're just need to be mad at each other because the show needs it to happen. Um, so and I'll explain that just in right now. So yeah, like I mentioned earlier, Steve mentions that it's luck that Jessica from school happened to stop by to jump their truck. Uh, and yeah, it never, like I said earlier, it never explained how Dustin knew where they were. He just teleports and knows exactly where their car happened to break down at that time in that place. Never addressed. I guess Dustin has telepathic teleportation abilities to know everything that's happening. Uh, and so Steve starts like berating Dustin for being late to the crawl and kind of like makes him feel responsible and blames him for all this stuff going wrong because he wasn't there. Uh, but it doesn't. It's not his fault. Like okay, sure, he was late and yeah, he poked the bear with the bullies. Whatever. Steve's mad about that too. But it's not his fault. It's the fault of the Demogorgon. Uh, but I guess like the show is hoping that you're just mad with Steve at Dustin, sort of, or buying that he's responsible in some way, but he's not. And Steve should know this. I don't know why Steve is like trying so hard to make Dustin seem like a big dumb idiot boy. It doesn't make sense. And he's like super mad at him for getting beat up and like rude to him, which I don't buy at all. Like Dustin's or not Dustin, Steve has since like I think the second season or whatever, first season has been nothing but a rock for these kids, like a almost like a parent, always trying to protect them. He stood up to a Demogorgon the first time he saw one with a baseball bat, and uh, for him to just like not care and like make fun of Dustin in a way for getting like look which arrives to you looking like Rocky Balboa. Why would he say that to him? This is like your younger brother, like you're like his mentor, and you're being so disrespectful. I don't buy it. It makes Steve kind of a bad person. He never once like asked if he's okay or anything. It's just weird. Like why? Why would you write him like that? It doesn't make sense to his character. Uh, and so uh, he does blame Dustin, however, for like the truck breaking down and all that. So Dustin gives him a reason to have or an explanation of how to fix it. Uh, yeah, he berates him again about getting in the fight. And here's a problem I have. So Steve is arguing that it's just Dustin's fault that everything in the van went wrong and like things went wrong in general, and that they needed him because he knows how things work. This is their 38th crawl, actually, not 37th. I think this is their 38th crawl where they've done this kind of operation, and this is all within 18 months at least. So that's a lot of crawls, pretty periodically. So you'd think that Steve would have picked up some knowledge, right? Or all of them would have picked up knowledge, or all of them might have been trained to handle multiple areas in case something like this were to happen. But nah, nope. The show doesn't think about that. It's just Steve being big mad. And he brings up. Excuse me, sorry. They get into a big argument, and Steve wants Dustin to admit that he was wrong, and so finally Jonathan yells and is like, "Shut up, shut up." The point of the scene is just to have the argument. I don't really know why the show wants Dustin and Steve to argue so much when they never have. And like their chemistry on screen is great as friends. I don't know why they're doing this. It's just frustrating. Like just get over like we've lost the plot of why you guys are even mad at each other. Really. Like Steve's mad that he poked the bear, but like why is this something to hold a grudge over? It's weird. Uh I don't get it. It's a weird choice. Now, we are back with Joyce, Will, and Robin at the squawk. Will's trying to get in contact with, I believe she's trying to get in contact with Steve, Dustin, and what's his name? Jonathan. Yes, Steve, Dustin, and Jonathan. Uh, she can't, and so let's see here. Robin's sitting there. She's contemplating something. She's looking at Will, and then she runs up to not Hopper, sorry, Joyce, and says, "Has that red button been on for this whole time?" And Joyce is like, "Yeah." And she's like, "That means we have to fix the." Robin says, "We have to fix the flux capacitor. Come with me, Will." So obviously, if you watch sci-fi or whatever, you know the flux capacitor is like a joke, like a meme, that it's not real, and it's like it's like a fake thing. Uh, turns out she's lying to get Will alone. So she lied to Joyce. Not a fan of that. Not a fan of Robin lying to Joyce. Okay, um, and we get to this brilliant line. So she gets Will alone, and she says, uh, "The boys have already circled Zone G1 and haven't found Hopper yet. And even if they do find him, where does that get us exactly? Holly is still missing. Your plan is genius, Will. We have an antenna in your head. We might as well use it." And she continues to say, "We need to quote connect your brain to an oops shit. We need to connect your brain to an interdimensional monster signal and save little Wheeler. Your mom is going to be mad, and she's probably right. It's super dangerous." So, if you haven't gotten the gist, she's lied to Joyce to get Will alone and convinced him to run off and play hooky and disregard everything his mom has said so that they can enact this plan. And she even acknowledges in her little speech that Joyce is right and that it's super dangerous and that they don't even really know what they're doing. Robin is a terrible person. She's awful. This is terrible. You're taking advantage. You're being a bad influence on Will. You're putting him in danger, and you're not telling his mom. Like, what are we doing? This is so dumb. Why would she do this? I don't understand. Like, these are unlikable characters. But the thing is the show thinks, Galen, what's up, man? Yes, big SLOP fan. Big SLOP here. So, the thing is the show thinks that this is okay. Like, this is presented as like a triumphant, like, yeah, we're gonna do it, man. We're gonna be rebellious. But it's like, no, you just explained why it's a bad idea, and you lied to Joyce, and you're bad people, and the show just doesn't recognize that Robin is a bad person here, and that Will is just going along with it. And remember, Will never apologized to Joyce about basically saying that all she cared about was her boyfriend, and basically designating Hopper as not a priority to save. Yikes. Yikes, guys. That's a big yikes moment. I don't know. Maybe it looks like our characters are low key bad people. I don't know. I don't know if we should be rooting for them. And so they leave without telling Joyce. Poor Joyce, who's only tried to do the very best, just gets treated like crap, and the show doesn't like care. The show doesn't recognize it, unfortunately. Okay, on to the next scene. So this is perfect. So now we're in the military base in the Upside Down with Dr. K, and the soldiers have gathered evidence of 11. And like, okay, look at this. I'm going to take off the copyright screen for a second so you guys can really see this. That is the picture they got of 11. Really, this is like a pretty pristine surveillance photo for the 80s, and I already debunked how this doesn't make sense because if you did a 2-minute Google search, you'll find that most like people didn't have security cameras in the 80s because they were way too expensive. So this is crazy that they have this picture and it's this good, and that also it's kind of crazy that 11 was arguing with Hopper about how, oh, she was really careful. She wore a hoodie. Bruh, you didn't even try to hide your face. Look at you. You didn't even try. Look at that. Didn't even try. So she's terrible at her job. It's just silly. I don't know. I think it's silly. Oops. There we go. So Hopper was proven right. And here's another common theme. You'll see like our mentor characters are like authoritative characters like Hopper and Joyce are constantly like belittled or disregarded, and the show treats it like it's a good thing that they are, and they're never like just what's the word? What's the word? Their positions are never justified, even though they're the most. Joyce and Hopper are so logical. Everything they do is purposeful. They behave based on information that they know, not fan theories that the rest of the gang comes up with. And the only reason that these theories that the gang comes up with work out is because their theories just happen to be exactly what the writers have written, if that makes sense. Like it's all just contrived nonsense. Oh my god. And so the soldiers tell Dr. K she's here. And Dr. K says, "What do you mean?" Bro, you come on. In the Upside Down, obviously. What are you talking about? It's just silly. What do you mean? What do you mean? Are you not dumb? It's just silly. So we're done with that scene. Uh, and now 11 and Hopper are back at the Upside Down, still tracking the Demogorgon. They're still tracking it. And Hopper's rude and mean again, but he low key is valid for being mad because 11's just been rude to him the whole time. Uh, that's about the extent. She finds out that he's hurt and that he's been lying and pretending. Excuse me. And then we kind of have a nice moment here. 11 is helping to bandage Hopper up, and this gives us a moment to breathe in the episode, and have a little character moment finally after so much time of just exposition and theories and people saying things don't make sense in the show going with it. So they have a moment where Hopper's like, "You're more like me than I thought," blah, blah, blah. Nice little character moment. Pretty standard. Nothing like crazy good here. It's just like standard. We sort of, I don't know, maybe I missed this from earlier seasons, but Hopper reveals that he was in the military, and we later found out he was in Nam. I don't remember that ever being a point in this whole show. I feel like that's pretty important. I don't know why I don't know. If someone in chat, if you remember this being talked about in previous seasons, please let me know because I don't remember at all. Seems pretty important. I don't know why we're just learning about it. He's explaining like how he was rebellious, he thought he was smarter, and that usually he was. So this is him just kind of giving Elle the go ahead to be rebellious, even though he always complains about her being rebellious. So seems a little counterintuitive here. Oh yeah, we have to remind the audience that he had this the daughter. It's like, okay, sure, but I will say this, like, this might sound harsh, but we've done this before. Like, this is sad, yeah, but like you can't keep drilling this into our heads. We've seen it. You're not gonna get me with the emotional blackmail show, okay? You're not gonna do it. This doesn't matter anymore. This mattered in season 1. This doesn't matter here. He's just, yes, the bravest person I ever knew. We know. What does this have to do with now? You were talking about 11 and how she's so similar to you. arguably like have more of a relationship with Eleven than you probably did with your real daughter. So I don't know what I don't know. I just don't get the point of connecting these two things other than for the show to try to emotionally blackmail us into feeling sad. Uh, it is sad on its own, but why do we need this here right now? And then don't even get, so here after we have that moment where he's scared about and sad about thinking about losing his daughter. 11 take gathers this from that scene. So that's why you don't want me in here because you think Vecna will win. And I will die. Like, sure, maybe. I don't know. I don't really know what to make of this scene. It's weird. It's just a weird scene. Like you have this like nice moment, I guess, but then he brings up the cancer daughter and how that was hard on him, and then Elle just says, "So that's why you don't want me in here because Vecna will win and I will die." What kind of dialogue is this? This is not like normal. I don't know. I don't even know what to make of this. This scene confused me. It's pretty standard. That one moment is just weird. And they leave it off with a happy little note. Okay, let's move on. They're still tracking Holly Wheeler and the Demogorgon. So finally, we're back in the hospital, and we find out that the Wheeler kids are trying to, they're trying to talk to the mom. They can't. The doctor won't let them. We get a moment where the doctor is sort of like sexist, I guess, to not Holly, to Nancy. That's the thing that happens. And so they get this idea from seeing the nurses that they can, get some disguises, do the whole stormtrooper trick, pick up some stormtrooper clothes and pretend to be the enemy. I don't trust doctors who smoke. Yeah, it's just this weird like little thing about the doctor being sexist. Apparently, I guess. Uh, doesn't go anywhere. We're back with Steve, Dustin, and Jonathan. All right. Uh, so they think that they have Hopper all of a sudden when they're in the van. Uh, um, and then they're not sure, blah blah blah, and then they hear Joyce, and Joyce says something about how the flux capacitor. I turned into a New Yorker for a second. How the flux capacitor is out, and everyone knows that that's crap. Um, and uh, so that leads us to the realization that Robin was lying. Now we are we're back with Robin and Will. So not only are they disregarding Joyce, they're also they're doing this at night. Everything here is just weird. What? Why? Wait till day at least. Why are you doing this at night? Why does it have to be now? This whole plan is dumb. It's ridiculous. Uh, I lost my spot. Sorry. Bear with me. Bear with me. Okay, yeah, they're going to the forest. That's right. So they're going to the forest because based on their random tangent of theories, they think that if Will goes to the exact spot where he had his freak out that day, he'll be able to reconnect. Even though he's had freakouts everywhere all the time, they never go back to those spots. Uh, Whatever. So they're just walking into the woods, hoping they find it, and they find a. Uh, don't they find him? They find a mandala, I believe. So he goes to the spot. Nothing happens. They keep walking. I need to get close. I need to get close. Nothing's happening. Oh, okay. Finally, we have a decent moment here. So, there's one okay moment here where Robin, since they're alone, decides to confront Will about the hospital the other day or that day. I can't keep track. I think it's the same day, and how Will saw her and her girlfriend macking. He saw him macking in the hospital room. And this moment's okay, cause uh, sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. So she's asking him about it. And we have this little moment, and she's kind of like, "Yo, don't tell anybody, blah blah blah, keep it a secret." And Will kind of doesn't catch on, like he acts like he didn't see anything, blah blah blah. It's a little hint at like him knowing about the big gay with Robin. I don't know. It's okay, nothing wrong there. So they stumble upon a mandala, which happens. Robin like remembers from school. Uh, let's see. So they see the mandala. Sorry, I'm losing steam here because it's been like 3.5 hours and the show is breaking my brain. So, okay, they're walking through. Let's just pause here. So they are walking into the woods to go to the spot where Will was because that was supposed to activate his spidey senses and he'd figure out where Vecna had Holly. And that doesn't work, right? They go to the spot, doesn't work. So they just walk, and then Robin sees the mandala, right? And so they go to the mandala, and that activates Will's senses. And Robin's talking about a specific class with a specific teacher, and it's like an activity they always do. So the mandala is an activity that the kids did, and because they were walking through the woods and happened to stumble upon the mandala, Will was able to have his spidey senses. So once again, contrived. It's contrived again. It just is their things happen to work. It just happens to work. Good thing it happened to work. Because if like let's say that was well written and it didn't work, then Joyce would be right about this. But luckily, they happened to stumble across the mandala, which happened to be made by the same class that happened to have Holly's sister in it, who happens to be missing. Oh. Boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy. I'm losing my mind. So he has his vision, and he's blabbering on about his vision, and now we're back to Hopper and 11. Good lord. Good lord. Uh. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're back with Hopper and 11. Uh. I'm back from work. Well, welcome. I hope that you enjoy. Uh. Quick intervention here. This will be a re-upload too, so if you want to watch the re-upload too, but if you're here live, feel free to ask questions. Feel free to tune in, because I'm just about halfway done with my what I'm trying to get through. So this is gonna be a long night. So right now we are back with Hopper and 11, and this is where they discover the massive flesh wall in the Upside Down that's around Hawkins. And I will say, they're clearly using the XR stage here, and it does not look good, guys. The XR stage does not look good. They're I don't know why, but a lot of shows nowadays. Why? Thank you, my favorite YouTube creator and influencer. Thank you. I have to say this isn't just a Stranger Things isolated issue. All these shows, all these movies are relying so hard on the XR stage SLOP technology that their scenes just look absolutely trash. Like it's ridiculous. It just doesn't look like the whole environment just feels like they're placed in it like it's a 3D rendering of some video game. So they discover this wall. They discover Holly's boot that happens to fall right here. Whatever, fine. I guess that's not too bad. And they determine that the reason Elle's powers do not work anymore is because Holly is beyond the wall, and she's probably with Vecna beyond the wall, and that they need to get through the wall. So that's what we learn here. Pretty standard. Nothing too bad about that. So now we're back with Mike and Nancy, and they're disguised as a nurse and hospital patient so that they can get into the mom's hospital suite, whatever. So yeah, they do the whole stormtrooper get up where they dress up as the enemy. They get in there, and I have a question real quick. So, like, they're real lucky that no nurses interrupt this whole scene. No nurses check on the severely wounded like family. Uh, it's kind of weird that that Nancy shouldn't they both? I guess maybe there weren't any male nurses in this hospital. I don't know, so Mike couldn't dress up as a nurse. Uh, this scene is also messed up because like the whole goal of the scene is that they find out that Mr. What's It is Vecna, right? But it's just awkward that they never even talk about the dad. They never even try to like go see him or think about him. It's just sad. Like, come on. Like, yeah, Karen's your mom, but bruh, go say your dad. Your dad's important too. They don't even think about him. He's not even mentioned. Ted gets shafted. My boy Ted gets shafted, and he was like the first one to stand up to the Demogorgon and try to save. God, he's done dirty. He's done dirty. Uh, so that's what happens in this scene. They're trying to get her to speak. She can't speak, so they have her write on a piece of paper. And now we get some intercuts here. Skip. Okay. So we get some intercuts. So Will and Robin, we're back with them for a moment, and they are at the school because luckily, like I said, Ted Wheeler got more screen time in the target. That is so funny. Did he really? That's so embarrassing. Ted Wheeler got more screen time in the Target ad. Probably true. This show does not care. Target ads got more character development for Ted Wheeler than the Duffer Brothers did. That is ridiculous. Oh my god, that's so funny. Uh, that's not real. That's crazy. And you know what's even crazier? You know what's crazier? The Target ad probably didn't even use ChatGPT. The Target ad probably was more of the Target ad might have actually genuinely been written by a human than the actual show. That's that's so funny to think about. But okay, let's continue. So they're at the school because like I said, luckily even though Will's theory didn't work, remember that. I want you guys to remember that Will's theory was that if he went to the exact spot in the woods where he had the tism, that he'd be able to figure out where the kids or where Holly was. It didn't work. The only reason that they have this information now is because they happened to stumble upon a class project that Holly Wheeler happened to be work on that happened to be in the same part of the forest that they happened to go to, based off theories. Like, this is crazy. This is just like contrived. There's no like cause and effect. It's and then. Boy, oh boy, I can't. This is ridiculous. So we get the intercut scene of Will figuring out Mr. What's It. Oh my God, beautiful Derek. Look at him. Look at him in all his glory. Finally, a ray of sunshine in this dark world of hell. So we see Holly spinning. They think Derek's a part of this too because oh yeah, that's another thing. This is where stuff really doesn't make sense. So we find out in this scene, this series of cuts, that not only can Will see through Vecna and through the Demogorgons, he can also see through his victims, and he can see through. So he can just see whatever he needs to see. Let's just say it. That's what this is telling us. Whatever they need, he just sees. He can see through Derek. He can see through Holly. And then half the other kids are his victims. So why can't he just see every goddamn thing that's happening in this town? Like, I don't understand. It's just nothing adds up. Sorry. I can't stand this crap. Okay, so we figure out. Figured out H. H is for Henry. E is for 11, And then look we figure it out. So now we're getting scenes intercut with Holly. So then everyone thinks, oh my God, Mr. What's his Vecna? Because we didn't know, because no one could have guessed. So we see Vecna with Holly, and he's taken him to like this dream world or memory thing. We discover later it's his mind, but he's taken her to his house, and it's like in pristine condition. It's like the Matrix, if you will, and she's taken the red pill or the blue pill, sorry, and that's how the series ends. We find out who Vecna is, or not series, sorry. That's how the episode ends. We find out who ends. We find out who Vecna is, and we find out that Holly is in his mind in his house. Boy, oh boy. Okay, we got 2 more episodes to go, guys. 2 more to go. It's pretty bad so far. I can't believe the Target ad thing. I keep thinking about that. Hold on. Bear with me 1 second while I get the next episode up and running. I don't know, guys. Anyone think the show's good so far? Anyone think the season's good? It's pretty bad. I can't believe it. Okay, next episode, please. Bear with me. Copyright shield. There we go. Okay, so let's just move right along into episode 3 because this is how long have I been going? Almost 4. Guys, we're about to hit the 4-hour mark of talking about Stranger Things. Worst TV season I have seen ever, for real. Yes, I think it's people. Okay, let's do a brief intermission here before we dive into the next episode. So, to piggyback off of that, this season is actually like atrociously written. And if you weren't here for the beginning of the stream, I dove straight into like how they allegedly used AI and they didn't even finish the final episode. That is criminal. It's criminal. Has there been? Correct me if I'm wrong. Has there been like a controversy or a scandal involving AI yet with like a big TV show? I can't think of any. I think this is the first one, right? So this is like diabolical. These guys aren't even really writing at this point, and I feel like if you rewatch my breakdown and specifically episode 2 and all the countless in chronological order these scenes, which is just character A explaining, character B doubting character A saying I don't know after character B says it doesn't make sense, and then the show running with it. That happens so many times. It's crazy. I don't know how Hollywood executives look at this writing. First of all, I don't know how Hollywood executives are chill with not getting a full script for their final episode. Stranger Things lasted the same amount of time as the Infinity Saga. Like Infinity War Like, wait, what do you mean Infinity Saga? Like Marvel? But I just don't understand how Hollywood executives are chill with not getting handed full scripts of their seasons that are getting $400 million funding. It's absurd. So yeah, when you're done later when this is re-uploaded, check the beginning of the stream. Okay, yeah, Marvel. Yeah, you're right. Actually, that's crazy. And they've been going for 10 years. Think about that. This show's been gone for 10 years, and this is like. The show deserves a good ending, and they just didn't get it. And the poor fans had to try to come up with that conformity gate episode that is not real, guys. That episode is not coming out like that. This show doesn't make sense. You guys got to accept it. You fans out there, I'm sorry. It's sad. I can't believe that this is real, and I can't like. Another thing, like people, there's been critique, of course, across the board of the show, but I feel like so many like top critics give the show kind of a pass. They're like, yeah, this was like a fart and a fart finale. This was a diarrhea explosion of bad. Like it's bad. It's like someone had 20 laxatives and then let loose. It's just not good. Like everything is on everywhere. There's poop on the walls. You can't clean it up. You don't even know where to begin to fix everything, and you feel embarrassed. That's what. That's that's what we got going on. It's sad. It's sad. I feel bad saying all this, but it's also like, what are we? Come on, guys. Come on. Why did the show end like a big diary of Shart? And they didn't even write it. They didn't even write it. Anyway, okay, let's just get into the next episode. Because I could go on, and we don't have that kind of time. Or I do, I guess. I could go on forever. Okay, we're on to episode 3, guys. So we are with, we're with 11 and Hopper again, and they're both trying to rip open the wall. There's a really funny moment here. So 11's like using her powers, it makes sense. To like try to rip the wall open. Hopper is just stabbing the wall. He's just going at it with his little knife. What are you talking about? This is what are you doing? It's not doing anything, man. It's just like I'm sorry, it's just silly. He acts like an idiot. They make Hopper an idiot in this show. So obviously what they do doesn't work. The wall's too thick. And again, it just looks like XR stage SLOP. This whole place isn't real. I guess you can argue that the lighting is okay for this. At least they sort of blend in with the environment that they're in. But I don't know. This show's lost like the look of the first season. It just feels like Marvel. I don't know. Not good. Not great. Okay. So, yeah, Elle argues that she closed the gate so she can break through. I don't know, man. I don't think this is the same thing. So, oh yeah, so she asked for a battery, and he gives her some food, right? And she throws it at him. Why is 11 so rude to this man? She found him last episode after thinking he could have been dead for all she knew, and the first thing. The lightning in this season pissed me off almost more than the writing. Yeah, the lightning's bad. You're right. The environment is really bad. Even this. Look at this. Like if you look at where the motion blur is on 11's. Hold on. Let me take down the copyright screen. So if you look here at the motion blur and just kind of follow the motion blur up her arm, like she doesn't look like she's there. This looks like a set. Like, the background is just not real. Not a fan. And the whole show looks like this. How did this show cost $400 million? No way. This is money laundering. This is fraud. I'm not buying it. What was I saying? So, I don't understand why she's so rude to him. Like, he's her father figure. They also just had this really heartwarming moment and just before the end of the last episode. And I guess it doesn't matter, and she's just going to be rude. It's weird. I don't know why the show is hell-bent on making all of our protagonists bad people and rude. It's weird. And then we get company. We have company, guys. The army shows up. And they activate the sonic cannon thing that I guess like can stop 11 in her powers. That's pretty cool, pretty useful. Finally, some competent use of technology from seemingly competent villains right now. And so 11 is paralyzed, and then we're done with that scene. So, on the edge of our seats. Oh my gosh, how are they gonna get out of that one, guys? So now we are back with Joyce. They're looking for she's looking for Will and Robin. And she's holding it together pretty well. Like, she's mad. She's saying, I'm not mad. I just need to know you're safe. Which, probably true. Of course, when she finds them, she's not chill. But, like, Joyce is a saint. She never... she is she's been a worried mom this whole, like, series. And she's, like, grown, And now she's pretty, like independent and, like, confident. And she's held it together so well, even after her son made fun of her boyfriend for whoa, sorry, having a stroke here, made fun of her and her boyfriend, even though he could have been dead, disregarded her, was rude. She's held together. I'm a big Joyce fan here. So Joyce is looking for them. She finds them, and they're just like riding on their bikes. Oh, look at us, just riding around, not even gonna try to contact anyone. Screw those guys. What are you talking about? And then Joyce is rightfully upset because, like, screw you guys. Screw you, Robin. You took my son away from me. Think about that. Robin took a mom's son away and, like, brought him on this, like, absolutely ridiculous plan that wasn't really a plan. Like, they figured stuff out, but the only reason they figured anything out was because it happened to work out in their favor, because the show needs it to happen. And then Joyce gets treated like crap because of this. It doesn't, like, the show is so backwards. The show is so backwards. Oh my dear lord. She reprimands Robin, like I just said. And Robin's rude to her and then says, "Oh, people say that I just sound sarcastic naturally." Okay, whatever, Robin. Screw you. You're a terrible person. And then Will gets all defensive and mad at Joyce. And Will literally says, "Mom, your plan sucked." It's like, can you have any sympathy for your mom who knows could have spent all night looking for you? She did, I think, right? Yeah, she spent like all night looking for them. Like that Duffer Brothers, like, read the script. Your characters are bad people. Why is he so mean to his mom? Look at her. Like, what? What are we doing? Who? Like, why? And it's crazy because, like, he like rants here and says his plan worked. It didn't work, actually. It just happened to, like, work out because they found a mandala in the woods. And so he goes on this long tangent about how he found out all the stuff they need to know, and that, like, shuts her up. And they're like, "Ha, yeah, right, Joyce. See, I was right. You were wrong." Joyce, poor Joyce. Joyce gets treated like crap. The show doesn't even realize it. It's crazy. The writers don't know. She's the only one doing the right thing, the only one looking out for the interests of everyone, whereas Will is just looking out for the interests of supposedly Holly, but I think his actions show that he's really looking out for the interest of him being right and his mom being wrong because he wants to prove he's independent. But he's being a total jerk about it, and it just doesn't add up for his character. Okay, let's keep going. So yeah, Joyce is just, like, dumbfounded. Poor Joyce. Now they're back at school, and they're in Holly's class, and we see Derek. Derek, we love you, Derek. You're the best part of the show. Look, good old Derek. He's building some things. Look at that. Look at this guy. He's a genius. Look at that. Beautiful genius, Derek. And oh my God, look who it is. It's Vecna, who looks pretty suspicious looking. I know he's not actually there, but why did he have to dress like a Nazi or something? Why? Shouldn't he be dressed, like, more chill if you're trying to get kids? Look at him. Why? He looks like Oppenheimer over there in the corner. Why would any kid be like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go talk to this dude who's staring at me like that"? What are you talking about? So, oh my God, look at him. So obviously, Derek is the next target for Vecna. Okay, intro scene. Let's get by that. Now we are at breakfast. Breakfast at Vecna's. We're in Vecna's mind, and we're having a scene between him and Holly. So this could be interesting. We finally are having a moment with, like, reasonable human, complex-ish Vecna and Holly. So we can see, like, what he's gonna say. Could be interesting. So, okay, yeah. So here's the thing. So what I don't understand here is Holly doesn't, like, question anything here. So you might be saying, "Oh, well, Vecna, like, wiped her memory." Well, she still remembers her parents got messed up, right? And she also was grabbed by the Demogorgon, correct? Right? So Did he like alter her memory so that she only remembered getting taken? She only remembered getting sorry, she only remembered her family and her parents getting destroyed by the Demogorgons, and that's it. And then she's just here. She doesn't contemplate how she got here, who like why she hasn't been here before, why she can't see her parents. She doesn't really ask any of these questions, even though Holly's proven to be a very observant and curious young girl. But I guess for this scene, they don't have her behave that way because it wouldn't make sense for the show. So that's all I can say, I guess. Because like a huge thing I had at the beginning when I first watched this is like, how does she not remember that she was being dragged by Demogorgons, and then she just ended up with Mr. Whatsit? Seems a little suspicious, man. Seems a little suspicious, but I guess he magically erased that part of her brain. Uh, okay. She's mad about Derek. He's like, oh well, I guess I should just let him get eaten. Blah blah blah. It's like silly fun. So he's leaving, and like this place is like a magical wonderland basically for her. It's like Alice in Wonderland, you might say. Another reference. Fine. There's nothing wrong. Terribly wrong here, I guess. She senses something's wrong in the woods because Vecna has made it clear: don't venture into the woods because the monsters will get you. I wonder what's actually in the woods. It could be something interesting. Okay, anyways, we're back now with Hopper and Eleven, who are being attacked by the army. So the army, the army gets to where they were and nothing. They're gone. So already, like, how do they not like? Didn't the army see them? The army activated the sonic cannon, and also 11 in that. Okay, let me slow down. So if by logic deduction, if 11 and Hopper could see the military could see them, right? If I can see you, you can see me. You know, that kind of logic. And they also activated their little sonic ray. So how did they drive? And this is like a pretty open area overall. So how did the government not see them like leave? What are you talking about? They're just like, oh, where do they go? Bruh. So they're taking a break, whatever. And we see that they've hidden. Hopper took 11 and hid her behind like a piece of debris. And somehow, I guess the military just is blind. I guess the military's blind, guys. So he's looking through this convenient hole here. Oh, yes. And don't let me not forget. So somehow, this guy's taking a leak here, right? Look at that. Hopper's knife. He just left it in the wall. Why? Is Hopper dumb? Wasn't Hopper in the military? Shouldn't he keep track of his weapons? Isn't that a big thing in the military? Nah, I guess not. We have to have him leave the knife so that the military can figure out that they're still here, even though they should have seen them and still be there. The show is so weird. These writing choices are so weird. Like, you had them driving at them. They could see them. Why do you have to have, like, Hopper and 11 hide after the army could have seen them, and then like have Hopper be stupid and leave his knife just so that the military could find the knife and then remember that they saw like that they're there? Like, why? You're just making everyone dumb. Like, this show is like a god at making characters and people like incompetent. It's so good at it. In like 2 seconds, it was able to make the military and Hopper wildly dumb, like easily. It's crazy. This, if anything, I can praise the show on its competence to make sure that nothing makes sense. It's genius in that regard. Like, this is crazy. Quick rewrite. Have the military come upon them. Have them maybe chase 11 and Hopper, or I don't know, maybe have Hopper and 11 hear the military coming over like a hill or something, and then they hide. Not have the military see them, like clearly be able to see them, and then just act stupid, and then have Hopper act dumb so the military can find them. What are we doing, show? Like, come on. This is like basic stuff. This isn't crazy stuff that I'm suggesting here.
He's like, but not one of ours. It starts looking up into the sky. What are you talking about, dude? Come on, man. Can you guys see that? Like, see the video well enough? I'm sorry about the our beautiful copyright thing. Let me try to make it a little more transparent. I just am worried about copyright problems, you know? Maybe like this. If I pause enough, it should be fine. That's probably a little, yeah, that's a little better. How is that? That's probably better. Um, let's see here. Wait, 1 second. Bear with me 1 second. 1 second, guys. Brief hold. And again, if anyone has any disagreements, please send them my way. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I need to make sure I can see chat, guys. Where is it? 1 second. I apologize for the unprofessionalism. Okay, here we go. And we are good to go. All right, beautiful. Let's get back into it. Or wait, I lied. I'm sorry. Bruh, what is happening? No. This isn't doing what I want. Hold on. This is frustrating. Okay, there we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. We're chilling. Let's continue. Sorry. Okay, where were we? So the military finds out through the stupid knife that Hopper and 11 are nearby, right? Find out that they're nearby. And shoot. Okay, here we go. So they're looking around, and I guess like this like sonic cannon thing is able to they're sort of using it to as a radar to detect her. So if like they scan the area and it lands on her, it'll make her scream and they can find her. So this begs the question. So this begs a lot of questions. So did they ever see them? Did they ever think anyone was there? Period. I don't think so. This makes it seem like they didn't, because so that means that they were just scanning the area, right? This is so confusing. Like, did the military ever see them? Why were they driving over here? Nothing really makes sense. That's a common theme of this, I must say. So she's like barely 11's struggling with the sonic thing. They're right behind this billboard, by the way, if you didn't know. That's the billboard they're behind. So they're pretty like they're right here. There's not, and there's a bit like a squadron here. So I don't know how they're getting out of this one. It gets to her, and she's screaming, and they hear it. Oh my gosh, guys! 11 is. Oh, this looks so bad. The lighting is so bad. So they're like, okay, let's move in. And at first, I'm like, okay, they're finally like doing something here, right? First of all, they're all acting really slow, and then, okay, this is a huge gripe I have. And actually, so the soldier is like walking towards, and he's just like, he sees Hopper, and he's like, hey. And so Hopper's response, just to blast him. Do we remember these are American soldiers? They're not necessarily bad. Like, they're soldiers, and they're in this like terrifying world. And yeah, 11 technically is a threat, but like, they're soldiers at the end of the day. They're American soldiers, and Hopper just executes him in cold blood because he just does not care. I think that's insane. I'm sorry. I think that's crazy. He doesn't have any remorse. He was in the military. He has no remorse for murdering the soldiers. What are you talking about? What? This is messed up. He just kills him. He just kills him. He does not care. He kills him and does not care. So they need backup and air cover. Blah, blah, blah. They're firing. Hopper's killing the U.S. soldiers.
He gets grenades out. And here's another problem I have. If they were in the military and trained, why don't they like try to flank them around the billboard instead of shooting through the billboard? Like it just they had enough people at least in the beginning to send like two guys one way, two guys the other way. He can't get both of you. He'll be like this. Boom, 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 dead. But nah, we gotta be dumb and just shoot through the billboard at nothing because we don't know where he is. Incompetence once again because the show realized they wrote themselves into a corner with the scene, and they said, okay, well, guess the sacrifice here is we got to make our villains incompetent again. Hopper throws a grenade. I'm pretty sure, yeah, and he murders more soldiers. He is a terrorist. Hopper is a terrorist. That's crazy. So 11 defeats the Sonic thing, and they take this guy prisoner. I just like, I'm sorry, like, it's just so frustrating. Like, why is the military so incompetent? That whole scene, they could have outflanked them and killed them immediately. And Hopper just kills American soldiers, even though he was one. Like, in a way, they're his compatriots, right? So shouldn't he feel a little guilty or remorse? Couldn't that be interesting to see him wrestle with that? I wish this cruel world has taken this interesting show that could have been really interesting away from us. That could have been interesting to see. Bummer. What a bummer. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. All right, so we're back. Oh, excuse me. We're back with Steve and Dustin and all of them, and they're going back to the Squawk, or Joyce, and the rest of the gang are. So our gangs are kind of reconverging here, I believe. Yes, they are. Oh, not Joyce. Sorry, Nancy and all of them are. Yes, so everyone's sort of meeting up. They confront Dustin and they're about the bully situation. Dustin doesn't feel any remorse for him wearing the shirt. That's never addressed by the show. I don't need to keep saying that. I've beat that horse dead into the ground by now, right? Let's see. So, look at this shot, guys. You see this shot? You know that with Will's got his hands. They mean business. You know it's bad. It's going to be a bad, like, absolutely chock full scene of exposition when you got the characters symmetrically placed in this big circle and you got Will with his hands on his hips. You know they're about to dump some crazy exposition. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue here. So, hold on. Did I skip too far ahead? Okay, so so Will is telling everyone that they found out that he found out Derek he thinks probably maybe Derek is the next target, which is pretty stupid because, like I said, this is based off a hunch at the end of the day. But you know what? I can't complain because we love Mr. Derek. He is like I said, shining ray of light and goodness and beautifulness in the show. He's like, oh, Derek. Like, he's great. I love Derek. No one can take away that joy. At least I can feel joy from Derek. He's just, like, there's something, like cozy about him knowing he's going to be in the episode. It's like, look at him. He's just, he's chill. He's, like, based all the time. He has the best decisions, best choices. He acts like correctly like he makes sense. Derek is a character who actually makes sense. He behaves on logic, on the information he has. He acts accordingly. He's perfect. He's endearing. The actor is endearing, and he has a lot of like personality. He's just like beaming. He's perfect. He's perfect. He's absolutely perfect. Sorry. Derek is just, he distracts me. He's just perfect. So let's get back to it. So yeah, Will is doing the big old exposition where he's explaining that Derek is the next target. So this is about to be a big dump here. They say the whole family's a menace. Okay. Uh, how can you be sure that Derek's the next target? Valid question. He says because I saw. What does that mean? You see a lot of things, Will. Let's be fair here. You see through. You see a lot of things. You tell us you see a lot of things. And then he says, I learned that when I'm close to the hive mind, I can tap into it, into Vecna's mind. He didn't really. But here's the thing, though. He didn't tap into Vecna's mind. He tapped into Derek's mind. And he claims that that means that if you can tap into someone's mind, that shoot, sorry, I lost my train. This is so complicated. They've alluded that if he can tap into Vecna's mind, that means he can tap into his victims' minds because Vecna is getting into the minds of his victims. It's just like, okay, sure. I'm sick of this shot, by the way. Stop! Stop! We know! Why do you keep cutting to him every single time? Why? Why do we need to see a flashback every time that he explains his visions? We've done it so many times. We don't need to see it again. Stop doing it. I beg you. I beg you. Just stop it. We've seen the shot like 20,000 times. We know. We understand. Oh my gosh. Okay, so yes, the Spidey senses. Yes, we saw it. Just like literally in this episode, we saw it. Oops, the last episode. I know it's Derek. I'm positive. So they're piecing everything together, stuff we already kind of figured out. Henry is Vecna. Mr. What's-It is Henry and Vecna, blah, blah, blah. We have to stop him. Yes. Correct, young Will. He's got the teacher point. Look at this. This is top level. This is going to be top tier exposition. He's got to stick to point every little thing out to the audience here. No, I'm joking. I know it's explaining the plan, but it's like, come on, man. So they find this, luckily this farm that's abandoned that they can use. Great. Oh, yes. Okay, let's pause here. My memory, see, there's so much stuff I'm trying to keep track of in my head that it's like I'm losing brain cells, but now I remember. So, back to my notes, hold on. So, their plan here is to kidnap Derek against his will and blindfold him, because if they blindfold him, that means that Vecna can't, like, see through him. But this is, like, crazy. They're gonna kidnap a little kid. And Jonathan is right. Okay, this is what's crazy. Jonathan is right. He's concerned. He's like, this seems messed up. And Joyce tells Jonathan, it's no time to play it safe. And then looks at Will. Guys. Do you know what this means? Do you guys know what this means? This means that the show thinks that William was in the right when he disregarded Joyce and was rude and all that crap that we've already talked about. The show is saying that Joyce is learning from Will here, because she says it's no time to play it safe, and then looks at Will and they smile. This is bad. What are you talking about? This is bad news. You're learning. You're being you're picking up bad influences. He's like, the whole message here, like the whole thing that happened with Will. If anything, Will learned that, oh, if I just like act recklessly, something good might come out of it. And Will is, I guess Joyce is taking that to heart and learning from it. No, Joyce's plan was great. It made sense, and now the show is ruining her. She's regressing as a character, and the show is proud. The show is beating its chest proud. Oh my God, Joyce, poor Joyce is getting character assassinated in front of her very eyes. Oh, it's so sad, guys. It's so sad. my jaw was agape. My jaw was agape when she said that. I was like, there's no way. There's no way that they did this to her. Please, someone save the show. Okay. Let's continue. let's keep going. Let's keep going. Yeah, so like I said, everyone's like, you can't do that. That's kidnapping. It's no time to play it safe. Ugh! No! 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 And he's smirking. I hate Will I shouldn't hate Will, but I hate him. The show's filled me with rage against him. Why? He's such a... Ugh. It's so sad. It's like, guys, come on, man. Come on, man. Okay, let's go back. Okay. Okay, I kind of lost my mind there for a second. Oh my goodness. Good lord. Okay. I can't take it, man. Sorry. Yeah, cuz like not okay, I have to go back to it. It's like too much. Like so this is like Joyce is forgetting everything Will said about Hopper. It's just sad. Okay, let's just keep going. Let's just keep going. Let's just keep going. Golly! I'm going to lose my mind. This show is so bad. Okay. Let's keep going. Let's just keep going. Ugh. Okay. Just I'm not morally Dustin says I'm not morally opposed to any of this. There are a few holes. A few holes? This whole show is a few holes, man. There's holes everywhere. No one cares. What do you mean there's a few holes? You don't care. Everything you say or do is just going to magically make sense. And then we're going to keep going. And things are going to work out just according to plan, like always. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so this is the part. Okay, this is just a bigger version of the previous scenes we've been having where like they poke holes in their plan and then like the show says it's fine. So everyone's saying like how is this going to happen? And they use D&D pieces to demonstrate what they will do. Even by some miracle this plan works, bruh. Every plan you do is a miracle. So their plan now, I'll just pause it because I need to just like say it all in one go. So excuse me. So sorry, I've just like my brain is dying again. So their plan is to recruit a friend of the family to get like an in into Derek's house, right? So if my first thought was like, how the hell and who the hell are you gonna recruit who would believe you first of all, and then also like execute your plan? So that's crazy. And then their plan is to knock out the family with a bunch of pills. That is insane. Pills? They don't even know that. We find out later they don't know the dosage either. They just fill a apple pie, with a bunch of Benadryl and a bunch of other stuff. What if you killed them? What if you killed Derek? They don't care. They don't care. That's the problem. They don't care. Luke, stop parking. Sorry, I'm sorry. I've been talking for like 5 hours. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's get back to it. Okay, so their plan is to kidnap a child, drug his family, hoping that the dosages don't kill the family. Great, these are great people. I'm pro these people, I'm sure. Take Derek, get Murray to, they say, quote, get Murray to supply them with traps. Excuse me? What? Stop park, bruh. bruh. But excuse me, what? Get married? What do you mean? How does he have access to everything? He's a video game like uh like Skyrim like shop villager. I don't know. What are we talking about here? So yeah, let's just run down the list one more time. We're gonna go through all the whole list because I have it written right here. And if we try to go scene by scene, it's gonna be a bunch of of bull crap. So recruit friend of the family, get them into Derek's house, drug Derek and his family, blindfold Derek, hope that Derek and his family don't die from the drugs, get Murray to supply them with traps somehow, and then stick the Demogorgon with a tracker. So they're hoping the Demogorgon gets to Derek and they can trap it, stick it with a tracker, okay, a tracker that they just have, and then wound the Demogorgon enough to then follow it back to its lair. No holes. So what if there's multiple Demogorgons like before? What if Vecna shows up himself? They haven't thought about that either. What about Hopper and Eleven? Not even going to try to contact them still. What if Derek isn't even the kid? What if it's the wrong kid? That would be pretty bad. You're going to jail. You already should be going to jail, but it doesn't matter because the show doesn't care. What if the Demogorgon doesn't need Derek to be able to see? Didn't think about that because, never thought about that. All these things. And they even say there's holes, but it doesn't matter. What kind of writing is this? How is this legal? Am I crazy? It's insane to me. I just don't understand. So yeah, we can skip through this because I already explained it. Yeah, D&D pieces because they have to remind us that D&D is the show's like crux because it's in the 80s. The tracker. Okay. I almost had a heart attack. Okay, finally. Now we are with Holly. She's back at Vecna's crib, jamming out to some tunes. There's nothing really wrong with this scene. It's pretty standard. I think the kid is doing a fine job acting. She's chill. She's being a kid. I can't really hate on this scene. So she finds some stuff here. She goes into this room, and she finds she's just looking around. Boy Scouts of America. So it's not said in this scene. It's kind of left up to you to guess. But this is young Vecna's like Boy Scout uniform. I wish my life. Wait. Okay, sorry. Let's pause here. So I wish my life was written by the Duffer Brothers because everything. Yes, yeah. It's just everything works out perfect. I just realized I could see what you're talking about. Yes. Okay. The screen here with the Squidward is to make sure that it's copyright shield because like if I did a test and if I show like even like 2 seconds of Stranger Things without a shield, it gets like absolutely destroyed. No monetization. So yeah. Sorry. I tried to make it a little opaque. I can fix it. Let me make it a little more see-through. Okay, hold on. Copyright. I think it should. I don't know. I can't. Nah, it's gonna be too dangerous. Sorry, it has to stay this much, or the stream might get taken down. Anyways, so we find out that later in a few episodes that this is Vecna's stuff, from when he's a kid. Oh, look at that! See that little hole there? That's gonna come in handy later. So she's dressing up, having a gay old time, having a gay old time at Vecna's crib. Alice in Wonderland, Little Red Riding Hood sort of esque, and she hears something, a knock at the door. Oh my goodness! And she thinks it's Derek. She goes to the door. No one's there. But the mailbox, someone has delivered something pretty suspicious. Also, whoever was at the door teleported. How the hell did you do all this in 10 seconds flat? I wonder who it could be. Holly. So she opens the mail. She opens the mail. She gets a compass and a map, and a note. And the note says, "Holly, I need your help. Meet me at the X. Please hurry. Henry." So this is already really suspicious because, I mean, Holly's smart here. And okay, I'll just say it. It's Max. Max is here in the Upside Down. We find that out. I think this episode, the end of this episode or something. So Max is planting this note here for Holly to find so that she can meet up with her and like explain everything, right? First of all, Max, my good Max. Okay, how does she know how to use it? That's a great point. This is like a crappy hand drawn like little map, and she's like 10 years, not even 10. Good luck. A good thing she knows how to use it. Also, Max, good Max. Why would you leave the map in the mailbox? Because we find out in a later scene that Holly is suspicious of this map, rightfully so, and who names their daughter Maximus? I don't know. It's Maxine. Her name is Maxine. Let me continue. So, where was I? What was I saying? So, okay. So Max leaves the letter in the mailbox, right? And Holly is rightfully suspicious, and we find out later that she doesn't just immediately go off into the woods. She takes the map inside and like actually tries to figure out if it was Henry or not. So, this begs the question, Max. What if Henry came back and opened the mailbox and found your little map and your little note? That would be pretty bad. Pretty bad. And even though we know Holly takes it, what if, since she's waiting in the house, what if what if Vecna came back early and she gave it to Vecna? That would be pretty bad. Almost like you're dumb. Like, really dumb. Like, this is obvious stuff. Like, why? Like, what? What are you doing? Why would you leave evidence of where you are? And, like, here's the thing. Like, maybe a diehard fan might argue because we later find out that where Max is, Vecna can't get to because he's the big scared. But, bro, not Nick vibes. That's messed up. You can't say that. But what was I saying? Yeah, we find out later that Max is in a place Vecna can't reach because he's the big scared. But the problem with this is like, okay, even though like we know he can't get to her there, the fact that she's now Vecna is on to her, and now Vecna will surely make sure that Holly will never be able to see Max at all. He'll probably just make sure she can't leave the house. So your plan is like ruined and you're done for. So you're pretty lucky that all this works out just the way you want it to. Oh my god, this show. Okay, let's continue. Okay, yeah. Okay, now, finally, we're back in the Upside Down. And now we're at the spot where Hopper and 11 were, and now finally the cavalry has arrived. We got helicopters, we got a bunch of soldiers here, right? Excuse me. The soldiers are here. Military is swarming the area, and again, I guess no one needs masks in the Upside Down anymore, even though that was a huge thing in season 1 and 2. The writers forgot. Lazy. And Hopper and 11 are fine. They've hidden away, and they have a prisoner with them. And they're going to try to interrogate him. And 11 says probably one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. She says that, she literally says word for word, that since the soldier peed on the wall, he might know more about it. What? I know that she's not, like, all there, because she's kind of a weird person, but, like, what is this? Come on. What are you talking about? He peed on the wall, so he knows about it. What is that logic? Make the Upside Down scary again? Yes, please. 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 Make shows good again. This is crazy. So, yeah, she says that line. Look, that could just be a ChatGPT slip up, because that is a crazy bad line. That is, like, insane. That is, they had ChatGPT free trial. They ran out of tries, or
or free trial days, and they use the like retarded ChatGPT, and now the script is just like pumping out terrible dialogue. I don't know. That is like I thought that line was crazy. Maybe I'm overreacting, but he peed on the wall, so he must know more about it. Okay, okay. Well, let's go with that. I guess it's been conquered. Yeah, it's been conquered by terrible writing. Um, so yeah, they're talking about interrogating him. Hopper's like, uh, nah, he's a soldier. I'm a soldier, which means I know that it's hard for soldiers to break. And Eleven's like, nah, bro, I got it. I can use my special powers. And Hopper's like, nah, you can't. Even though, bro, just give it a try. You know it's gonna work. Like you know it's gonna work. I'm sorry, Hopper. You've done this. Like this is your 5th season of doing crap like this. You know it's gonna work. I know you know. So don't even pretend that it's not gonna work. Uh, so we're done with that little scene, and now we are with. Okay, we know. Oh yeah, before I move on, they make a reference to earlier when Hopper's like sort of praises me for being or did I say praises me? Sorry, I'm going crazy. So Hopper praises 11, sorry, for being quote a stubborn punk ass, aka a rebel, and then he like complains about it, and then they like reflect. It's whatever. It's just like a callback to be like they learned from their conversation earlier, but it's really obvious. Anyways, now on to more important stuff. Red card, red flag. What's a red flag? Tell me what I've said that's a red flag. I don't know what that means. What this emoji means. Uh, okay. Anyways, now we're in school. Class is in session, guys. Oh, look at that. Mr. Clark is talking about wormholes. I wonder if that's going to be important for later. I wonder if this is going to come up later, guys. No, I'm being too harsh here. This is fine. Like they did this in the earlier seasons. Like, and that's not to justify them doing it here, but I don't know. It's in the grand scheme of the show. This is the least like atrocious thing they've done is have him explaining something that. I'm throwing him a bone here, guys. I'm trying to be nice. So Mr. Clark is teaching his class about wormholes, which conveniently happens to be like the whole thing, like what's happening with Hawkins. They're in a wormhole, basically. And who's in class? But Erica, Lucas's sister, from who was introduced in the 3rd season, I think. Uh, so he exposits a bunch of useful information about wormholes so that the audience can lap it all up and think, maybe this is going to be interesting for later. Then Erica spots Lucas and Mike outside her window, and they need her desperately. So they take her in the hall and chat. And this chat is absolutely crazy, and more characters get assassinated, guys. More characters get assassinated. It's insane. Okay. So Lucas is telling Erica that something went wrong during the crawl, and she's all mad because she wasn't a part of the crawl, which is like, okay, you're like 14, right? Okay, chill. Uh, he says something went wrong, uh, and now Derek is in trouble. That's what he says. And I want guess what he says. Can you guys guess what she says? I actually want you to guess. So, based on like everything that I've talked about in the formula of the last scenes, I want you to guess. So let me paint the picture again. They get Erica, and Lucas explains to her that something went wrong, and that Derek is now in trouble. So what do you think her response is? Immediate response is. Writers watched Interstellar before work. Yeah, they did. But I want you guys to guess. Just tell me. What do you think the first thing she says is? I just want to see if you guys know. Come on, let me know. I want you to guess. Please. It would make my dream come true if someone got it.
No one's gonna put a guess. I know there's at least 2 or 3 people out there. Come on. No, 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 no. Like a line, the line that they say all the time in the show. What's the like? Okay, so I'll say it again, just real quick. How much, bruh? No. Okay, fine, fine, fine. So Lucas explains that now Derek is in trouble because something went wrong, and she says that doesn't make any sense. Nothing ever makes sense to these, bruh. That's the. Sorry, it's not necessarily easy to get, but like I guess I've just been taking notes and watching for so long that it's ingrained in my goddamn brain. But like every time anyone says anything to a character that doesn't know about the thing, they have to say it doesn't make sense. It's absurd. Sorry, I'm screaming into the mic. I gotta calm down. I've done Stranger Things. Ooh, good one. Okay, let's get back to it because this scene is actually wildly bad for our characters morally. Okay, so Erica says makes no sense. The number one line out of the show, like I said, and she says, "Why would I care about dipshit Derek?" So, like, she's been through this before. She knows that the crawl and about the upside down and all that, and she's basically saying that. Let me explain. Yeah, she's better. She's basically saying that she like even though she should be able to know that Derek is in danger because if he's in trouble and it has to do with the upside down, he could be in danger of dying obviously. And she's basically like, "Nah, I don't care." Like, what? Really? Really? Like, I'm sorry, he's a kid. You might think you might not like him, but like he's a little kid. Come on. So now she's low-key a bad person. Uh like what? It's insane. And they say Lucas explains that they need her because she's friends with Derek's sister and could get them into the house. So, real lucky that Lucas's sister is friends with the daughter of the family that no one in the town likes. Real lucky that your sister happens to be friends with. Oh my god, come on. So bad I can't remember anything they said. Yeah, I mean, I wish I had that amnesia because it's like hurt. My brain is dying. But it's like everything is just luck. I have to go through it. It has to be exposed. The show has to be exposed. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, real convenient that his sister happens to be friends with the girl, the sister of Derek. Uh So they find out that Erica is not friends with Tina, Derek's sister, anymore, and this is a problem obviously because they need Erica. Erica's their only hope. And she says she's not friends with Derek's sister, and that they say, "Well, what, can you apologize? Like this is important." And she says no. Really? Come on, You're telling me that little Erica is so petty and so childish, even though she's like matured at this point since season 3 when she behaved that way. You're telling me that she's so petty that she's willing to let a little kid get killed, then apologize? Okay. You're telling me a lot about your characters with these actions. I don't know. It's kind of crazy. Weird choice. Weird choice. Like she should grasp the gravity of the situation. I'm sorry, she should know how extremely bad this is and take it seriously. But nah, bad writing. So, Erica tries to leave. Like that's just crazy. She's just gonna leave and be like, "Yeah, it's fine." I know someone named Erica. Oh my god, bruh. um. So yeah, she tries to leave, and Mike butts in and says, "This isn't about saving Derek. It's about saving Holly." And this grabs Erica's attention. So, are we just not gonna recognize that? Are we just not gonna recognize that everyone in the show just doesn't give a crap about Derek? They're just like, yeah, just let Derek die. We just need him to get to Holly, bruh. Derek is like a kid. He's a kid. What has he done wrong? And he's the best part of the show. It's so ironic. And he gets treated like nothing. He's a tool.
Poor Derek, man. Whatever. It's not about Derek. We gotta save Holly. We just need to use Derek to get to her. God, Mike. You're a pretty bad guy, Mike. Golly. And Erica's just as bad because she's like, oh, now that I know, I just had to make sure this wasn't about actually helping a little Derek. Nah, it's okay. Now it's fine. Oh my God, these people are terrible. They're terrible. So, they get her attention. She's obviously gonna help him, and uh, they're gonna drug him. It's like, sorry, but like, think about this. They're like the writers have put their protagonists in the position of drugging an innocent family and innocent kids and kidnapping one of them. Like, why? You didn't have to write it this way. I feel like when people are watching these like shows in general and they think about these scenes, they're not thinking about like you're obviously like, why would they put the scene in here? It's so weird. But in like specific parts of a scene or parts of a story, like why would you do this? It's so weird. They could have not like they could have written a totally different season, a totally different show. I don't know why writers made characters turn so unlikable all of a sudden. Exactly. Thank you. Exactly. Why? Why are they all terrible? Like the only good people so far left in our like it's like they're going like dominoes by this at this point, one by one, falling into the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory chocolate river of bad. So I think it's like Joyce and Hopper acts dumb, but his character isn't necessarily like morally compromised. Well, actually, wait, I'm stupid. Hold on, he is. He killed a bunch of American soldiers with no remorse, so he's compromised. Joyce and Derek are the two least compromised characters of this show, which is like such a random duo. I'm a divorce gate believer. Wait, divorce gate. What is that in reference to? Well, that could be a reference to a bunch of things. Actually, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's to the show or to other things. I don't know. What is this? Is this an IRL reference? Anyways, no, it's just crazy. It is crazy how unlikable the writers have made their characters. It's sad. Like Dustin was great. Dustin and Steve were great, and now I hate them. I hate them. Oh my God. Yeah, and like just the show doesn't recognize any of this as being bad. The show's championing the protagonists and their decisions, even though they're terrible decisions. The season was like watching a long Reddit post explaining crazy thing that happened, but it's all fake and made up, so they don't know how to end. Oh, okay, this is interesting. In reference, okay, this is piggying off of the divorce gate theory that the Duffer Brothers' ex-wife was the real screenwriter of the series, and when they got divorced, she took all the ideas for season 5 with her. Whoa! Okay. They got divorced right before season 5. I had no idea about that, actually. That's crazy. I'm gonna have to look into that for my next stream. Maybe I'll try to pull some info for that. That's crazy. I had no idea. Behind every great man, right? Behind every great man. That's crazy. That would be so funny. So Pro got divorced and went to Chat GPT for his ideas. Oh my God. Oh, that's sad. Oh, that's actually sad. Good Lord, that's sad. What a bummer. I don't know what else to say. That's a bummer. This is just not looking good for them. Anyways, so yeah, they recruit her. Obviously, it works out. They recruit her. Now that they just had to make sure lay it on me. We're not saving this little fat kid, right? Yeah, that's basically what they were doing. Oh, poor Derek. I love Derek. Let's continue. We get the scene. Now we're back with Robin and William, and they're in the hospital. Shoot, I forgot what they're doing. They're getting. Oh, that's right. Okay, they're back in the hospital, and because they need to get
drugs so that they can drug Derek and his family. Right, I forgot. We're still on this. This is still happening. So they're in the hospital, and uh, Robin. Okay, this is gonna about to get real stupid or real fast. So Robin and Will go up to the receptionist, and the receptionist is very friendly with Robin, and she gives cookies or crackers or something to this receptionist, and Robin just gets let through, just like that. No check in, no nothing. And Robin speaks to the receptionist, and she references a Miss Macy. The receptionist does, and Robin says, "Okay, basically, okay, Robin explains to Will that the reason that she was able to get in is because, um, she's been lying to the receptionist, telling her that a random lady who broke all her bones in the hospital is her grandma, and that she's been seeing her for the last whatever weeks. Bruh, this doesn't. No, it doesn't. Okay, wait. This is okay. Good counter here. So someone in chat just said the excuse for them being able to get into the hospital is because it's the 80s before 9/11, so like the security isn't as good. Well, I would agree with you, and that could work, but we already know that they're strict in the hospital because they wouldn't let Nancy or Mike see their mom, their very own mom, let alone just go into someone's random room. So I would agree with your argument, but it doesn't, like, the show breaks that argument because it treats like security is real in this hospital, and we've already seen it happen before. Uh, uh, but thanks for the counter argument. Um, Anyways, so she's explaining this whole convoluted story about how she has a grandma in the hospital, and that's how she's able to get in. But the problem here is that, like, she never checks in. Normally, if you've ever been to the hospital, you normally have to check in, and they have to make sure that you're a relative or a friend of the family and that you're registered, right? Never registers, so she never registered once before to get in. It's this weird thing, and also, remember, she has a girlfriend that works there. Could she not smuggle her in, get her in? Duffer Brothers, you could use that. She has a connection in the hospital already. Why create this broken, like, convoluted plan? She has a girlfriend who works there. The girlfriend can smuggle her in through the back door. The girlfriend could clear her or something. Like, come on, that makes more sense than this crappy story. What are we doing? It's absurd. Like, it's like kind of like the retcon in the first episode. Like, they try to make something that makes sense, or they already had. I don't know. It's ridiculous. They could have just used Tammy the whole time, and it could have been interesting, and that would have been an interesting segue. Okay, so, and look, here's the reason they don't use that, right? The reason that they don't have Tammy, like, let them in, and they have this convoluted plan is because Robin has to break her promise of having dinner with her, so they can't have them interact because then there's going to be friction, right? Well, I don't know. Maybe you have Robin uh, ask her for the favor, and then to get in, they let her in, and then that's when she breaks the news, and then then that's how you segue into the conflict there of her messing up her date plans, right? That's an easy fix. Like her having Tammy as a connection doesn't break or like ruin that scene from happening. But I think that's why the writers like have this operate that way. I think that's my best guess. It's hard to even guess what they're. This is insane. Um. Okay. And yeah, a few other notes I had real quick on this is like this could only work a couple of times, and she's clearly been using this excuse multiple times. You'd think a nurse or someone would check maybe. Also, eh, like there's a whole bunch of reasons. I've already gone down the list. I don't need to keep going. So, uh, they're in the hospital and they're walking around and they almost run into Tammy. Oh my gosh. I think her name is Tammy, right? There's two Tammys in this show, I think. Uh, so they run away. They're hiding. They're hiding. Vicky. Oh my gosh. Her name is Vicky. It's not Tammy. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. Tammy was the name of her crush. My bad. I'm in the. You're watching me in the DMC? Oh my god. That's so funny. Oh my god, that's funny. Um Sorry, yeah, Vicky Lamau. Yeah, it's Vicky. Tammy was her crush. I've been calling her Tammy for 4 hours. Well, maybe if she had a better, more interesting character, I would have remembered. No, I should have remembered. That's my bad. My bad, show. My bad. My mistake. Okay, Vicky. So her girlfriend's Vicky, not Tammy. Uh, so sorry, that's just so funny. So yeah, they saw he saw she promised Vicky that she'd go to dinner, and now she has to like confront that and like break her promise again. Uh, and so running around, they hide, and here finally we have a good moment. We have a good moment. Like this moment is actually good. Let me praise it for a second. So they're in this room together, and they have a moment, right? And Will uh, admits that he knows that is the big gay, basically. And uh, this is the closest we get to character development in the show so far, which is crazy because we're almost halfway into episode 3, and all these episodes are like a movie long. Uh, so, um, so Bill, like Will, not Bill, Will beats her on the bush, and he's like probing the waters to try to see like how Vicky, or not Vicky, how Robin knew that Vicky was gay and that they wanted to date, but he doesn't say that. He doesn't say that explicitly. He just acts like, oh, this like he just asks it like, how did you know that she wanted to date you? He doesn't really imply anything about being gay, obviously because he is gay and he doesn't want to out himself yet. So this is smart writing, okay? This is actually okay writing here. So, um, Robin explains her relationship with Vicky, um, as a relationship, which is nice. There's no on the nose like she's not explicitly telling him that she's a lesbian or anything like we'd see in a lesser show. Or I mean, this show is lesser, but we'd see in a lesser written scene. She's just explaining how it is, which is nice. Uh, and how it like just happened naturally, uh, which is nice. This is a good scene, and like it's normal and natural. And Will is learning something from Robin, and we learn things from Robin. We learn how Robin like thinks about intimate relationships. We learn about how she approaches dating. All these little things. It's like the first. It's like a breath of air. Oh my gosh, we're actually getting characters learning things about each other and learning things about themselves, and it's not just being explicitly told to us. Golly, normal and natural. Exactly, it's normal and natural, and it's like chill. But it's over. Take the glasses off. We're back in the real world where the show is bad, and okay. This is Ted, right? I'm pretty sure this is Ted. Poor Ted. Oh god, that looks awful. Ted gets visited. I just think the timing is so bad every time. Okay, yeah, I mean, yes. Okay, yeah. I mean, the timing isn't great. Like I said, if it were me, this whole series would, or not series, but the whole season would have been written differently. But I think they're trying, like, you're right. The timing isn't great. I feel like they're always having these discussions in the middle of something super. Not to say that, like, okay, this is gonna sound. I don't want to sound like mean, but his him wrestling with his sexuality, yes, it's important. Like it's important for his character and all that, but he always does it. Uh, Not him, but the writers choose to have these moments when they're in the middle of like trying to solve an existential threat to the world, and it's like, I'm sorry, but the stakes are just too high for me to. Yeah, you're right. The timing's just bad. Like the stakes are way too high with everything else, and it kind of uh, overblows him and his figuring out his sexuality. So yeah, I do agree with that. Um, it's a bummer that they wrote it this way. They could have done such a better job because they have a lot to work with. Like this is interesting. It's like actually interesting, but they don't do anything with it. Um, but anyways, Yeah, they find Ted, and it's pretty funny that finally Ted gets a visitor, and it's by accident, and it's not by his kids. Like, what? Bro, Ted gets shafted every time. Poor Ted, man. Poor Ted. Uh, Shafted by the by the writers. And yeah, so they happen to walk into Ted's room, which it's a coincidence, obviously. And the room happens to be in the same wing as the slacker nurse. I forgot to mention there's a slacker nurse that Robin explains exists, and she leaves drugs around because she's a slacker. And I guess Ted happens to be in the same ward that she runs. So that's how they get the drugs to drug Derek and his family. Because remember, we're still doing that. Yes, we're in a position to Stranger Things. I never thought there would come a day where I'm telling you that Joyce, Will, Steve, and Dustin and the gang are gonna drug a family, possibly killing them, and then kidnap a child. But the writers have brought us to this point. You didn't have to write it this way. You had a choice. I guess this is what ChatGPT said, and they went with it. I don't know. Oh, good lord. This is too funny. Oh boy. Okay. Oh my god. I'm sorry. It's so late for most of you. It's like almost midnight. It's like 9:46 for me. I tried to start at a reasonable hour for the people on the East Coast, but sorry. You can if you get too tired, the re-upload will be available hopefully tomorrow. But anyways, thank you for sticking around for so long. Those of you who are here. Uh, sorry. Yeah. So they get the drugs, basically. Not much else. Now we're back. Oh my God, back to the Squawk team meets with Murray, who already has their supplies. They came up with this plan like today or the night before, and he already is back with the stuff they absolutely need. It's a video game. It's literally a video game. So he comes and he says, "Look, okay." So Murray, I'll let this play a little bit. He explains all the stuff that he got, right, and he like all this stuff, and then Dustin's like, "That's it. That's it." Wait for it. This is important. This is important. This is an example of the writers speaking directly to the audience. So he's complaining to Murray that he didn't get everything. Murray got a lot of crap, by the way. He got barbed wire. He got like not gasoline, like methane or something. He got a bunch of random crap that like it would be the crazy list. Okay, let's just say that it's a crazy list. You can go back and watch the scene. It's a crazy list. And okay, here it is. Murray literally says, the fact that Santa Murray scrounged all this up in a single afternoon and smuggled it into what is likely the most heavily secured location in Hawkins, or outside of the White House, in Fort Knox, and Area 51, is a goddamn Christmas miracle. So the show literally just highlighted what's wrong with this scene. Like, the show seems to think that if they have characters explain why something doesn't make sense, that it's fine. He just explained how Hawkins is like Fort Knox. You know, like it is, but he can just get in and out whenever he pleases. No photo ID. They don't ever check his goddamn little box truck ever. It's insane. And the show just doesn't care. And it's like, why should I care? And how did he get all this stuff in an afternoon? That's insane. Where did he go? How did he get it? Why didn't the military check his car or his truck? Or his ID, because he's using a fake ID. Never checks his real photo ID. They only check the paper documents that are arbitrarily created because the writers knew that fake ID wouldn't work. But it would have made more sense than... It's just, like, so bad. But let us continue. So they got all their stuff, and now we have to have more scenes of Dustin and Steve arguing because the show really wants them to argue. I still don't get why they haven't resolved I don't even really know what their real conflict is. There's no underlying real conflict. Well, here's the thing. Like, we learn later. I'll jump ahead a little bit just for the sake of this. We do learn later that, we learn later that, sorry. My brain is going a mile a minute. So, we learn later that Dustin well, we obviously know he's upset about Eddie, but we learn that he's like upset about losing Steve, and like this is the whole reason that he's like mean to him or something. I don't remember exactly what Steve's gripe with Dustin is. I Once we get to that point, I'm sure it'll click, but I can't remember right this second. Spoiler alert. Yes, spoiler alert. But like it doesn't justify him just being a straight up like an asshole the whole time to Steve for no reason. And then why is Steve so mad at him? There's not like an underlying issue, and the fact that he's worried about Steve, it's not set up anywhere. So like if you had him like his gripe with Steve and his worry, his underlying worry set up from the first episode and it lasted until the episode where they finally confront the real problem, sure, that would work. But that is never done. They're just like bantering and arguing. This arguing. But why? What is the reason? Like there's like no real friction. It's fake. It's artificial. Writers got jealous of Dustin. Got jealous of Dustin. You mean like what? Cuz he's like a not like a like a chill dude, chill character, like a likable guy. Yeah, because the writers don't seem to be likable at all. But yeah, so this scene is just them arguing for the sake of arguing, and so the van is all messed up. Whatever. So Dustin decides I'm gonna drill a hole in Steve's car and make him more mad and not even ask him. Why, Dustin? Like, why? What is the point? They just keep like this is if someone did this to my car, if a friend of mine did this to my car, hell nah, you are getting blacklisted. Like I don't know, it's just weird. Like okay, yeah, you needed to do it for his car, but like it's the weird scene to make them argue. Let's continue. This whole chunk of the episode is so boring, by the way. It's just like, it's not fun bad. Like, the rest of the show has been, like, funny bad. But this part is just like, it's like slogs on. And it's just not. I would bully season 5 Dustin too. Facts, base comment. Yeah, he's terrible. I hate Dustin in this season. He's just terrible all the way around. He's pro Eddie. I don't know if you were here for the beginning of that part of the stream, but like the basically to the world, Eddie is like a monster. He killed the girl to the world, and there's no proof to exonerate him. And so Dustin is like a fanboy for like a school shooter type. So yeah, he does deserve to be bullied. Crazy, 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 crazy. But yeah, this like section of the episode is just such a slog. And it's like it's not even like terrible, it's just like standard like boring. Like like getting things like I don't know, it's just not interesting. So Murray comes in. We see that Nancy and Jonathan are messing around with the shotgun, and they're putting like the tracker device into the shotgun, right? And so Murray comes in, and he's all condescending, and he explains exactly what they're doing. Well, it looks like you're loading my telemetry tracker into the shotgun shell. So he's expositing, and what I presume are the hopes of firing it into an interdimensional being. Bruh, he's literally reading the script notes. It's not funny. And he's clearly upset about this. So Nancy's like, you told me they were designed to withstand harsh conditions, right? And so Murray says, blasting it out of the shotgun into some beast isn't a harsh condition. And says, it's deadly. If the heat from the exploding gunpowder doesn't destroy the transmitter, it will. The force from the recoil will. So obviously this is dangerous to the person using the gun, obviously. So he's doing them a favor by telling them this. And this is what Nancy's response is. And is that a fact or a theory? And so Murray is like, a theory. So, okay, now I'm going to explain why this is really dumb. So Murray, first of all, Murray like broke it down pretty scientifically and logically. almost like it was fact. It's not like he was like, well, it could explode. He breaks down like the science behind why it would happen, uh, which makes sense. It seems like it makes sense to me. And Nancy says, well, is that a fact or a theory? Like basically saying that what he's saying probably doesn't work or is wrong. Miss Nancy Wheeler, if you remember correctly, your plan is a theory. Everything you guys do is a theory. Literally, the whole show is based on theories. What are you talking about? She's so, like, she's not even aware at all. She's not self-aware at all. She has the audacity to be like, well, is that a theory or a fact? Bruh, what are you doing? What you're doing is a theory. You're doing everything based on a theory. And you have, like, are you not self-aware at all? But no, it's because again, the show has a weird, like, thing. It needs to take, like, the older or, like, authoritative mentor figures and, like, depose them. It's so weird. They did it with Hopper in 11, which they've kind of been doing that a lot with Hopper since the first season, where, like, Elle is rebellious. But then they did it with Joyce and Will, and now they're doing it with Murray. And Murray is kind of like, he's not even, like, a huge, like, he's a main character, but he's not, like, really a mentor per se. But why would she say that? Their plan is a theory. The Mr. What's It stuff was a theory. Everything that they do is a theory, and now she's gonna slam Murray for. I don't even think wouldn't even call it a theory. He's explaining basic. It sounds like basic logical science to me, and he's gonna get slammed by her because of that, because it's a theory, bruh. Be for real, Nancy. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. The show is just no self-awareness. And, like, this is supposed to be an own to Murray. Show, she's dumb. You're making her dumb. This isn't an own. So let's test it then. So now we move on, and they're gonna test her theory. Isn't it, how ironic, Nancy? You're gonna test your theory, but Murray's is wrong because it's Murray. I guess I don't know. Kind of dumb logic there. So anyway, sorry. So now we get a little moment between Jonathan and Will, or not Will, Jonathan and Murray, and they're still yapping about the whole engagement, because Murray's like, "Why haven't you engaged her? Why have you proposed yet?" And he's like, "This is the perfect time because people bond over trauma. Blah 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 blah. It's the perfect time." And Jonathan's obviously not ready yet. That's kind of what we learn here. And then she shoots the gun and it works. Even though I guess Murray's science, even though he's like he is way smarter than Nancy, I guess he's just wrong. And she's right because she willed it into existence. And then we see that there's a wedding ring inside the John Coltrane box that he brought from the first episode. But he's not ready. So that's what we learn here. Pretty standard. Finally, we are back into the Upside Down with Hopper, and they're interrogating the soldier. So, this scene really bothered me, and this really hits down hard that Hopper is a bad person. So, he's interrogating the soldier, and in the scene, he strongly insinuates that he'd like nothing more than to kill the American soldier. And it's like, okay, Hopper, I get that you're mad that they're going after your daughter, but they don't really know, they think 11 is a threat. It's kind of like the same idea with the Eddie being the murderer, even though he's not. Like, they don't know really that much about 11. And, they're probably not, like, bad people per se. I mean, yes, some of the military ends up doing bad things later in this season. But right now, they're acting pretty standard, doing pretty standard military stuff. And it's crazy to me that Hopper, who was once in the army, is treating a fellow officer like this. Soldiers are innocent for real. Yes, they are. Thank you. They are. It's crazy. And Hopper looks like he's dressed like a terrorist. He's dressed like Ramzan Kadyrov or whatever. Look up, if you don't know, I'll put it in chat. Look up this guy. He looks exactly like Hopper. I think that's how you spell his name. He looks exactly like Hopper. It's insane. He's literally a terrorist. It's insane. Sorry, but let's keep going. Uh, yeah, I feel like, and again, let's pause here. Let me break this down. And never mind, they're defending the world. Exactly, they are. They're defending their country. They're defending the world. Exactly, I agree. Um, but let's just break this down and let's do a little fix here. Let's say, uh, again, we're presented with the same story, but let's just revise things a little. So let's say that Hopper is in the position of killing American soldiers, because that's where we are. Uh, let's say Hopper, he's like about to do it, and he's like shaking. He's clearly wrestling with it because it's messed up. Like he's been in their he has been in their position. Also, wait a second, my mind just exploded. Let's think about this. So Hopper fought in the Vietnam War, correct? He says this later. I think he says this in the scene that he fought in Vietnam. Were soldiers in Vietnam not just following orders when they were killing all those civilians? Hopper? Were they not just doing what they thought was right? Hopper? Shouldn't you know better than anyone, Hopper, because you were apparently in Vietnam? So why is it so hard for him to relate to these soldiers when he was doing what they're doing in Vietnam, which is arguably worse in a way than what they're doing here, because here they're going after one like girl who has actually killed a lot of innocent people, whereas in Vietnam they were killing, like, Americans were killing a lot of innocent people, and it was low key covered up. So Hopper could actually be more of a war criminal technically than this man right here. So he is in no place to lecture this guy, and if anything, he should be um relating to him at least on some degree. But nah, he doesn't, because the show doesn't care, and that'd be too interesting, right? Wouldn't it be? It wouldn't be interesting, right? Not at all. It wouldn't be interesting at all to see Hopper wrestle with murdering his compatriots, wrestling with having to be reminded of how he had to behave in Vietnam, wrestling with the fact that these soldiers were in the same position that he was once in, and now that he is being put, he's basically the enemy now, and he's killing himself in a way. He is in a way, like, these people are doing what he did, and he's killing himself. Uh, Not literally, obviously, but that would have been interesting to kind of dive into. But nah, he just hates them and he wants them all dead. Uh, Tell me if I'm wrong. I don't know. I think this is crazy. So, yeah, the lieutenant's, he's not listening to Hopper, obviously, and he's like, Eleven's a freak, and he even goes on to say, let me try to find it here. Um, Okay, yes, right here. So she's talking about how the soldiers tried to kill her little girl, and the soldiers wide-eyed in disbelief, and is like, "My little girl, she's a freak, and she took down a helicopter just by looking at it," which is true. Um, I had friends in that Huey, man. So let's just pause here again. So this guy is like astounded that Hopper would be defending this girl, and he's like, "She killed like all like friends of mine." And look at this. So he says all that, and he's trying to relate to him because he's like, man, like she killed my friends, man. And Hopper says, "Oh my God, my heart is breaking for you," very sarcastically. Uh, it could be an intimidation tactic by Hopper to get info, but he's still not shot a bunch. Exactly. So yeah, okay, that's a good argument. So yeah, he might be doing this to get info out of him, but uh, yeah, I guess. But okay, here's the problem with that. So I feel like if Hopper had, or no, not if, he does have experience in the, he went to, whoa, he was in the Vietnam War, right? And they established this, I think, in this scene, and so he should like automatically feel remorse and feel for these soldiers. So you'd think that he'd try to come at this interrogation as like good cop instead, because he can relate to them so much, and that 11 would be sort of bad cop since she literally can grip his mind and like rip the info out. So if I was the writer, I would have written it that way, and I feel like it would make Hopper's character stronger and more moral to take that approach. instead of saying like after this guy's like she killed my friends, man. He's like my heart breaks for you. Oh my god, like this guy's a demon. This guy does not care at all. Like he should care. But that's a good point. It could be an intimidation tactic. Uh, I don't think it's a good one, and I think regardless, like the damage it brings to his character is not worth writing that into the story. Um, and like the other way of handling it makes more sense to his character, I think. And yeah, he still shot, like you said, he still shot a bunch of them and did not care. It's crazy. Uh, and yeah, the shoulder says, "Whoever you are, you took out my guys, so go to hell." And Hopper says, "I'm already there. Look around you." So I'm sorry, I relate more to this guy than Hopper here. Like, this guy's following orders, and I'm not saying that to justify what he's doing per se, but like in his head, he's doing the right thing. And like this seems like a guy who can be reasoned with, and like he's not like super blinded by anything in particular, uh, like by particular loyalty. He's talking about his friends. He's saying, "Well, you killed my friends. Your freak daughter killed my friends, so you can go to hell." Valid. I have no problem with that. I think that that makes sense. He's acting within his character, but Hopper is just a total like psychopath, total psychopath. Um, and okay, yeah, here we go. He says, "Those guys I killed, I'd kill them 100 times over." That's crazy. He is a terrorist and a psychopath. I'm sorry. Look at this guy. This guy is barely even like he could be like a kid almost. He's not that old. This is absurd. Why? Like really? I'd kill 1,000 guys like you. 1,000 American soldiers thinking that they're doing the right thing, like you were doing in Nam. Doesn't make much sense, Hopper. You look like a villain. Sound like a villain. To protect the one person that I love, bruh. Let's be for real. Do you think he didn't love his friends that she killed? What about all those doctors that were just doing their jobs? You think they didn't have families? You think those soldiers didn't have mothers that loved them? Like what? And now they're gonna get their they're gonna get their bloody, burned up kids, their snap kids with their snap necks brought back to them. You think that like what? Hopper is so. What is this point of view? Why does he think this way? I don't understand. This is crazy. He's crazy. I can't like him as a character anymore. Look at this. Like I'm sorry, that guy. I don't know, man. I feel like I'm putting up some pretty good arguments for why he's a bad guy. He's a villain. No empathy, and yeah, he's a terrorist. And he wants to fight. Okay, anyway, so he's back into the interrogation. He's looking for Dr. K. The guy obviously knows who that is. Uh, 11 uses the Force basically to break his mind. She's seeing into his memories. Blah blah blah. They're learning more information. The guy is suffering. One moment. Hold on. Sorry. So now they're in the doctor's lab memory, and she's venturing in, and she's finding this door, and it's the place where she can't reach that she's been talking about, and they think that Vecna might be in there. So she tries to. Okay, by the way, this is crazy too. So she's breaking down the door, and I don't know. I interpreted this as her like ripping his mind apart. Maybe I'm wrong, but like he's like he's like suffering in so much pain, and she's like ripping his mind open, and then he gets knocked out. I think it's Vecna, and now they know what to do, where to go. Finally, we're done with that terrible scene assassinating Hopper's character. Whoa. So now we're back with Holly, Miss Holly Wheeler. So, excuse me. Holly is deliberating on whether to trust the map or not, right? And this goes back to what I said earlier. Like, lucky Vecna didn't show up here, Max, to ruin your plan to get Holly to talk to you, right? Sorry, my ears are popping. Real lucky, Max. Let's continue. So she's and this scene's fine. Like any scenes with the kids like this, I can't really be harsh on. Like they're doing their best, uh, even though it's poorly written. Like the kids are fine, no problem with them. So she's trying to figure out what to do. She doesn't know what to do, so she looks at Holly the heroic, the little figure that Mike gave her, right? Uh, and she gets courage to take a chance and go into the woods. So sure, I guess that makes sense. She's like trying to trust herself. A little bit of character building here, or yeah, character building, I guess. Trying to trust herself. Uh, not too much wrong here. So she's going on an adventure into the woods. She's dressed like Little Red Riding Hood. She goes out there and she takes the telescope. Okay, this is important, guys. Let's see if I can pause it. Okay, here we go. Wait. Right here. This is important. So she takes out the telescope, right? She looks into it, and the cap is still on, but she can see through this hole, right? Random, right? Really random. She looks at it, and she's like, huh, that's weird. Takes off the cap, and it works fine. I wonder why that was there, guys. What do you think? Could it be foreshadowing for something to come? I really hope the foreshadowing, I hope whatever's to come isn't really stupid. I hope it's not. It's really bad. It's really bad. But anyways, that's in a much later episode, so let's not worry about that now. I just thought I'd point it out now so that I can reference it again later when we get there. Okay. Yeah, so she goes into the woods searching for the spot that Henry, aka Max, told her to go. Now, Derek. We're with Derek. Beautiful Derek. Look at him in all his glory. Little Derek, the best part of the show. Oh, look at him. Look, this is such a cozy, relatable scene. He's in his room, probably after like a long day of annoying, obnoxious school. Look at this room. This is a boy's room, and he's just playing video games and he's chilling. It's such a nice little feeling. I wish that I could say the same for the rest of the show. I just thought whenever Derek's on screen, blows me away. It makes me feel happy. So his sister comes in the room, makes fun of him. She says it smells like ass in here, and he's like, probably because of all my farts. Got him, Derek. Ooh. And she's telling him it's time for dinner. So obviously this is setting up the kidnapping. Oh, it's so sad. They're running around being like kids, and we see like he has a wine cellar. Like they're rich, obviously, rich people. We see the mom, and they're very like traditional household. We'll soon find out they're very traditional. The show makes sure that we know that they're very traditional. Home is not a playground. Blah blah blah. So she's kind of a Karen a little bit. They're getting ready for dinner, and someone's ringing the doorbell. And this is just weird. This is a weird line. So she tells her daughter, wash up, blah, blah, and says, be polite unless it's a Mormon or a Democrat. So, like, this is just such a weird, like, line. Why? Why have this? I guess, like, the idea is that they're Republicans or something, or they're conservative. But, like, first of all, I thought Mormons were conservative. I guess maybe it's the religion. I guess it's to say that it's an easy way to say that they're Christian conservatives, but it's just weird. Like, why? Why include that line? It's so random. I think like maybe this is me being cynical, but I think it's like to justify in the show's mind what they do to the family because they're conservative. I don't know, like because they're rich or something. I don't know. I don't know why the line's in here. I'm trying to figure it out. I don't know. Someone in the chat can let me know if I'm wrong. I just think it's a weird line. Anyways, and they made in like if it was said like super in passing, sure, whatever. But they make sure to like zoom in on her face and really make sure that you heard it. Anyways, let's move on because that's not what matters here. What matters is that Erica is at the front door and she has a pie and she's crying, and she's apologizing to Tina, trying to win her back. And she's in, and we see that the whole gang is waiting outside. So the pie has all the drugs, you know, and okay, this is really important. So Joyce, they're all waiting. Erica's in there with the pie. Plan is in motion. So Joyce asks, "How long until the drugs kick in?" Uh, Depends on how much pie they eat and how fast they eat it. What they had for lunch, caffeine intake, alcohol intake. Joyce is concerned, and they say it's a lot of variables. And they say, yeah, what could go wrong, right? Aside from everything. Oh boy, do I have issues with this. So, like again, the show is great at like explaining why nothing like works or makes sense, and then just acts like that's good enough to just go on with it and everything to be fine. So, the show is like our characters established like we put in X amount of drugs into a pie, like Benadryl or whatever the hell, uh, and we're feeding it to them. We don't know if they've had alcohol, and obviously, if you know your what happens with that, if you take drugs and alcohol, that can be spell death or disaster. So that's pretty bad. They don't know if the family's been drinking. We found out the dad has, so good thing he doesn't die. Yikes. What else? Uh, it's just insane. Like they're like, oh, it's a lot of variables. Like, what if one of them is taking Benadryl already? What if one of them is taking any kind of medicine? What if the mom is taking Valium because that's a big thing in the '80s? What if they mixed? What if all these things? But nah, it doesn't. Excuse me, it doesn't matter because it all works out perfect, and the characters don't care because they're bad people. But the show doesn't know. Once again, it's insane. That is crazy. It's crazy. Like, good thing no one died. Good thing Derek didn't die. And look at this. You see, they ate most of the pie. So who ate most of the pie? I don't know. Good thing it wasn't one or the other too much. So they're having Erica to dinner. And Tina. Oh shoot. Where was I? I just moved everything back. Hold on. It's 53-ish. Oh, hold on. 45-ish. Okay, let me get back to where I was. My bad. Okay, Erica's at dinner, and the dad's like, "Huh, you put something real special in this pie, didn't you, dear?" And she's like, "It's chestnut or something like that. Nutmeg, that's what it is." Uh, and like this is real innocent. Everyone is having a good time. The family isn't rude or anything. Everyone's chill. I mean, I guess they're supposed to be pretentious or something. Uh, and Derek calls the sister fat because she doesn't want to eat the cake. So that's pretty funny. Funny Derek making fat jokes. Pretty ironic, Derek. Uh, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say it at all. Good rule of thumb for Derek. This is how you alienate your peers, Derek. My spears. Oh yeah, this is when the dad it starts kicking in, and the dad is starting to get drugged, and he's also drinking. So good thing he doesn't die. Uh, and Tina won't eat the cake, but Erica's insisting, and she won't eat it. And the dad has a Chuck McGill moment, and he collapses, and Derek laughs. Derek laughs. Poor good old Derek laughs. What a G. Derek does not care at all. He's so funny. So he laughs at this. Everyone's freaking out because the mom falls, then Derek falls asleep. Good thing everyone happened to fall asleep at the same time, by the way. Very lucky, very lucky indeed that everyone in the house ate the right amount of pie, didn't die, wasn't taking any crazy drug. Lucky that the dad didn't die from mixing a bunch of alcohol with a X amount of drugs. Real lucky show. And then they all fell asleep at the same exact time. And this part really is absolutely incriminating. Absolutely incriminating. So Tina never eats the cake, so Erica takes matters into her own hands. And like this girl, she's like, "Mommy, wake up, Daddy." She's like terrified. This poor girl. And Erica says, and she's like, Erica, I told you to say 911. So Erica pulls up a syringe and says, I told you to eat your damn pie, and stabs the girl in the neck. An innocent girl, by the way. She's completely innocent. Look at that. That's also not how you do that. You could have killed her. I hate this show. What are you doing? Why would you do that? That's so bad. Erica's a terrible person. Everyone is a terrible person. Except for Derek and... Well, wait. No, Joyce... Derek is the least bad person. He's the best person the show has to offer. Because everyone else is involved with a kidnapping plan, drugging people, possibly killing them, stabbing little girls with syringes, killing American soldiers with no remorse. Everyone's just a bad person except for Derek. Derek is the only one who isn't so far. And the kids, the Vecna kids, and Holly. Derek and Holly, they survive without being assassinated morally. God, that's so depressing. So, they knock everyone out, and the plan is in motion. Guys, the plan is in motion. So they bag up the family and drag them away somewhere. I don't remember where they bring them. They bring them somewhere. It's crazy. And then they, instead of like, I don't know, using the barn as the trap location, they use the house. And you might say, well, Zach, wouldn't the Demogorgon be going to the house that Derek is at? Yes, that would make sense, except for the fact that the Demogorgon is supposed, to my knowledge, be tracking the kids, not the house. So, if Derek isn't at the house, then why would the Demogorgon go to the house? Wouldn't it just go after Derek? And if the idea is that if Derek is asleep or whatever, and Vecna can't, that doesn't even make sense either. Because if the Demogorgon's, why would, whatever. If Derek is like knocked out and the Demogorgon can't like find him, why would he even attack at all? So this whole plan makes zero sense. They're banking on the Demogorgon just knowing Derek's house, like doing scout recon missions, I guess. Even though I'm pretty sure even the show tells us the Demogorgons track the kids, not the... Yeah, the Demogorgons track the kids because when Derek wakes up, it goes after Derek immediately. It tracks him. So this doesn't make any sense. Why would they booby trap the house when Derek isn't even like conscious or anything? That doesn't make any sense at all. So broken scene. They didn't think, but they turned the whole house into a trap, which is going to, as you'll soon see, ruin the livelihood of this poor family. What a disgrace. They fill in it with that, like all these traps, spikes, gasoline. They're drilling holes in the floor. A bunch of like Scooby-Doo, Looney Tunes type traps. They drill a hole in the floor for it to fall through. That's insane. Into the wine cellar with barbed wire. And the trap is set. The plan is ready. And we have a scene at the... wait, I think it's at the farm, right? No. We have them waiting. Did I miss something here? No, they're just waiting for everything to happen. So we're back with Joyce. And we have another Will Joyce moment, right? And so this is a chance for Will to redeem himself, right? So they talk. And Will actually apologizes here. Which, finally... okay, wait. He apologizes, but he doesn't apologize for the previous stuff about Hopper or anything. He apologizes for that morning. So he gets half a point from me. He should apologize for everything. So at least he's apologizing. She tries to say it's fine. He says it's not. Good, Will. Take responsibility. I should have talked that way to you. I was a jerk, and I'm sorry. Good. All well and good. And then Joyce explains how, like, when she couldn't find her or him, it reminded her of, like, the first time he went missing, yada yada, and that she felt responsible and, like, it was her fault. So this is where the it's not your fault stuff happens constantly through the show. So she references the first season, like I said, and she's talking about how, like, he disappeared, and then she didn't even check on him for 8 hours, and how that made she was a terrible mother, yada yada. It's like, that is pretty bad that you're young. He's like 10 or 12 and you didn't even check on him for 8 hours after he should have been home. Low key, not good. Not a good look. Uh, and Will tells her it's not your fault, Mom. Uh, and this is the through line. I'm sorry, it kind of is her fault. She should have been more aware. Uh, Sorry, Will is in the right here. It kind of was her fault. He was 11, so yeah, 8 hours not knowing where your 11-year-old is pretty bad. So it is her fault. She should take responsibility. But Will says it's fine. It's not your fault. Which, like I said, is the through line for the show. There's so many scenes where they're all like, "It's not your fault. It's not your fault." And Will says that Joyce needs to trust him, and she says that it's a two-way street. Trust. And concedes that her plan sucked, which I disagree with. The only reason her plan "quote unquote" sucked is just because Will's miraculously worked because the writers needed it to. It didn't even work. Remember, he goes to the spot where he should have connected to the mind hive thing, and it doesn't work. It's only through happenstance that he finds what he needs. So his plan did fail, technically, but Will concedes that hers sucked. It's bad writing. That's all I can say. It's bad writing. Okay. And I guess the message, technically, if you want to look at the actions of our characters here and glean a message from that, it's that go out, act reckless, disregard your parents or any kind of like mentorship, and if it works out, then your mentor was wrong, and you were right. Pretty bad message. Pretty bad message. It just I don't know. It's just like, bruh. I don't really have much more to say about that. It just sucks that they're ruining Joyce like this. But it's supposed to be, the show doesn't know. Again, it never knows when it does stuff like this. It's a happy little fun moment. Okay, so now it's about to happen. The Demogorgon is about to unleash upon Derek's home. Okay, so it's happening. The lights are flickering, and the Demogorgon arrives through the house into Derek's room. Excuse me, but like I've said, this doesn't make sense because Derek isn't in there, and the Demogorgon operates off of sensing where the kids are. So why is it here? I don't know. Pretty bad. But anyways, it's in there. They see that it's in there, and yeah, let's just pause here. I have some notes here that I want to touch on. So all this is based on Will's hunch that the Demogorgon, or that Derek was the next victim, right? And so that means like just imagine for a second that Will might have been wrong, and this isn't Derek. Like, it's not Derek. You guys are all going. I mean, you should be going to the jail anyways, but you're going to jail. Like, there's no getting out of this situation. It's insane. Absolutely insane. And another kid would have gotten taken, by the way. And it's also very convenient that they finished setting up everything in time. I know that's like something all movies and shows with these plans do. Like, they manage to figure it out in time. I'll let it slide. Whatever. It just the show gets me so riled up that any little tiny thing makes me sets me off. But I'll be fair and say that it's chill. Like, okay, sure, I can buy that they finish in time. Except actually, wait a minute. Never mind. I changed my mind. I take back what I said. Because in other shows, when they do traps like this, they're usually operating with some kind of timeline, right? There's no timeline for when the Demogorgon can come. They're just assuming it's going to be night at some point, and they don't know what day and they don't know anything. So why do they set this trap on this day? What makes this day special? What makes this night special? We don't know. It just works out. So never mind. I take back what I said. Even Scooby Doo has better they're doing everything within a time frame, bruh. Show, you almost got me, show. The show almost got me. They almost did it. Almost got me. Golly. Anyways, the Demogorgon rips through the wall, and it grabs fake Derek, which is a mannequin, and it steps on all these like things, traps, fake Derek, The Demogorgon is retarded, I guess. And also, okay, it starts to look real bad. The Demogorgon. It starts to look real bad. It's not even light properly. Where is this light coming from? Right here. Like, let's rewind a second. Here, okay, sure. Maybe it's like the TV or something. Wait for it. He rips it off. There's no light shining on its face right here, right? I know I'm getting hyper autistic about this, but I've learned about this stuff, so I'm gonna talk about it. There's no major light shining here, right? Like there's this light bulb here, and then where I guess there's this light coming here from somewhere. If you can see my cursor on the screen, I don't know where this is coming from. Oh, the blinking lights, right? And then they turn around. Oh, I missed it. I don't know. The lighting is just weird here. It's also real lucky that the Demogorgon just happened to come in through Holly's room. I don't think like they ever actually figured out that that's how the Demogorgon took Holly. Uh, our crew. I don't think they actually knew that it came in through her own room. So I don't know how they're able to surmise that. Luck, again, luck. So throwing the flammable water balloons that Murray got them. Oh, that looked bad. The water looked so fake. Entire lighting is so. Yeah, it's bad. The lighting is really bad. And like, look here. Like Lucas is like if you just pot like right here. They got 1,000 lamps on in every location. Yeah, they do. Like, why? It's insane. Reminds me of a certain film we watched together recently. uh, anyways, like, look at his face. I don't know. Like, the lighting makes no sense here. Anyways, and the water looked really bad. Look at that. Wait for it. Oh, CGI water, CGI water. And why is the Demogorgon not doing anything? It runs, it trips like a Scooby-Doo trap, falls down the ceiling. And yeah, like I said, how did it know that they was going to come through the bedroom? How does it know that Derek's in there when it can't sense the kid, even though it operates off sensing where the kids are? And, oh, excuse me. It's just ridiculous. This whole thing is ridiculous. Let's continue. So they do the Looney Tunes stuff. It falls through the rug and gets caught up in the traps and lit on fire. Oh my gosh. And they shoot it with the tracker. And it runs away. And now Dustin and Steve, and I think Nancy and Jonathan get in too. And they start tracking the Demogorgon. Going through lawns and all that jazz. And again, let me pause here. Because basically the rest of the scene, they just like chasing the Demogorgon basically. But how? Again, like I know these are our main characters and they're supposed to be really good, but I can't buy like okay, like the government has like military grade flamethrowers and those don't do anything to the Demogorgons, but like a bunch of gasoline filled water balloons cause it to get hurt and injured. Not buying it, man. I don't know. I don't know how that has the same effect as a flamethrower or anything like that. It's just silly. And there's no struggle. They struggle zero. Zilch. No struggle to defeat the Demogorgon here. It just happens instantly. Remember when the Demogorgons were actually scary and hard to defeat? Not anymore. So yeah, they're just chasing the Demogorgon. And now we're back with sorry. Thought I heard something. We're back at the barn with the other crew. And Derek is waking up. He's awake. Poor Derek. Poor Derek. And this scene is brilliant. I must say, I love this scene. This scene, beautiful. So, Derek wakes up, and he's yelling. He's yelling. He's like, he's... And it's also, somehow he woke up before his parents. I don't know. I guess, lucky. He just happened to eat the right amount of cake to wake up at the right time before everyone else. So... He wakes up and he's yelling, And this just reminds us, I feel like, that they kidnapped the little boy, an innocent boy, and he's like, "Stay away, stay away." Poor Derek. Like, he's a good man. What do they do? You guys kidnapped a child. He doesn't know what's going on. Look at it. Look at him. He doesn't. He doesn't know what's going on, and you kidnapped him and drugged him and his family. Like, what? I'll explain. They put a bag over his head. This is just Taliban law. They're terrorists. Hopper's a terrorist. The whole gang's a terrorist. Taliban law. Al Qaeda move. Holy. Uh, it's insane. Okay, so Will's looking around and he's like, "Oh my gosh, they're coming for him now. They're coming for him now." Vecna's seen. So again, this goes back to what I said earlier. So if the Demogorgon operates by sensing the kids and chasing them, then he shouldn't have ever gone to the house because he was knocked out. But whatever. The show doesn't care. Now we are back with Holly Wheeler in the forest. With oh, not with Max. Sorry, that's yet to come. So she's looking for Henry. She thinks it's Henry at this point. Again, she's doing a fine job acting. Nothing wrong. Then we get like Indiana Jones map stuff, which is kind of funny. I just thought that was funny. Because it's like a crappy map. It's not like a cool world map. It's like crappy, like handwritten note map. But whatever. So she's following the map, and she reaches a bunch of scorpions, fake scorpions, in a desert. And she sees, lo and behold, what is it? But a green screen. I mean, a wall of rock. It's just XR stage slop. Like, I know, I can even see it right now. She's staring at a curved, like, monitor, giant monitor, basically, with this on it. Like, aw. She's trying. It kind of makes me sad. They couldn't just go to a real location. How sad. Imagine how, like, let's pause again here. Just, like, imagine this. Like, the value, not even, okay, the value for the show of shooting on location is obvious. It's obviously going to look way better and more believable. But imagine the value of, like, shooting on location for a child actor and, like, seeing the length that a production will go to make art happen. She's being like, this poor kid is robbed of that. She's standing in a green screen. It's just sad. Like, her experience, acting experience, was also like not demeaned. What's the word? Taken down a notch by the Duffer Brothers, and I don't know if this is their fault really, but whoever was in charge of location and decided, nah, we're not going to shoot on location at all. You're taking away experiences here. Like, imagine, like, her actually looking upon a vista like this and actually being shocked as a kid. Nah, let's not do it. It's cheaper. It's cheaper to use an XR stage. It's a bummer. It's honestly a bummer. But yeah, so she looks at that. It's where we find out that Max is. So she finds the cave, right? She gets to the cave. And she gets scared. There's someone in there who scares her. Like, runs around and scares her. And she runs away and drops the telescope. Obviously, she's horrified. I would be horrified too. She runs, hides. I think she scrapes her knee at some point too. And lo and behold, oh, oops, I cut by it. Lo and behold, who could it be? Who could it be? Who could it be? Who could it be? Max! It's Max, everyone! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god, how? How could it be her? And, like, epic music plays over this, and it's like, oh my god, okay, fine. I'm just asking why, how. Like, I know the show thinks it's like, oh my gosh, it's Max. It's Max. I'm like, why? How? How does this make sense? Like, what are we doing here? And that brings us to the end of episode 3. Oh my god, co-executive. Okay. Oh my gosh. What time is it? Oh boy. So for everyone else, oh my god, it's almost 1 a.m. for East Coast folks. It's almost 11 for me. Let's see here. How long have I been live? Oh my god. 6 hours. We hit the 6 hour mark, guys. Can you believe it? 6 hours of Stranger Things breakdown. Uh, Beautiful. I can't believe this. This is gonna take 8 hours, probably. It's gonna take 8 hours. Okay. All right. Let's go to episode 4. And episode 4 is probably where we're gonna have to stop. And then next week we'll get into the next ones. Okay, hold on. Anyone who's still out there live, please let me know if how you like the format. If there's anything I should improve or change, uh, anything at all. I'm willing to hear people out on what they think should change. Maybe if there's anything. Ah, no. Quiet. What episode is this? Okay, perfect. Boom. All right. We are on episode 4, guys. Episode 4. Okay. Let's see here. Let me get to my notes real quick. Okay. Okay. So this is the big before I get fully into it, this is like the big finale for this like half of the release cuz they released I think 1, 2, 3 and 4 and then like waited a week or two until New Year's Eve. What was it? I don't know. They waited like an arbitrary amount of weeks cuz they're trying to milk this show as much and as long as they can. Excuse me. Basically doing like low-key theater releases, which is pretty ironic because Netflix wants to get rid of that. Uh, I don't know. I don't really know why. I think they're just trying to milk it and like have the conversation last longer. I don't know. Uh, but yes, this will probably be the last episode I cover tonight because it's already. Let's see. I've been here for 6 hours, so yeah. This has been a long evening. But let us not linger. Let's dive right in. Okay, we open, and we're. Oh my God, Derek POV. God bless Derek POV of Joyce, the kidnapper. Great start, reminding us again that Derek has been kidnapped. Yes, so Joyce is trying here to talk Derek down because he's angry, rightfully so, and she's trying to explain what they've done. Like, they're trying to save him and telling him to calm down. And so Derek is sort of like chilling, you know. And so I'm gonna get real in depth here because I think the lines here are so funny. Like they're actually really funny. Derek is a G. So, Joyce says, "Do you know who I am?" And Derek says, "An evil child kidnapper." Facts, Derek. Yes, you're right. I'm sorry, you're right. They could have killed you and your family by drugging you the way they did without checking to see if you're on any medication, without checking to see if anyone was drinking. So, rightfully so, they are evil. They do not care about your safety. They just want to get to Holly Wheeler. Because Mike explicitly tells Erica that, and he seems to believe it. So, yeah. When did I start this stream? I started at 6:30 p.m. your time. So, 4:30 p.m. my time. So, I've been going for about 6 hours. 6 hours strong. Uh, 6 hours strong. But like I said, so yeah, these folks are evil, and Derek is 1000% correct. They are evil, totally evil. Let's continue. Joyce like sighs. I mean, she's got to know. Come on, Joyce. What are you doing here? You're kidnapping kids and drugging their families. I understand why you would think that, bruh. Be for real. You could have killed his family. Don't give me that. Don't give me that, Joyce. Yeah, I mean, a lot of this I've already gone. I'm looking at my notes here. A lot of this I talked about already in the previous episode. It's just ridiculous that they drugged him, ruined his livelihood and his family's livelihood, totally destroyed his house. It's just bad look. They don't seem to care. They never even contemplate why it's wrong or anything. Anywho, uh, let's see here. So they learn that he knows about Mister Whatsit, and they explain to him that monsters are after him. So and he already knows that because he's been told, and he thinks Mister Whatsit is good. So they're explaining that he is in fact in control of the monsters. Blah blah blah. And Joyce, after explaining this to him, he seems a little bit more at ease, you know. And Joyce is saying, "Well, if can I untie you and you'll cooperate, right? You know." And he's looking around, and Derek's like, yeah. Okay, Derek. What does Derek do? So Joyce tells him he's brave, right? And Derek, what does he do? I want to pause it right at the moment. Boom! Derek, like, tackle punches her to the ground. Oh my god, it's beautiful. Oh my god, Derek, you're yes. You're giving them what they deserve. They deserve this. Oh, I want to watch it again. Sorry. Let's just do it again. I love this moment so much. It's perfect. You're very brave, Derek. Derek's just look at him. He's waiting. Look at him. He's waiting. He's like, I'm about to knock you out. And look at him. Look at him. Look at him gearing up. Boom. Boom. And then wait. And then he teleports. And he just tackles people out of the way. Yes. Oh my god. It's beautiful. He tackles them out of the way. He's running. He's bolting for the door. And then Will's going after him. And tackles poor Derek to the ground. And Derek is like, get off me, rightfully. So, I promise I won't linger like this too long. I know it's a long stream already, but I love this scene. It's so funny. Stay down, get away. Poor Derek. And Derek's yelling, "Somebody help! I'm being kidnapped." Yeah, you have been. Yes, like it's hard to argue with him. From his perspective, I'm sorry, he has been kidnapped and his family's been drugged. And, like, this is terrible. This is bad. But the show is like treating it like it's not a big deal at all. Hold on, brief water intermission, real quick. It's ridiculous. The show doesn't care or recognize that it's bad, and I think this is supposed to be funny, the scene. But I don't think the show thinks it's funny for the same reasons that we, the audience, audience paying attention, might. One second. Because it's just funny because it's true. It's not funny because like he's wrong or he's just a little crappy little kid. It's funny because it's true. Everything he's saying is right. So they're barricading the doors because the Demogorgons are coming or the Demogorgon is coming for Mr. Derek. And then we got Will pinning down Derek saying, "Mom, I need the rope." Brother. Oh my lord, that is so bad. Like, Jesus Christ. Let me go. And Derek the G grabs dirt and says, "Eat dirt." Blinds William. Yes, Derek. And Derek is about to get. Oh, screw you, Erica. Erica hates Derek for no reason, really. Sorry, he's a little kid. He climbs the ladder. He's fast, Derek. He's fast. And then smart. He throws the ladder down on Robin, and she oh my God, Derek, I love you. He does everything right. He's smart. He's intelligent. He acts correctly according to what the information he has. He actually yes, Derek, and he's funny. He's endearing. Thank you, show, for having at least one thing that I can like and laugh at and enjoy. So Derek the G escapes, sort of. Will is blinded, and he almost kills Robin. And they're like, they're not lying. The point is that you, I don't know, kidnapped him and his family. And so they're trying to convince him about Mr. Mr. What's it? He yells, "Suck my fat one." That's right, Derek. That's right. Uh, you're a psycho. You're all going to jail. That's what Derek says. Yes, yes, Derek. He's speaking facts. Such facts from young Derek here. He's truly a genius. Truly one of a kind. Uh, yeah, I'm pro Derek here. Pro Derek. I don't care about the monster. They can all get eaten. I don't care. La la la. Yeah, pretending they aren't talking. Yeah, you haven't made any real appeal to him at all. Maybe you should have done this first. Like, okay, let's take it back a notch, okay? So their plan was to kidnap and do all this terrible stuff to him, and now they're appealing to him and trying to explain everything. Why not do that from the start? If Erica is friends with his sister, get Erica to go over to Tina's and then talk to Derek one-on-one and explain everything. Easy. Then you say, easy excuse. Derek's going over to a friend's house for the night, and they blindfold him and do all that. They don't have to drug anyone. They don't have to put anyone in harm's way. But nah. The characters are dumb, and they don't think of that. No, we just got to go hardcore and drug him and his family. Oh my god, that's easy fix. Just easy fix. You have Erica go talk to Tina, make friends, go talk to Derek one-on-one, convince him. Because they convince him here. Like, they end up convincing him, and he obviously believes in what's happening. Like, he believes in Mr. What's-It and what's going on. So it's not going to take that long. And also, this is a better option than drugging and kidnapping his entire family. But, the writers don't care. They don't care. But let's continue. So, the Demogorgon is about to arrive. Oh, Will has the tism. He gets the big tism, and he sees it's coming. Right at the barn door. He's trying to bust down the door. The lights are going crazy. And Joyce grabs an axe like a menace, like the menace she is. And she's going to defend her farm. The Demogorgon breaks open. And again, real quick, why didn't the Demogorgon bust through the upside down? Well, okay. Wait a minute. Yeah, wait, because if the Demogorgon, I was gonna say, well, the Demogorgon's already in the right side up, the overworld, so it doesn't need to do that. Like, it's already here. But wouldn't it make more strategic sense for it to climb back into the upside down to get away from Nancy and all of them, and then rip through into the barn? Right? Nah, it doesn't matter. The show doesn't care. So we are supposed to not care either. Be good little audience members. Don't question the Duffer Brothers' genius, guys. The ChatGPT genius. Don't question it. So Joyce is ready to defend, right? And everyone's freaking out. Poor Derek. Derek doesn't want any of this. You want him, you're going to come through me. So yeah, this is fine, I guess, because Joyce is standing up, being strong. I don't really have a problem with that. And this is actually foreshadowing, excuse me, for later, the finale, if you know what I'm talking about. So they're walking, and then Will's having his tisms, and he's like, it's just silly. I can't take it seriously. It's just so funny. He's having his tism moment, and boom! Joyce hits him, whack him. Derek's traumatized. Everyone's traumatized. Joyce has got a menace. Somehow the Demogorgon has an absolute wrecked her, like it has everyone else in this show, because they have plot armor. Lots of plot armor. Boom! Luckily, okay. Oh, shoot. Oh, my God. Okay, a bunch of problems. Sorry, a bunch of problems just happened all at once. So Joyce is like battling the Demogorgon, and somehow the Demogorgon is just destroying her because of the plot armor, and she's pushing the Demogorgon like out of the barn, right? Somehow, like this is like a middle-aged woman with an axe, and you're gonna like, come on, Demogorgon, what are you doing? You killed all those soldiers. What's going on, man? Uh, so she pushes the Demogorgon out of the barn somehow, and luckily, that's exactly when Dustin and the gang and the car shows up and hits it, right? And upon hitting the Demogorgon, Will drops to the ground because he's feeling what the Demogorgon's feeling uh, because he's like connected, whatever. Okay, whatever. Let's just buy that, I guess. Let's buy it, show. So Demogorgon's downed for a second. Okay, let me go back to my notes real quick. Oh my god, excuse me. Oh, sorry. So yeah, now it starts trying to escape again. It still has the tracker in it. So Dustin, Steve, Jonathan, and Nancy are tracking it again. Oh, and yeah, we get more explanations of things that don't make sense. So they're following it, and it's about to go through a gate, or it has gone through a gate into the Upside Down. And wait, let me rewind to the part so I can reference it real quick. So yeah, it rips a hole to leave, and now they have like no choice; they have to chase it. So Steve's contemplating doing it, right? And this is what he says. Steve, mind you, Steve, who isn't like he's a smart cookie, I guess, but he's not like scientifically smart or anything like that, like a lot of our other characters. He says, "Wait, gates are like peanut butter poppers, right?" And everyone's like, "What?" And the outside is like crunchy and tough. Dustin's shaking his head. Nancy's like, "What are you talking about?" Jonathan's like, "What are you talking about?" And you know it's crazy if Dustin's like, "What are you talking about?" Because Dustin's like low key like a prodigy of Mr. Clark, who's the science guy. So Dustin should. I mean, a lot of his theories are just like ridiculous, but he does have more science expertise than Steve Harrington. Uh, so Dustin's like, "What the hell are you talking about?" And Steve continues to talk about this bopper analogy randomly, and he says, "If you bite down on it, it gives way to a gooey, creamy core." And they say, "Yeah, what the hell are you talking about?" And if I drive fast enough, the beamer can punch through. I don't know what does that have to do with any of the bopper stuff? Is the argument that the world is like a bopper, and then uh sorry, that the it's just dumb. Why is he thinking of this now? Why him? Why not Dustin? Someone that makes sense. This is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Uh but no, it just works. Body by teeth. Yeah. Uh, so yeah, it works because it has to work because it's a character explanation. Any character explanation has to work. So now they are in the Upside Down. Oh, okay. Let me pause here for a brief moment. So now what's their plan? You ever think about that? So now they're in the Upside Down. What? Finding the Demogorgon's home base, where Vecna probably is, where more Demogorgons could be. And you don't have Hopper, you have a gun that Nancy has, I guess, but you don't have your team, you don't really have a plan, and you might find Holly maybe, but fight Vecna if he's with Vecna, because that's where you guys think he is. So what's your plan? Also, how are you gonna get out? It's terrible. And the show again doesn't realize this scene is like they get in and it's like all triumphant. Let me show you. Like, bruh, this is bad. You're in there and you're trapped. And yeah, we got you. We got you. No, you don't. No, you don't. You have no plan. You're going to die. What are you talking about? Nah, the show doesn't care. Doesn't think about it. So let's move on. Will's having nightmares about the kids being slurped up by Vecna. We have to, like, God. Get over it, man. We know you have these visions. Sorry, I'm being too harsh. Like he's trying to act, and like, yeah, okay, this takes a lot out of him. But the show is always so like on it with him. Like I'm tired of it, bruh. We get these shots constantly. Okay, chapter 4, the sorcerer. Oh, is this copyright? What is this? Oh yeah, so we're in some random girl's house, right? Uh, we don't know who she is, and the military shows up. Interesting, and they take her, and we see that there's a busload of kids, and the military is systematically going to all the kids in Hawkins and taking them from their homes and taking them to a secure location. Luckily, let me get to the exact frame here real quick. Military police, blah blah blah. Okay, yeah, all the kids are getting taken in Hawkins. Luckily, wait, Lucas and Mike happen to be there. Good thing they happened to be there to happen to see the military happen to take. Oh, the show is killing me. Why are they there? Why are they like, why? Where are they going? I guess you could argue that, I don't know, whatever. They happen to see this happen, whatever. I guess it's not like terribly contrived, but it's like, come on. Okay. We're back in the Upside Down with with Nancy, Jonathan, Steve, and Dustin. Whew. And they're still chasing the Demogorgon, just like 10 seconds ago, and they're going on. What does that say? Rowan Hill Cemetery. So this is where what's his name? Eddie is buried. We saw this in the first episode. So they're driving pretty far. They're saying, and it's that the Demogorgon's actually speeding up somehow. That's kind of crazy. And then I also had this question: what if they ran out of gas? They're in the Upside Down. The gas pump's definitely not working in the Upside Down, so you're stranded. And then we have to have Dustin and Steve arguing again for no reason. Even though they're both trying their best, in a normal situation they don't argue, and this causes them to crash the car. So yeah, I guess that's like their punishment for arguing. But like again, why are they arguing so much? There's no point. Like there's no underlying reason at all. We don't know. It's never established. Now we're back with William and Joyce and Robin and Derek. Beautiful, beautiful Derek. And Will's furiously painting something on the walls that from his vision, right? I don't know where he got all this paint from, by the way. He just has it, I guess. I guess the barn has paint, whatever. They're all staring at it like, what the hell are you doing? And we get a big reveal. What's the reveal? He draws something pretty phallic. I don't know, man. This looks like, I don't know, man. What is this supposed to be? What? Okay, but whatever. He just does it. He knows exactly. He remembers exactly how it looks, and he has the resources to describe it on the wall. And wait a minute. How did he do all that with no ladder? Wait. Okay, hold on. Bruh. So slow. It's not that crazy. There's no way he's painting that well without a ladder. Not buying it. And he also did this like super fast. Whatever. That's small. I guess it's not that big a deal. It's just like, okay, whatever, show. I was like, where'd he get the paint? So apparently this is important to Vecna, and he wasn't supposed to see it, but he did, luckily. Luckily he saw it. Real lucky, right? Real lucky that he saw it. I don't know. No one ever knows anything, and it just works. His real name is Henry, a.k.a. Vecna. Oh yeah, one. I forgot. He was the first one. And Derek says too many names. Yeah, it is too many names, Derek. I agree. So they basically figure out that this is like some kind of thing Vecna's using, and he needs 12 kids. I don't know how. I guess he figured that he out. Oh, I'm having a stroke here. So Vecna, they fit Will because he just sees whatever Vecna's seeing whenever he needs to see it. Figures out that this is like a vessel chamber for 12 kids, and they need 12, and they already have Holly, which means they would need 11 more, and Derek would have been the second kid. And I get lucky little Will got to see this important thing he wasn't supposed to see. And they say, what is it? And he says, I don't know, because no one ever knows. It's almost, and yeah, again, it's almost like the writers are just speaking directly to us again, and just and like, look at this. They're saying like he's overloading Vecna's like the system. Bro, I'm not buying this. You're just making stuff up. How do you guys figure this out? But yeah, they figured out that he needs 12 kids, and then as they're figuring out his plan off of nothing but like blurry visions, uh, Mike and Lucas happen to come in at the right time to tell them that all the kids are getting taken from school by the military. How these pieces of information just fit together right at the perfect times whenever they need, all the time, every time. Boy, oh boy. Who were you talking to just now? I'm not. I'm still talking to the cameraman. I'm talking to my viewers, my audience, who's still watching. Oh my god. Oh, I'm going crazy. Oh. So yeah, they all get the information they need miraculously. And now we're back in the Upside Down with Dr. K. We haven't seen her in a minute, right? So she's talking. Excuse me. Talking about the kids disappearing, but even though there's only been one disappearance, okay. And so they need to take all the kids, round them up, and they think that 11 might have the kids, and so they're using the kids as bait, sort of, to get 11. So I guess they don't know about Vecna, which is interesting. I guess that makes sense. But yeah, they're bringing them to that place we've seen before, in the overworld, where the gate is to the Upside Down. That's where the kids are ending up. That's what we learn here, and that Dr. K is responsible. And then we get a moment here where the soldier's like, "What about this? Seems wrong to use the kids as bait," but then it's quickly disputed. Doesn't matter. So now we're back. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, does this look fake? We're back with Max and Holly, who is finally, okay, we get it. It's Max. Great. She does nothing. No charisma too. Are you talking about Linda Hamilton, like Dr. K, that character? Sorry, I didn't see your message until right now. Who has no charisma? Because I agree, she's pretty useless. She literally does nothing. We don't know her motivation, and we just know that she's bad and doesn't really have any morals. God forbid we have a military character with morals. That could be interesting. Who thinks they're doing the right thing? Yeah, the doctor. Yeah, I agree. No morals. Not charismatic. She's just like rude and tries to be intimidating. She's, I don't know, man. I'm not buying it. Anyways, we're back with Max and Holly. Also, look at this scene. Okay, I'm going to take the copyright shield down for a second. Just for a second. Bro, this is not real. Like, at first glance, maybe. But, nah, it's not real. It's just not. Like, they're way sharp. Like, I know that it's flat. I just know it's flat. I can't explain it. I just know it's not there. It's fake. So, anyways, Max is here, and she's expositing what else is new. The characters expositing stuff. I guess it's kind of makes sense here because Holly doesn't really know much about what's happening. So, oh yeah, so Max explains who she is explicitly, and Holly even says like you're the skateboard girl who never leaves without a Walkman. It sounds like like a script note, like a character breakdown. It's so weird. Like who talks like that? So we get the little Max introduction in case you forgot who she is. Uh, oh, okay. So here's something interesting. This is a line that they have. Try to find it. Yeah. Once again, she's explaining. Holly says, "I don't understand. Doesn't make sense. Yada yada. Makes sense." So Max literally says, "So how come I'm in here when I'm in a coma in Hopkins' lab? That's a very reasonable question." AKA, the writers don't care and will not really properly explain. Uh, XR, whatever they keep using, it does not work. Even normal people can tell weirdness. Yes, they can. It's insane. Like people know it's slop. It does not look good. You can tell when you're not shooting on location. And I feel like this show has like a glossy commercial look. Like it's almost indistinguishable from like how commercials are lit and shot. If that makes sense, it's just glossy. It's too perfect. And this isn't really just a Stranger Things problem. This is a problem across the board. I mean, if anyone out there has seen the new Welcome to Derry, based on, the Pennywise stuff, Stephen King stuff, the show, there's stuff to enjoy in it. It's not like there's some problems. There are a lot of problems, to be honest. But in that show, they use the XR. They do use the XR stage a few times, and it looks terrible. I don't know. I look like I'm in like Rings of Power. Like there's Rings of Power shots. It's crazy, and you'll know what I mean if you see it. Uh, Bro, it is so crazy. Yes, it's insane. So like in this show, it's not. I think in Welcome to Derry, it's worse. I couldn't watch because it looks so fake. It's so bad. Yeah, it's got a lot of problems. I just like the performance of Pennywise is like Bill Skarsgård is pretty good as Pennywise. And parts of it are interesting, but yeah, it is not good. Yeah, stop watching. Yeah, I mean, it's not great. But my point is like the XR stage in that is it's terrible. It's like really, really bad. I think it's better here. The airbase was so bad. Yeah, the airbase was really bad. It looked totally fake. So if you haven't seen it, just give it a couple episodes a watch and you'll see what we're talking about. But nah, I don't know. It just takes me out of it every time I see it in anything now. It's sad. It's like you're not supposed to use it for every bit of your environment. You're supposed to use it for elements. Like this shot right here. Like this, okay, maybe I don't even know. This could be XR, this could not be. But when you have a wide shot, establisher shot, you can tell. And the characters feel like they can't move around in the space anyways. Like they're stuck in place. Um if you watch season 1 of this, it's so much better. I agree. Yes. Watch season 1, don't watch anything after. Everything after is bad. Low key just bad. Season 1 tremendous show. Like it's perfect. Almost perfect. But yeah, I don't know. All these scenes with Max are XR like slop. XR slop. Every scene with her in this world is slop. Uh Anyways, so yeah, she's explaining like I'm in a coma, nothing makes sense, like always in this show. She takes her into her home, which is in the cave. She has all this stuff. I don't know where she got all this stuff from, especially if it's because we find out in this scene that this is Vecna's mind, right? And like how is she getting all this? I don't understand. Like how does it work? Is Vecna in control of his own mind? Is he not? Is this like bothering him? Is this like itching his brain? Like her being here without his consent? Is this weird? Like I don't get it. None of this makes sense. Does she need to eat? Like how does this work? I guess probably not because it's like her brain. Whatever. I don't really like. It's never explained. Like what is all this stuff? Where did she get this from? Is there a town? Like did she get it from the house? How does she even leave? Why wouldn't Vecna just camp outside of her base and just murder her? Freela has weird ass rules. Yes, it does. Nothing makes sense. It's nothing ever makes sense. Like explain. Like look at this. I'll take the copyright shield down again. It's like I Spy or whatever. Those books. Like look at that. Where is she getting this? She's got like, what is that, TV or something back there? She's got all this stuff. Where is she getting it from? That's a valid question. Like, what memory is she getting it from? Uh, I don't know why he can't imagine a gun and start shooting. That's a good point. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's a great point. Why can't he? Yeah, wait a minute. Wait. That's a great point. Why can't he just? Why can't he just imagine he has like an AK and just light her up? Why can't he imagine that he has an orbital strike on this place and just murder? Nah, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, that's a great point actually. But yeah, nothing about this makes sense. It's just insane. It's insanity. Uh oh yeah, and I think I skipped over the scene, or the moment of the scene, but Holly like somehow didn't know Max wrote the map, and Max has to explain it. Bruh, she knows. Come on, show. Let her be smart. She's supposed to be smart. I know that they said that because they thought the audience would be too dumb to understand that Max did it. Like, they really have no faith in the audience. They have no faith in their fan base to like actually figure stuff out anymore. What happened to season 1 when we had to like figure things out on our own? Not anymore. Like we gotta explain everything to the T. It's boring that way. Show. Like it's so condescending. Anywho, anywho, let me look at my notes real quick. Yeah, like what is all this? How do you have all this stuff, man? Like what? Like nice little place, I guess. What, does she have a bed too? Like Jesus Christ. No, and then we see this. We see this wide shot. Doesn't this hole look familiar? Like a certain telescope hole in a cap we saw earlier. I wonder if that's important. I wonder if that's going to be important for later, guys. Uh, so, uh, yeah, and another, yeah, like to bounce off of like, why doesn't he imagine a gun and shoot her? Why can't he just like imagine her out of existence if he's so powerful? I guess he's not that powerful. Um, so yeah, this is where we learn that this is his like a Vecna prison, mind prison. And oh yeah, let's look at the XR stage. This is not real at all. Like you can tell it's not real. It looks digital. It looks like a hologram. Like what? What are we doing? Show. Go to a real place. And this poor girl, like she's new. Like this is probably her real debut, and she's not even like experiencing like shooting on location. It's sad. Oh, like this just looks weird. Just get a real shot. The clouds look weird. Everything just looks weird. I don't even know how to explain it. This doesn't look real. Like I don't know how to explain it. Like okay, like look at this shot. So obviously we're focused in on Holly here, but like the focus doesn't look real, like compared to how it should look in real life with the background, bigger budget, thinner spread. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know where the budget was going. But like this just doesn't look real. It might as well be a green screen. I'm sorry. So yeah, they're in the Vecna mine prison, and that's what Holly learns. Oh God, like look at this. Like she's not like the lighting isn't even right here. Like what is happening? Actors probably took half the budget. Low key, yeah, the actors were really pricey. Like Winona Ryder and David Harbour, a lot of money, but still 400 million, $500 million basically. But look at this, like this is not real. There's like she looks like she has like cool light on her, and then it's super orange in the back, and the light in the back of the cave just looks like it has spotlights on it, like tungsten spotlights. There's not even like it's not even it's soft. Okay, it's soft light back there, but the cave is like it's not even the shape of the cave, like the light back there, and it just looks like a set, like a crappy set. It's so XR, like it just doesn't look good. And this, I feel bad for her. Every time a kid actor is in this environment, I'm just like, damn, they're just not acting like in real sets or real places. It's so sad. Like you're depriving this young actress of like a real experience, like shooting on location, going out to a place like this, going out to I don't know, Arizona, wherever to shoot something like this. Nah, we're going to shoot it on a green screen. What a bummer. Bummer. What a bummer for her. Anyways, let's move on finally. So now uh we're with all the kids who are getting taken and they're crying, they're scared, they don't know what's going on because the military's taking them. This random woman's trying to comfort them. Uh and we are at the military base. Okay, here we go. I couldn't find the shot a few hours ago when I was trying to prove my point about how dumb this is. But see this like tower here? I'll take off the copyright shield for a second. So this tower here, right here, um, that tower is the one that our protagonist used to like spy on the military base. Bruh, you're telling me a sniper isn't posted up in there? Come on. It's like a perfect 360, like perfect vantage point for a sniper, and the military doesn't utilize it. Not buying it. Not buying it. Sorry. Uh, oh, and here, another epiphany moment is about to happen that is going to blow your mind. So now we're back with our gang spying on what's going on. Blah, blah, blah. And Robin is about to have an epiphany that solves all the problems. I want to get to the right when it happens so I can cue the music. 1 second. How are they going to get kids? It's heavy barracks filled with soldiers. We have to dig into the barracks unnoticed, Mike says. Excuse me? What does that mean? Grab the kids, get Murray, smuggle them out of Hawkins. So, let's start with that. Let's start right there. Mike is just honestly saying, oh yeah, let's just dig a hole into the military base. What? That sounds like, what are you talking about? That sounds insane. With what? Shovels? You know how long that takes? You know how hard it is to dig, like, in earth like that? If you ever worked construction, if you ever had to, like, put in a foundation at all, I have. I've done that before. You can't just dig with a shovel when you're that far. The dirt is, like, it's dense, it's hard. There's big rocks, like huge boulders. You need an excavator. You could run into huge boulders, like, yeah, you can run into huge boulders. You normally need an excavator. Sometimes you need like a jackhammer type deal to like break through. It's not just like Looney Tunes logic where you can just dig under and just get wherever you want. It's not how it works. But the show thinks it is. It's ridiculous. So Mike's plan is to dig a hole into the military base. Also, that's crazy. You're digging a hole into a military base. If you get captured, you're dead. And they gotta steal them all before anyone notices they're gone. Exactly. That's ridiculous. And so Robin says dick to like get a rise out of the audience, basically. he thinks he thinks they're North Koreans. Bruh. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, I guess so. I mean it's so dumb. So yeah, Robin says dick to get a rise out of the audience. And she's like, oh, what? You think that was weird for me to say? Bruh, stop pretending. Did I say that out loud? I was thinking in my head. It's not funny. So it's just cringe. And then she goes on to explain the Great Escape. She just thinks of the Great Escape. The scene is so cringe. I know this scene is actually this like takes the cake. It's like tied with this scene for me is tied with being as cringe as the Mike scene. It's some 6'7" kid thing. So forced. Yeah, it is. It's so dumb. It's not funny either. So she's God, the scene is bad. So she's talking about the Great Escape. She's explaining how they use a tunnel system and they tunneled into the bathroom basically, and that was their way out. I can't believe like this is real. I thought they were joking when she said when she said the thing about like the Great Escape and like tunneling or whatever. I thought that was an analogy for their real plan. It didn't hit me that they were legitimately gonna tunnel into a military base until it happened, and I was like, bro, what? That is crazy. Like how? And it just works. It just works. There's no consequences really at the end of the day. Like really, there's nothing actually that bad that happens. It just like works in their favor, like everything does. Uh, and again, she just happens to be thinking about the Great Escape, whatever. I guess because Mike mentioned digging holes to get them. And yeah, this brings me to another point. If you cover the mouth or not the mouths, I wish. No, if you cover, let's say you have the script and you cover the names of the characters, they all sound the same. They all deliver the same corny analogy, exposition, explanation of their plan, and then it just works. It just works like always. Um, let's see. And yeah, so she decides that since that just because one of the hiding places was the washroom, the bathroom, in the Great Escape, that it's gonna work here. Why? Why? What does that actually have to do with anything?
Oh, well, because in the Great Escape they use the bathroom, that means it must be able to work here, and we'll just do that.
Bruh. It has nothing to do with anything. You're just saying stuff and hoping that the audience just like it's like you're actually
That makes perfect sense.
sorry, I'm losing my mind. I can't take it. It's like crazy. Like what? It's like they're willing everything into existence. It's insane. And then their plan just works. Their plan just works. It's insane. So yes, they actually are gonna dig a tunnel system into the base. That's correct. If you haven't seen the show, that's exactly what they do. And they need again. They need an inside man. And isn't it ironic that they like they needed an inside man to get Derek? They need Derek to be the inside man to get the kids. So they take Derek and they use him as a tool once again. Poor Derek gets used again. Robin's quote unquote excited face is so skull emoji. Yeah, it is. It's so frustrating. And it sucks because, like, I don't know. She's not like a terrible actress or anything, but her character is so annoying. Oh, yeah, and then they make another dick joke. It's just not funny. I'm sorry. It's just not. It's cringe, like you said in chat. It's like 6'7" joke. Use an inside man, and they use Derek. Poor Derek. Poor Derek being used once again. So, yeah, that's the plan. They're gonna dig a tunnel system into the washroom that they're gonna magically be able to like. It's ridiculous. We'll get to it in a second. It's actually crazy. I think this is one of the most like contrived elements of the show. I've said that like 4 times, but the show keeps topping itself every time. It's absurd. So now we're back in the Upside Down, and we see that the soldier, Lieutenant Man, has woken up, and the one that they interrogated, and he just leaves. That's right. Hopper and 11 just don't even try to like tie him down or anything, and he just wanders off. Like, what are you talking about? What do you mean? You didn't check. You didn't keep an eye on him. You didn't tie him with anything. You didn't try. So you just let him walk off and like tell on you, because that's what happens. That's the whole point of this. He tells the villains so that the villains have time to prepare, sort of, and have an ultimate showdown. But it makes 11 and Hopper look real dumb that they just let this guy go. What are you talking about? It's so frustrating. So yeah, he's gone, escaped. They don't even know. They don't care. And now they're trying to find a way into the base in the Upside Down that they were able to find. I guess because the lieutenant told them. So 11's looking at the base and she sees the fence, and she says that she can jump the fence. And you'll remember I said this in the first episode hours and hours ago. At this point, that this is the thing that her training references without knowing it's referencing. So like her training, like I said hours ago, her training in that first episode is super arbitrary, and it's like, okay, what does the time matter really? Like, what's the point? It's not like this is based off anything real that you need to time yourself to do. So that's weird. But now it all makes sense, you see, because the show, with its meta knowledge, has set up that her training in that scene was to prepare her for this moment, and the training set that she uses just so happens to be perfect for this moment here. Lucky, so lucky that their training happens to work out just as well, like for the design of this base. Like, you could have at least had them find like blueprints or like seen the base and then like built a training thing off of it. I don't know. Why does it have to be so contrived? They don't care. So he's like, you're not jumping that because your training isn't the real world. Bro, that's what the point of what's the point of training if it's not going to help her in the real world? So that's pretty stupid, Hopper. Pretty dumb of you. Anywho. Uh, sorry, I'm just spacing out. So that's right. Hopper reaches, or not Hopper. Dustin reaches Hopper because they're in the Upside Down, and Hopper's talking to them, and tells them to stay put. Blah blah blah. Uh, uh, Dustin delivers some quick exposition to Hopper. Sort of makes sense. Whatever. Standard stuff. Tells them to wait. And then 11 gets the go ahead to go into the base. So that's what they're going to do. Once again, terrible XR. Looks fake. Very fake. That's that scene. So now the plan is that Dustin and his crew are sort of stuck at the cemetery area, and Hopper and 11 are going to break into the lab. Oh my God, look at this. Again, why? Look at these shots. Why do we have to do this? Like, why? This doesn't look real. This looks like fisheye almost back here, if you see my cursor. Like, this just looks like squeezed here. In all these shots, another thing that's interesting is every single XR stage shot is shot the same, like the same way. It's like the same distance, the same angle every time, and it's weird. It's like you could just take them on the screen and like paste them into any of these worlds and nothing would matter. It's so weird. I don't understand. So yeah, we're back with Max and Holly. And boy, oh boy, I think this is the spot. No, it's not. Not yet. We're about to get a huge exposition dump in this world here, but Max is just explaining Vecna and his curse, and she's explaining. I think it is here. She's explaining just everything that we've seen in season 4, pretty much. We get flashbacks. I think. Yeah, we get flashbacks of when she was first inducted into his brain. She sees the rainbow room, all the death, blah blah blah. She explains how she's like, this is how she got trapped in his mind, basically. Then we get this moment. Oh boy, look at that. She's in a old or 19 like 80, not 80s, 50s or 60s, I think, 1950s or 60s Hawkins high school, and we see Joyce in a second, I think. Hold on. Yes, we see Joyce. This is Joyce, young Joyce here, which is pretty interesting. And this is Steve Harrington's dad. So little cameos, you know. So yeah, this is just basically us learning that Vecna was a kid at Hawkins, and that he low key grew up with Joyce and Hopper, which is pretty interesting. It could be interesting, but they don't really do anything with that, unfortunately. So yeah, she's in Hawkins 1959. More explaining. She's strapped in his head, blah blah blah. And then Holly makes a reference to A Wrinkle in Time, because we gotta have our references to 80s stuff and like books and all that jazz. So they call that from now on Vecna's land is called Camazotz, which is from Wrinkle in Time. It doesn't really add much, to be honest, except like reference better things, I guess. Okay, so yeah, so okay, sorry, I just spaced out because there's so much. I'm dying here. So another question, like, why is Vecna letting her like run around in his head? I don't understand why he can't stop her. Is she like an earworm to him? I just think it's funny that he's like for 18 months been chill with her, just sitting around. I feel like he could have killed her easily by now. Why not like I don't know, like I said earlier, camp outside of her cave and just kill her, shoot her. I don't know. Nah, let's not do that. That would make too much sense. So we're done with that. XR stage, more flashbacks to her being in Vecna's brain. And now we get to, oh my god, so long, we get it. Derek. We're with Derek now. And so Derek is the inside man. So they have him walk up to the government and they freak out. They're like run at him and stuff. He's like a little kid, which is kind of crazy. So they take him inside, assuming that he was supposed to be with the school. He's a little endearing Derek. He does his job. He's chill. So he's taken to where the kids are. And another thing that he has like a little lunchbox with him, and I know he's a kid, but you'd think they'd check. You know, this kid just showed up. How did he know where the base was? Why is he alone? It's a little weird. You think they'd check his bags, but they don't. They don't check. I don't know why. They just don't. So, yeah, he's in. Derek's in, and now we're with Murray, who's giving them more stuff. He just happens to get more stuff. He's the supply guy who just has everything all the time. So Murray is giving them shovels, everything like that. He just gets like, what? How are you getting all this stuff? And wait, look at this. He pads the room somehow, like instantaneously for the kids. Bro, I don't know anymore. It's ridiculous. Pre 9/11. Okay, look. You keep saying pre 9/11, but they have security and they just don't use it. They keep establishing that they have like rules about this, but they never adhere to them. That's the problem. That's like the whole issue. Like, I'm not buying it. And also, Murray described this place as being like Fort Knox and like the White House in terms of security, and they're under like lockdown. So even though it's pre 9/11, this place is being treated like it's post 9/11. But Murray just is magical genie boy, magical genie man. But yeah, again, I would agree with your suggestion if it was consistent, but that argument is not consistent across the show, unfortunately. Real bummer. Let's see. So, where was I? Yeah, he gets them all their stuff they're preparing. Oh, that's right. This is insane. So, Derek gets to the bathroom. And he gives them like 40. He gives them these measurements like based off paces, and he's a kid, so who knows what a pace to him is compared to Joyce or an adult or whatever. And his job now, after finding out where the bathroom is to round up all the Mr. What's-It kids so that they know who to smuggle out. But I want to see real quick. Let's see what measurements he does give Joyce, because this is pretty important. So the answers, let's see, hold on. Sorry. Bathroom stall, back stall. How do they know where the back stall is? How do they know which one's the girls? I mean, I guess everyone's using the same bathroom. Back stall, 45 of my paces from the front entrance. How do they know how to do these measurements? Like, even if he even if to Derek, these measurements make sense, but without a map or anything, how do our characters know? Because as we'll come to find out, they're using the tunnels under Hawkins that from like the beginning seasons to travel around, and luckily, it just so happens that one of the tunnels goes right under this base and right under the back stall. So this information is useless because it already it already just works out perfectly, and even still, like I don't understand how this information is supposed to help them from underground when they don't know the actual layout of the base at all. So that doesn't make any sense. Unless someone wants to help me out here, and maybe I'm missing something. So he puts out an order sign. Again, back stall. Back right, back left, doesn't say. They're just supposed to know. Whatever. Whatever, show. Let's see. My God. Okay. We're done with that. Now, we are in the Upside Down with Hopper and Elle again. And they're referring to Hopper's referring to the kryptonite inside the vision she saw, and that Hopper's gonna go in there and handle it, right? So, yeah, he's like chill with her hopping the fence all of a sudden, and so she goes and she does it. She jumps up. Luckily, no one hears that, even though it's glass. I don't know how that's possible. She jumps on. No one hears anything. It works. And then she's running around, doing her training, basically. Blah, blah, blah. Luckily, this guard doesn't see her. Also, where are all the other guards? Shouldn't there be guards everywhere? How do they not see her jump? How do they not hear her? Whatever. And, oh, yeah. Let me explain this as well. So, they love light. They love light slash. Every shot it has got slash of light. Yeah. Wait, are you talking about the lightning? Because, yeah, they love their lightning. And this world just is like... the Upside Down isn't even cool anymore. It doesn't even look like scary. It just looks like the real world, but dark now. Remember when the Upside... yeah, it's got, like, the goo and stuff, but it's this weird blue. I don't remember the Upside Down being... I guess it was blue. But I don't know how to explain it. I think it's the XR stage technology just makes it look bad. I don't know. 1 second. Let's see. Yeah, so I don't know how the guards haven't seen her. She's probably making a lot of noise. But yes, that's what I was saying. So Hopper or Elle discovers that the lightning flashes every 7 seconds at the same time. So I guess like there's a thunderstorm that never moves or whatever in the Upside Down. So it's always the same seconds, and her idea is to use the lightning strike when it sounds to jump so that when she lands there's no sound. But she messes up her timing at one point, which is about to happen here. See, he says you're too early. She does it anyways. Boom, jump, and too early. Boom, and the guy hears. He looks over and sees her, and this happens. Boom, dead, neck snapped. So, here's the problem with this. So, like I said, that arbitrary training scene that actually does attach here and, like, work for this moment, it doesn't even matter because she just, like, it doesn't matter. She messes up the time. Like, the timing. The oh so important time from her training, now having to use that skill here to like match a time doesn't matter, and it works out fine. There's no consequences. She just like kills the guy, and like maybe in like a good show that is the consequence because she has to deal with murdering and like basically an innocent man. But in this show, it's fine. It doesn't matter. She just kills him. So no consequences. So what was the point of the timings? What was the point of the training? Doesn't matter. Show forgot, I guess. Like what? ChatGPT ran out of storage and didn't remember. And they get in. And luckily there's no guards, nothing. No one heard that. No one's like, huh, isn't there supposed to be a guard up there? No one cares. Doesn't matter. They're in. They made it. Derek. We're back to Mr. Derek, our boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay. So, Derek is convincing the kids of Hawkins who know about Mr. What's It that they have to come with him. And Derek is like, he's shocking the kids because he's being like nice, basically. And he's like endearing, and I like that. This scene's fine, I guess. Nothing wrong here. Yeah, and we see that some of the kids are like, yeah, Derek, I've seen Mr. What's It too, Derek. So he's garnering support amongst the youth. Go, Derek. Now we're back with the team, with Joyce, the big old team here, and they're prepared to go dig a hole, like, Alcatraz style. Oh my god. And then I think Will explains his vision. I'm so sick of saying that. He explains his vision constantly. It's so frustrating, bruh. We get it. It's always the same crap, like every time. So we have a little moment with Mike here. And honestly, Mike and Will have barely had any moments together. It's weird. They're supposed to be best friends. I guess not anymore. They're talking. They're yapping. Uh, you know, explaining how they felt. And not Will. Yeah, Will explains how he feels. So then Mike can tell Will what he was doing that he already knows. You wanted to protect her. You know, basic dialogue like that. Not necessarily great dialogue, super mid, pretty standard stuff. Just characters explaining and then telling things they already know, not actually learning anything about each other. More vision explanations. Okay, here we go. Here's something interesting. So, hold on. Trying to get to the one interesting part here. Little bit of banter between Will and Mike, even though, sorry, the acting is kind of mid here. And what's important here is Robin takes notice to this, and she notices the way that Will likes and looks at Mike. And she's like, oh my gosh, I've put it together. He is the big gay. Oh my gosh, Will is also the big gay like me. That's why he was asking all those questions earlier. And it's like, yeah. So this moment's fine. There's nothing wrong here. It's like chill. Like at least we have characters learning something. Also, this is fake. This looks so fake. The lighting does not look good here. Everyone looks blurry. Like the edge of them looks blurry. It doesn't look real. Will is so awkward. I don't know if that's the character or the actor. I don't know either. He is super awkward, like constantly, and I don't know. I think that's an acting thing. I don't know, or not like I think that he's supposed to be that way. I don't know if that's the actor, per se, but he does kind of always operate in the same mode. Like even when he's talking to his mom and like mad at her, he still seems unsure. He just seems unsure of himself all the time. But yeah, this like tiny moment here is fine. Where Robin like, figures out how that Will is the big gay. So fine, nothing wrong there. Pretty standard. Okay, back in the Upside Down. We are with Nancy, Jonathan, Dustin, and Steve. And yeah, the car is still crashed. Oh, sorry, excuse me. And Dustin's trying to figure out this wall because this is new stuff, new information. And Nancy is mad at Hopper for telling them to sit tight, which is pretty stupid because like, what are they gonna do? Like without him, like they're not that. It's not like they're like super strong or anything. Whatever. She's just mad at him, and yeah, we're back to the love triangle stuff. This is also pretty standard stuff. Pretty standard. Jonathan and Steve are arguing. Love triangle stuff. Oh, this is a funny shot. Why does she look like that? Yeah, we get Nancy agreeing with Steve on something, so that makes Jonathan mad. It's just love triangle stuff. Which, are, like I said, doesn't make sense because why would Steve be doing this again? This is kind of boring, boring, boring. Oh yeah, and then Dustin is able to triangulate scientifically, math, whatever, to figure out that the wall is a circle around Hawkins. Sure, whatever, show, whatever, man. I'll buy it. Oh yeah, and then he makes fun of it's like, what are you guys arguing about? It's so frustrating. Why are they being so mean? There's still no real reason. So Dustin, Steve is like sarcastic. Is like, well, how'd you figure that out? And Dustin says, because I didn't sleep through Algebra 1. And for some reason, uh, Steve takes it super, he looks like he takes it really personally. I don't know. It's weird. So yeah, he's basically figured out that the wall is around Hawkins. And I forgot, does he think, oh yeah, this is important. He triangulates the coordinates and all that to figure out that everything is coming from Hawkins' lab. What? You mean that? Wait, 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 wait. Hold on. Wait. You're telling me that the place where this all started is the place that everything is happening from? Bruh. No one thought about that earlier? This isn't that crazy. And they're like, what are the chances of this wall happens to be the place where all this started? Bruh. This is like textbook crap. Like, come on, man. You didn't think of that earlier? Oh, okay, here we go. Now, finally, if we're done with that, we're back to Max and Holly in the dream sequence. Because, by the way, this explanation back, flashbacks are still happening. I'm pretty sure that this exposition and flashback stuff happens for 10 minutes of the show, or of the season, of the episode, which that's a long time to spend on exposition and explaining things, I think, for a show. So Max is basically explaining how she's following Kate Bush to get out of the Upside Down. Not the Upside Down, out of Vecna's mind. And that she finally found a way out. And let's get to that scene, because this scene is bad. Hold on. Okay, here we go. She climbs out here. Okay, bro. Oh my god, look at this. This looks fake as hell. Come on, I'm going to take down the copyright screen again if you want to see. So, what am I looking at? Why does it look so... I don't even know how to explain it. It's just, so fake. Everything is so glossy. The lighting, they look like they're on a set, a stage even, a Broadway stage with, good lighting effects for Broadway, but not for a $400 million show. And so apparently this is how she was supposed to get out. She follows the song and then she jumps through this thing. Why would she, first of all, why would she think this? Why not think this is a vision? How does she know this is a gate necessarily? And the reason she doesn't get out is because the song stops playing and she was too slow. Yeah, pretty embarrassing. If I saw a way out, I'm lunging at that. But nah, she waits and stares at it for dramatic tension, and so that future her can finish a dialogue over it. And I think the show's trying to be like, oh, isn't that so ironic and so tragic that the only reason she's not out now is because of the tape running out? It's nah, it's kind of stupid because she had all this time to run out, but she just chose not to. She waited around. So yeah, nah, show, not buying it. Then Vecna's there. He appears. He teleports. And this begs the question. If he can teleport here, why can't he just teleport whenever she's not in the cave to where she is and just kill her? Well, the show will never answer that, unfortunately. So he's running. Also, he was right next to her. How did he not catch her in this moment? Absolutely ridiculous. Why is bro walking? I hate that. They make the villains walk slow and act intimidating. It's not intimidating if you're not trying to get her, bruh. So she runs into the cave. Look at him. This is so silly. He looks so silly. What is this facial expression? And she realizes
he's sorry, he looks constipated. He doesn't look scared. He looks like he's about to crap his pants. She figures out from this that he can't enter the cave because he's freaking scared. He's so scared of what's ever in the cave. So he leaves. And for some reason, he doesn't just spawn camp. So he doesn't just camp out there and wait for her to exit and then murder her. I don't know why he doesn't do that. No explanation once again. And yeah, okay, here's the number. So yeah, these flashbacks, it finally ends here, and it takes 11 minutes, which, sorry, that's a long time. And then we even get flashbacks of stuff we just saw, like Holly taking the mail. Why do we need flashbacks of that? We saw it. 11 minutes of like Max just talking and talking and showing flashbacks and flashbacks. It's not like stimulating, and it's like not really explaining anything. Why'd you get banned playing it with that cover? No, you're right. Damn it, I forgot. You're right. Thanks for reminding me. I've been doing that. Nah, okay, that was a good catch. I totally forgot I took the cover off. My bad. Damn it. Well, damn, low-key, this might get struck. Well, I might have to cut this part of the stream out in post. Well, whatever. Thank you for reminding me. I totally forgot about that. Shoot. Damn, I hope that doesn't mess anything up. Well, most of the... How long have I been going for? Let me check. 7 hours and 20 minutes. So most of the stream should be fine. I think that was only a few minutes. I think. Let's see. Okay, it's only been a few minutes. Okay, I'm not too worried about that. Thank you for reminding me, though. I totally forgot. That could have been really bad. Anywho, hopefully I paused enough. It's weird. I don't know how YouTube does it, but if you pause enough too, it doesn't count because you're not like stealing content. It's transformative. It's weird. I don't know how it works. But we're chilling now. So yeah, finally this 11 minutes total of exposition and explaining in flashbacks ends, and this is when Max kind of reveals why she needs Holly, because now like her way to escape is opened now that Holly is here, and she needs Holly to go back and pretend that she doesn't know that Vecna is the big bad, so that she can spy for her basically. And Holly's petrified, obviously, after all this, and rightfully so. I know it's scary. Max does not care, by the way. This is gonna get crazy. What Max betrays Holly, by the way, which you're about to see. It's like, again, it's, I don't know. I get sad every time I see these kids. They're like trying to give it their all, and it's like this show is so bad. So she's brave, and she goes back to pretend that Vecna is the big good. Okay, now we're back to Joyce and the gang. Oh my god, we're halfway done. We're almost not halfway done. We're halfway done with this episode. We're almost done with this block of stuff. Okay, we're back with Joyce. They're in the tunnels of Hawkins, and I can't remember what she's doing with this tool, but they're going to dig the thing to get the kids. So hold on. Okay, here's another nice moment. Finally, another nice moment. So, sorry, I just lost my train of thought for a brief moment. So yeah, we have a nice little moment between Robin and Will again, where Robin is telling Will about her crush. And this is obviously because she wants to, give Will some tips on how to deal with his situation, which is that Mike is straight in love with Eleven, and will never love Will, unfortunately for him. And he's clearly not, over it, hasn't figured that out. Or is clinging on to hope, rather. So Robin's trying to be, now natural and chill about this. So she tells a little anecdote about how she discovered self-confidence by finding
she was in her garage cleaning and she found tapes of her as a kid, and this like prompted her to realize how carefree she was, and this made her realize that all she needs is herself, and this is what inspired her to have self-confidence, and this inspires Will. So I have no criticisms of this little scene here. I think it's fine. It's a nice moment where we learn history of a character, and that history of the character serves two purposes. It tells us more about her, Robin. It tells us about a little bit more about her childhood, her past, and it also serves to teach Will something, or try to teach Will something, and she's doing it in a pretty natural way here. So this is where I had some questions, because at this point I'm like, when I was taking my notes, I was like, well, damn, it seems like the only scenes in this whole show are that are natural with the dialogue and natural with the characters are between Will and Robin when they're talking about him being gay. Uh, and so I thought for a second, I was like, huh, well, could it be that the Duffer Brothers did in fact use ChatGPT uh, to write a lot of the show, and they felt a little remorse for having the stuff with Will being gay to be written by it, so they actually did take time to write it themselves, and that's why these scenes stick out so much. I think that would make a lot of sense, because these scenes like actually are fine, like they're chill. It's like if you isolated them, it would be totally like they're actually like good. So I'm really wondering if all the scenes between Robin and Will were it has to do with the big gay are actually written by them and like put in between the ChatGPT stuff. That's my theory. Let me know what you think. That's my theory, my running theory. I don't think like I feel like they would have been like, "Nah, we can't have this stuff be written by ChatGPT. That would be too far." But you know what I mean? Maybe I'm wrong. I get that vibe. It's the only natural sounding bit of dialogue in the show is with these two. So, anywho, let us continue. 1 second. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, and this is where you learn, like, officially that the tunnel systems lead directly under the base, right where they needed them to go. Uh, let's see. Okay, we already talked about this. Skip, skip, skip. Yeah, she tells Will that all the answers he needs are in himself, inside himself. Nice little message here, and they laugh and chuckle about it, and they're becoming closer as friends. Nice. So yeah, they find like luckily it's right here. Luckily you don't have to you actually dig tunnels to get here. Or you're lucky, guys. Lucky, 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 lucky. Also, real quick, good thing. I guess they're never mind. Actually, they're using other houses. I'm gonna say if they built the base, I don't know how they didn't discover this tunnel system, but whatever. So let us continue. Let us continue. Hold on. My ears hurt. Golly. So they're digging up into the bathroom now, and now we're back in the Upside Down. And the lieutenant that Hopper and 11 just totally forgot about, I guess, gets back to base, and he's yelling and yelling to be let in, which is obviously going to put a wrench in their plans if he's here. Yeah, he takes them to Dr. Kane. Blah, blah, blah. Whatever. So now we're in the room with this one doctor. The room that normally has a bajillion people in it and Dr. K is empty except for this one guy, luckily. And that's how they get in. They get in somehow. They somehow gotten into this lab through the base. No guards have seen them. And they get this guy. Oh my God. I don't know how they got. I don't get it. How do they get this far in with no one seeing them? And why is there only one guy in here when there's normally like a bajillion? Real lucky. They knock him out, and 11 tries to open the door with her brain. But luckily, the alarms go off, and they have a sonic device that can shut off her powers, which is cool. That actually makes sense that they'd have that system in their base. So props to the writers for at least thinking about that. What is this? Military chose worst place to build if dude can break through the ground with this. Exactly. Like what? They didn't test anything. They didn't check anything. I don't know. It's also just crazy, like coincidence that those tunnels lead directly under where they need to be. It's just bad. It doesn't make any sense. Not one bit. But I digress. So yeah, Dr. K has been alerted because the guy they forgot for some reason to watch or tie up breaks out and gets back. So they compromise themselves by being stupid. God, come on, Hopper. You were a soldier. You should know this kind of stuff, man. Uh, so yeah, they're about to get caught, and now we're back in Hawkins at the base where they're gonna break out the kids, and they've almost made it. They've almost made it, and it looks like they're hitting the sink or something, and one of the girls is noticing something's weird, something's wrong, and then they've done something wrong. Basically, like they've messed up something with the pipes, and that's gonna cause problems later. Foreshadowing for later. So we're back with Derek. Derek has his little squad, and they have a plan. So every time uh, he gets phoned in on his comms, it's gonna hit one of the kids on the head with a stick, and then they go out to get led into the tunnels to leave. So how could this go wrong? So first of all, there's a good amount of kids here, and there's not like there's like a decent amount of kids. Like the ratio of kids with Derek to like the rest of the class is pretty big, but overall, it's not really a big group of kids, if that makes sense. So I don't understand how when Derek's sending them off, which we'll see in a moment, the teacher woman doesn't notice that they're just not coming back from the bathroom. It's a little weird and crazy. And we learn there's an officer in the room with them, and he doesn't notice either. Real lucky. And yeah, I love the scene with him. He's like trying to be like a Zen dude, like making him meditate. It's so good. This part's fine with him. But yeah, so we start sending kids off. And look at that. There's a hole. Or there's about to be a hole. Look at that. And that's loud, by the way. Another thing. That's loud. I don't know if anyone's been around breaking, snapping wood before, but it's loud as hell. I don't know how. No one hears it. Doesn't matter. Show doesn't care. It just works. This is absurd. So yeah, they're starting to take the kids down into the tunnel system. It just is working. And they're trying to convince them that they work for Vecna because they think Vecna is the Goodman, obviously. So yeah, they're taking all the kids. It's just working. There's no problems. But then Mike notices something right here. The pipes are about to burst because they were in the wrong spot and they messed something up with the pipes when they were digging. So at least there's a little consequence. They mess up at least one time, and it's consequential for them. But still, that's going to be a problem. Now we're back in the Upside Down. Back in the Upside Down. With Dr. K facing down Hopper and 11. Oh my god, it's 2 a.m. for you guys in the East Coast. That's crazy. It just hit midnight. Oh, this is so long. But it needs to happen. It needs to happen. So, Dr. K is with the formerly captured lieutenant, and they're going after Hopper and 11. They make it inside the lab where they are. And, oh yeah, another question. Where was Dr. K? What was she doing before all this? Why wasn't she in there like she always is with all her men? Where was she? It's like I said, real lucky that she wasn't in there at the right time. It's like every scene we've seen her, she's always in that room, and all of a sudden now she's not in there. That when it matters most, bruh. Not buying it. Not buying it. One little bit. So yeah, she's looking. They're hidden. She can't see anyone. Where's 11? Where's Hopper? I wonder where they are. She sees 11, and this is the first time they meet. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. And she finally has her first words with 11. Yeah, very, very crazy. I'm sorry, I didn't like. This isn't that crazy. I know this is supposed to be like, oh my gosh, they're meeting, but like, I don't know anything about this lady. I don't even know her first name. I don't know what she wants. I don't know what her goal is. I don't know if she's actually like pro. Like, does she actually like want to save the United States? Is she power hungry? Is this all for personal gain? Is this a career move? What is? Who is she? What does she want? I don't know anything. Like, all the show cares about is that it's Linda Hamilton who was in the I think the Terminator films, right? I'm pretty sure it's the Terminator films. Either that or yeah, it's the Terminator films. It's like I don't know anything about her. Bruh, you have like a good actress here and you're not even using her. What a bummer. So yeah, this is like not that crazy even though it's supposed to be like a pivotal moment for them. Uh 11 tells her that her men and her are going to die. And the bowl cut man who has beef with Hopper is looking for Hopper. And oh yeah, they see a little they see a figure in this closet here, and instead of checking, they blast it. Turns out it's their doctor. So Hopper's tricked them into murdering their own man. Pretty sad. And what's doubly sad is like yeah, not sad in terms like in the show sad, but it's sad that like the show forgot that this guy who just gunned down this innocent man. I guess maybe they thought he was already dead, but he doesn't feel any remorse. Make him feel remorse for killing his own men. Come on. You established that he cares about them, so why not? Whatever. So yeah, they didn't see Hopper right over here, so Hopper starts blasting them, killing them all. No remorse. He's a terrorist. And then for no reason, he decides to fight. Let's see. Is there really a reason? No, for no reason, he decides to fight the former captive guy, Lieutenant Man, one-on-one instead of just blasting him. Classified base with 5 soldiers. Exactly. There's like no one here. Why isn't there a garrison? Why? And why do they all suck? How is one guy taking them all out? He's not John Wick. He's like not even fit. He's fat. Hopper's fat and he's overweight. Oh my god. And yeah, why does he go after this guy with his bare hands when he could have just shot him? The show just wants to have like this one-on-one because they have prior beef. It's so dumb, but Hopper just looks like a dumbass. It's so frustrating. So frustrating. Let's see. So yeah, they have their little
Fight scene. Fun.
and he beats him obviously. Wait, hold on. What even did he kill him? I can't remember. Hold on. He knocks him out. So he knocks out the guy again. This poor guy can't catch a break. He's always getting captured, knocked out, whatever. He's pretty lame. And Hopper gets captured by the upside down creature, which looks absolutely horrible. I don't know if you saw right here. Let me pause it. This time I'll remember to put back the copyright shield. Let's see. Where is it? Right? Not. It looks pretty bad there. Right here. Let's see. Like, look at it. Like, if you see right here, if you look at my screen, like, look at that. That looks like a partially rendered, like, old 360 game with the lighting. The lighting just does not look good here. It looks fake. Fake. Like $400 million show, by the way. It does not look. It doesn't even like doesn't look fully rendered. It just doesn't. It doesn't look good. Anyways, yeah, he gets grabbed by the upside down creature. And yeah, he's incapacitated for now, captured by the creature, and Dr. K and him meet for the first time. And oh my god, like look at this. Okay, I need to do it again. I need to show off again how bad it looks. Look at that around his neck. It just doesn't look good. I'm sorry. It doesn't look good. Like he's not even touching it. Am I talking right in the mic? My bad. He's not even touching it. It just doesn't look real. It doesn't look real. It looks bad. What happened, show? What happened to that budget? And that's the better looking part of the show. Exactly. That's yeah, you're right actually. Yeah, this is like low key like technically the probably one of the better looking parts and it looks terrible. Oh, like look at that. Also, it looks so funny. I'm sorry. Anyways, back to it. Okay, so yeah, they're having their little villain versus here. Oh, like that. Oh god, you can see through the copyright shield. It looks so bad. He is not touching that. That is not real. It's like a JPEG. Like, okay, I need to. I'm sorry, I have to show it off again. This is like a JPEG. Like, look how it moves. It's like a JPEG. It does not look real. He's like superimposed over it, or it's superimposed over him. Oh my god. Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay, so he's been got. Now we're back to Robin, and she's taking the kids to Murray in the truck. Uh, good old Robin doing some good things. Meanwhile, oh my God, this is so bad. So, she's taking them to the truck. Meanwhile, back with Mike and all of them, they are having a huge problem. As you can see here, the pipe is bursting, and here's the thing: they're trying to close it. Now they're fully in the base and they're yelling. They're like screaming. Let me play it for just a second. They're like yelling, as you can hear. And how is no one hearing them? How? No guards, the teachers, no kids. How? How? Like there's no shot, right? Come on. How? How is no one hearing this? Oh my god. Yeah, and like in my notes I wrote like there's no shot they don't know they have plot armor because there's like you're supposed to be discreet, and also they're breaking into a military, a classified like secure place, and it's run by the military. You're gonna get shot, bruh. You're lucky you don't get shot. You could be a terrorist, but nah, it doesn't matter. It's supposed to be funny, like slapstick, I guess. Ah, funny, haha, haha, funny. Kids, like, bruh. Look, the door's open and they're yelling. How does the officer in the other room and the teacher lady not hear this? Nope, doesn't matter. Show doesn't care. So they send another kid and he slips. Oh boy, what's that? The water is leaking out. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Derek notices this and he notices that another kid notices this. And he sees that she's going to go check on it. It's Derek's arch nemesis. Oh no, oh no, oh no. So she looks in, she sees what's going on, and she's going to tell the officer. And now at this point, they've been spotted. They're screaming. They don't even care. They're not even trying to be discreet. They never even were. It's just like ridiculous. So Derek's a G, by the way, and he rushes the kids in. So he's actually trying his best. So Derek's chill. But this right here is bad. Derek, love you, but you're not stopping a trained, muscle-bound U.S. soldier from breaking through this door. You are not that fat. The show thinks you're like, what do they think you weigh? Like, Jesus Christ. Sorry, like, you're not doing this. They are breaking down. And then, yeah, okay, Mike and Will come to help. Still not really buying that this guy isn't breaking through. Especially, we'll get to it in a second. Okay, back to the bad CGI and the upside down. So, yeah, let's just go back. Let's just make sure everyone knows. Everyone's been caught, and the soldiers are onto them, and they're after the kids who are escaping. So now we're back in the upside down with Dr. K, and what's his Hopper, right? We're back with Dr. K and Hopper. So he's still wrapped up in the creature, and this is gives us a moment so Dr. K can do her evil villain monologue to Hopper. Thorn in her side, she says. And it's like, why would you bring her here when in one place that she shouldn't be? Why risk her life for the other? She says. Uh, and at this point, the show thinks that we think that it's Vecna. Maybe I guess I wasn't sure at this point really who it was. We find out later that it's 8. I'm gonna spoil it right now. I don't really care. It's 8. The Indian girl from season 2 is the person that is hidden back behind that door. So they've been baiting that it's Vecna. It's not Vecna. Uh, so the other she's referring to is this girl. So then, for some reason, just because this is how dumb villains behave in movies and shows, they have Linda Hamilton here, Dr. K, explain to Hopper that this knob right here, not that far away from him, that's going to come in handy later, controls the temperature, and that cool makes the creature chill, like chill, makes the creature like I lost my train of thought. Basically, in the cold it thrives, bro. I should have just been reading the subtitles. Yeah, he tells them that I don't understand the point of the Indian girl. I I don't really either. Hated her in season 2. I just hated that whole like plot in season 2, that subplot with her and 11. Not a fan. It's like they separated her from Hopper to have her like befriend this random force to make the whole story easier. Yeah, yeah, low key. Uh, I just don't like her. I'm not a fan. She's just annoying. Sorry, she's just annoying. We'll get to that later. But uh yeah, so basically Linda Hamilton just explains how the machine works so that Hopper can figure out how to use it later. Basically, that's the point of this. Cuz like why would she tell him this? It doesn't matter. So she's interrogating him, it's not working. Then 11 she walks off because 11 is getting up. She didn't even bother to handcuff her or tie her down, by the way. The most dangerous person in this base. She didn't even bother to tie her up or anything. She just lets her sit around. And then she just leaves Hopper, who can easily, like, can't she think that he could swing over, bruh? Like, come on. And instead of pointing a gun at 11, she walks right up to her, like, with her bare hands. That's dumb. And meanwhile, Hopper is, like, about to escape. Then 11 stabs Dr. K. Dr. K is stupid because, like, why would you let her get that close regardless? And then now she pulls out her gun, but it's too late. Hopper gets her, stops her, blah, blah, blah. It's just bad. Sorry, it's just bad. I don't know what else to say. A doctor is so flat and does nothing. It's like an NPC that guides the characters. Yeah, she is. Literally. She's like an easy boss in like a video game. Like a learner tutorial. She's like the mini boss or whatever in the beginning where you learn like the mechanics of the game, like where she explains how everything works. You're totally right. The cool hurts or the heat hurts the monster, but when it's cool, the monster thrives. And it's like, why are you telling them all this? This is like information that benefits you, not them, or benefits them to hear. So why tell them? Because you're dumb. And yeah, she like never acts with urgency, even though 11 is like powerful. Like, okay, sure, she's like deactivated because of the sonic alarm system they have in the base. But bruh, be careful, right? Nah, I'm just gonna walk up to her and then get stabbed like an idiot. Like what? Like have your gun on her or something. I don't know. And then you're gonna pull out your gun after Hopper breaks out, and then you get got. So she's lame. Also, where are her men? Did she call for backup? She says later that the cavalry is coming, but she never called for backup. So I don't know. Silly, 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 silly. Very silly. Anyways, now we are with Murray, and this is where Robin he's finally gotten the kids to him. And now we're back at the military base, and somehow we got Mike, Little Derek. I mean, he's Big Derek, but he's Little Derek, and Will, scrawny Will, holding back a door against 3 muscle-bound trained American soldiers. What? Hell no, that is not happening. That door is busted down. Totally busted down. This is ridiculous. Not buying it. Show. You've lost me completely with that. That's absurd. And they finally break through, but the only reason they break through is because like the water is causing our main characters to slide around. Not because they're like I said, muscle-bound, trained American soldiers who have the strength to break down a door held up by scrawny kids and a little fat kid. Bruh, brother, come on, man. So yeah, they break through, but they're got. They get caught. The rest of them, Joyce and all of them, get caught by the military. Finally, some consequence for being stupid. Finally. Oh my gosh. So now, where are we? We're in the Upside Down again. And wait a minute. Hold on. Did I miss something? I thought he had Dr. K in handcuffs. Bear with me for a second. Okay, so I think he knocked her out. My bad. He knocks her out. And so Hopper breaks a hole through a window and sends Elle out of the base, telling her she's got to go. She's got to find Nancy and all of them and whatever. And Hopper's got to stay behind. And he says it's the only way, and I'm proud of you, blah, blah, blah. This is like a baiting that he's going to die or whatever, obviously. So he goes into the door and closes the door behind him, and 11 is screaming, Hopper, Hopper, Hop, blah, blah, blah. It's so sad and emotional, right? Yeah, because he's definitely going to... Oh, yeah. We find out right here, he's got a suicide vest on. Bro is... Bro thinks he's, al-Baghdadi over here. I don't know. This is insane. I'm going to bed. You gotta fight this alone now. Thanks for sticking with me, man. I know it's late, man. 2:26 a.m. Well, this will be finished with the re-upload should be up tomorrow for anyone out there still at this hour. I'm doing the Lord's work here. But anyways, let's get back into it. So yeah, we see that he's basically al-Baghdadi here with a suicide vest, and he's planning on blowing up Vecna, I guess. And yeah, we get the flashbacks to his kid. It's like, okay, I know it's sad, but like we've done it so many times. I'm sorry, I just don't care. This is all contrived. I'm sorry, Hopper. Sorry. Okay, whatever, we get it. He opens the door, and then we cut away. So now we're finally back to the kids. Not finally, sorry. This needs to end. I can't stand the show. I need to get through this. Yeah, so they're Robin and Murray putting the kids in the box truck to get them away from Hawkins and away from Vecna and the military. Meanwhile, not Vecna. Mike, Joyce, Derek, and them have been taken by the military. They've been captured. Finally, they have some consequences for being so stupid. I'm surprised that they're like, the military is like pretty chill with them. Do you want to explain to me what God's name is going on? Like, bro, they dug into your base. This is like crazy. Says a lot about your security, by the way. You got kids and a mom breaking into your base somehow underground, and like, what? This is so embarrassing. So embarrassing. Like, come on. How is that possible? Probably because you have like no good guards. You never checked the ground or anything around your base, and you're terrible at your job, and you have been for the past like forever, basically. Oh my gosh. So they're trying to say that they're here to protect the kids, and they're like, nah, it's not gonna work, man, because there's a monster. And yeah, Derek says the most valid thing, that they can't protect anything, bruh. True. Facts, Derek. So Will has a tism. You can see the Demogorgons coming straight for them. So they're about to have a big climactic scene. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. The lights are going crazy. Lights are going crazy. And the Demogorgons are here. And they look pretty bad. This looks like a PS3 creature. Sorry, it does not look great. Oh my god, this looks bad. What happened to the show? Ugh. Terrible looking. Absolutely terrible. Oh my gosh. So yeah, this is like the big climax of this arc. This is why I wanted to do the first 4 episodes, because this is sort of the big climax. So yeah, Demogorgon holes open up across Hawkins, in particular the military base, to go after the kids. Finally, the soldiers are doing something. They're all firing. It takes like 30 of them, but they're firing at the Demogorgon. Doesn't really do anything to it. And all the kids, how a lot of the kids are still here. They're hiding. Blah blah blah. Oh my gosh. And yeah, this is just basically a big action scene. Not much to report. Just the CGI it just doesn't look good. I'm sorry, it doesn't look real. Everything looks fake, like Ghostbusters 2016 CGI. And so we do this like weird, not weird. I guess not yet. There is like a long shot that comes later in the action, amidst the action. Now we're back with Murray and Robin, and it appears that the holes are opening up across everywhere in Hawkins after the kids. So this begs the question: if they can open up it like through like materials and stuff, why don't they open into the box truck to get the kids? I wonder why. Almost like the show would be broken if that happened. So yeah, we just basically they're spawning everywhere. Yeah. So here's something pretty funny and interesting. So oh my god, this looks so bad. God. So yeah, we're back at the base now after that. Like we get shown that they're everywhere, and luckily our main characters never get attacked once. Not once do the Demogorgons go against them, and we get this like long shot, like action shot. I don't know. It's not that impressive. I just think the show is like beating me down so much that I just don't care. This just looks like this. You know what this looks like? This shot reminds me of when you're at an arcade and you play those like alien shooter games, and you have like you're basically playing inside of a cutscene and you have to shoot those specific targets. That's what this whole shot is. And it's at like a super high frame rate, which is a little distracting compared to the rest of the show. I mean, I guess whatever. It's fine. I don't know. It's just the whole time I'm like, how come the Demogorgons aren't going after Derek? Because Derek is supposed to be one of the chosen 12 kids. Interesting. They're going after everyone but him. Doesn't make sense. And so, I think we're almost to the flame troopers. We get flame troopers at some point here, and they sort of do real damage. Yeah, here we go. They do kind of real damage, and it's affecting Will. Will feels like he's burning it on fire, and he's dying. Meanwhile, so okay, here's where stuff really starts to fall apart. Well, okay, the whole show's falling apart, but with Will specifically. So the Demogorgon feels the pain from the fire. Will feels the pain from the fire, although he's not. But for some reason, he's not feeling the pain from the bullets, right, or any of that. It's only the fire for some reason. I guess that's because that's their main weakness. Whatever. So he's feeling that pain. He's on the ground, writhing in pain. And so because he felt the other Demogorgon getting hurt, he falls to the ground. He feels like he's getting hurt. And then all the Demogorgons mimic him getting hurt. Sort of complicated. I don't know why that works that way. I don't know why Vecna doesn't even try to stop it. It's absurd. It's actually absurd why he lets Will live and do all this when he could have sent Demogorgons after Will and killed him and not had to deal with that as an obstacle. But, alas, this is the world we live in. Okay. back with Murray again. We're just cutting between Murray and Robin and Will and all this stuff. Oh my god, so dramatic. Will screaming. Will's in pain, as always. Now, we're back in the Upside Down. Oh my god, guys, we're close to the end of this. Just heard something interesting. Okay, so Eleven's waiting there. She's freaking out. But then Hopper emerges and he's with a friend. Who is this friend? Who does he find in there? It's not Vecna. Oh wait, did I skip it? Hold on. Did I miss out? Where is she? Maybe we don't see it yet. Hold on, bear with me. I need to find the shot. Oh, I guess it's not here. But she's about to find out who's behind the wall. It's the Indian girl, 8, number 8. Meanwhile, we're back at the base with Micah and everyone, and they see a figure. Who could that be? Looks like Vecna. Vecna is showing up to the fight, and 11 finds. Oh, it's 8. Oh my gosh, what a twist! Oh my god, yes. Oh, remember they have to show a flashback that it's 8, in case we forgot. But now we're back to Vecna, and Vecna has arrived, and he looks pretty horrifyingly mad, and everyone's freaking out, and he goes ham on everyone. He just kills all these soldiers. He's super overpowered, and then he revives his Demogorgons. And he's just overpowered as hell. He burns all the soldiers. Everything's going to hell. Everything's messed up. Murray crashes the truck with the kids, which is pretty crazy. No one gets hurt, luckily. Okay, let's get to the end here. So, Joyce faces Vecna and gets absolutely thrown across the place. And so Vecna finally faces William, Mr. William. And he basically just tells Will, he just exposits information. He tells him that the kids are perfect vessels because they're easily broken. Okay, why are you telling Will this? Why are you telling him it's just like villains explaining plans, really cliche, not interesting. So yeah, he's just kind of explaining his plan to Will. Smart. And then he leaves Will. So he tells Will all this. They get the kids. Everything's a mess. All the kids are taken. He tells Will. And then what does he do? What does he do? He drops Will and walks away. That's it. He just comes to tell Will that and leave. Why? He doesn't do anything. Kill him. He's an obstacle. Because as we find out in just a second, oh boy, as the Demogorgons are about to destroy everyone, they're about to kill Mike, they're about to kill everyone, he has a moment. He has the ultimate tism. Oh boy. He has a flashback to Robin telling him she was looking for the answers. And then we see nice little home video of young William. And look, I'm being harsh again, because it's sad, because this it's supposed to be nostalgic, heart-warming footage of young Will and young Mike bonding, and it's supposed to reference how Robin found the old footage of her when she was a kid. Whatever. But here's the thing. I couldn't help but think her advice was geared towards him being chill with himself being gay and just owning it. And I guess it's applicable here, but I don't understand how that unleashes his powers. How does he realize the answers were inside him and then just suddenly have because in a second he's about to kill all the Demogorgons across Hawkins instantaneously. Because of Robin's speech that was geared towards nothing to do with this. I don't know. I'm not buying it. I don't get it. Scared of who I really was. Excuse me. And he realizes he has all the answers in himself. It's just so vague when it comes to this stuff. When it comes to being like him dealing with his sexuality, it's more applicable because like you can, like, I'm assuming he can like realize who he is and that's how he feels about it. Like that's who he is. His sexuality is what it is, and those the answers are inside of him, and he just has to accept it and go with the flow, that kind of thing. But how does this apply to his visions with Vecna? How? How does this unlock his abilities? It does. He kills all the Demogorgons. He lifts them up and kills them. And here's the thing. An argument can be made that, like, because Mike was about to get killed by a Demogorgon, that's what prompted him to do this. But the whole point of the speech from Robin that he hears, that has replayed in his head, is to not think about Mike romantically. Not to say that he doesn't care about Mike anymore, but it seems counter to, you know, it doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. But alas, he can do it. He kills the Demogorgon and saves the day. Vecna somehow doesn't sense this or come back. I thought he was going to come back, but nah, he doesn't. And yeah, Will has the 11 powers. He even wipes his nose like 11. Oh my god, oh my god. And that is the end of this episode. Can you oh boy, stop playing. Oh my god. No. Stop playing. It's episode 5. Oh, we finished it, guys. We finished 1, 2, 3, and 4. It only took, how long have I been streaming? 8 hours. 8 hours and 4 minutes. Boy, oh boy. Can you believe it? So yeah, obviously I have a lot to say about Stranger Things Season 5, and we still got 4 more we got 4 more episodes to go. So here's what's gonna happen. I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope I was entertaining. I hope I was logical. I hope I gave some good arguments. Yeah. So this the plan right now is I'm gonna try my best. Not try my best. I will be doing this again probably next Friday. We'll see about Friday or Saturday. It'll be one of those days that I'll probably do this, and I'll do 5, 6, and 7. Maybe I'll do 8. Maybe this took 8 hours, so I don't know. It could be a 12-hour day. I don't know. I might have to start a little earlier on Friday, or do it like Saturday morning until the evening. I'm not sure because this took me 8 hours, so it'll probably take me a long time if I'm gonna try to do all 5 episodes. I had a lot to say, so that's the plan with Stranger Things. I think so. I needed to look back at the chat, but there was some talk about how one of the Duffer brothers divorced his wife. They got divorced, and like she stole this plans for season 5. I've never heard about this, but I want to collect some information so I can talk about it as my little preamble for our next stream. But please let me know how you like the format, how you liked the show, because I'm gonna try to do this every week with different things. So after Stranger Things, I'm not sure what the next thing will be. I also want to include some positive content, you know. Not to say like I like this is obviously me critiquing the show and I don't like the show, but I want to have a good time. We're gonna have a good time here. I don't think that's like negative. Yeah, I don't think the show is good, and that's not there. That's negative, but like we're having a good time. This is a grand old time. This kind of stuff brings me joy, as I hope it brings you guys joy to talk about this kind of stuff and explore why things don't work or why things do work. So yeah, I think in a week or so, when we're done with Stranger Things, I'll move on to another piece of media. If you have any suggestions, let me know. Maybe it'll be it. Welcome to Derry. I might tackle that because I actually I have some guilty pleasure enjoyment for that show, even though I don't think it's great. So maybe I'll tackle that. I'm not sure yet. But yeah, that is it for this stream, for this episode. Don't know what the show is going to be called yet, but we'll figure it out as we go. So I hope you enjoyed, and you guys all have a fantastic evening.